aspettando Hassan. Si andrà a guardare un video e poi giù 3 ore a commentarlo sul suo stream per tutto il D o il su che stiamo aspettando Hassan. Chissà quest'oggi che farà, dai che il casino è aperto, si scommette un po', so già però che starò tutto il giorno qui seduto aspettando Hassan. Un tempo era dedito lì, ora invece parla solo della curva di una Volvo. Dio mio, quanto tempo ho trascorso qui aspettando Hassan. Siamo qui che aspettiamo Hassan.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic time because today is a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It is Sunday Funday. That's right. It's Sunday, super special, super secret. Normally we do SNL Reacts, SNL Sunday, but it's Sunday Funday, folks. And I am a little late and I apologize, but it's better to be late than never get here at all. It's officially the first day of December. It's December 1st. The absolute last month of the year. We are bringing 2024 to a close, and I hope that it's going to be an absolute banger. Holy fuck, you look tired. Wait, really? I had fantastic sleep last night. When did the Ta-Nehisi Coates interview get rescheduled to? I haven't rescheduled it yet, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do it this week unless we do it tomorrow. I'm gonna hit him up today and see if he's feeling better. Looking real baby girl today. Thank you. Sometimes baby girl is a 33-year-old man who's muscular and bearded. Anyway, folks, yo, when are we bringing Chad Vice back? Hopefully soon, chat. Hopefully soon. Fear not. You just look cozy. I am cozy. This is a cozy fit. That's why I'm looking cozy, because I am. But anyway, it's December 1st, 2024. It's Sunday fun day. You already know what it is. I'm not playing Fortnite again. Okay, so everybody calm down on that front. But, you know, what was I doing? This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. And honestly, can anybody spare a sub for a broke boy, says Blakey Birdman? Maybe. Please pick this for the meme is crazy. What meme? Are you doing an advent calendar? No, I don't really know what that is. Is that where you get like a chocolate for every day up until Christmas? Anyway, of course, later in the month we'll do Socialismus as always. Fear not. Fear not. Is that shirt embroidered? Yeah, it is. This is a Hasanabi head. I don't know if they're a former Hasanabi head, maybe not a current one, but they like way back in the day, a Hasanabi head sent the shirt to me. And I think he's a Ludbud too at the same time. He sent us both this stuff. And I wasn't able to fit into this well for a long time, and now it's like kind of big. More Azan glazing number 2. I love that. I love that. I love that. fact that Hasan Piker, a Twitch streamer in his 30s, is better political analysis than the Democratic Party staffers and consultants is proof of how useless a lot of people within the Democratic establishment truly are. Okay, nice. I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm like particularly brilliant, but Cash reacted to your hooping. Oh, let's go. More Azan glazing, part 1.
Have to bow my head and say a prayer to this man right here. And not only because he's fine shit, because he is, but also because Hasan is literally single-handedly carrying the left-wing media base for men on the internet. Let's just face it, Trump fully sweeped young men this last election. There was no contest. Gen Z men went right-wing. I all know that a lot of Gen Z, a lot of young people just simply don't vote, but the ones who do are going out of their way to look for media that will inform their decisions. The problem with young men today is that the majority of the content that they are consuming is embedded with right-wing rhetoric. You want self-help, you got Andrew Tate. You want entertainment, you have Strawberry Park, you have Pop the Balloon, you have those little like sad boy men loneliness edits on TikTok. You want politics, you have the Whatever podcast. Literally all men have to turn to for entertainment is right-wing shit. And it's the shit that's like subliminally coded. Like it's the stuff that won't outwardly say Trump 2024. They will like push stereotypes and push rhetoric that almost subliminally say to you, vote Trump. What makes this problem?
And it's really funny because all the while, the very same people that are progressive are like trying to put a fucking fine tooth comb on every little thing that I say to find disagreements, to find like marginal disagreements with me, when in fact like, and to say that I'm a bad person, when in fact like right-wing media is so dominant and they do not give a single shred of a fuck. You know? They do not care at all. Like it's pretty wild where like you have so many different people online on the supposedly like progressive side of things that are just like, you know, fuck this Hasan guy. He sucks. He's a piece of shit. I don't like him because I misunderstood something that he said, or I saw a clip out of context. If you're relying on him, you're doomed. Destiny's smarter than him. Hasan only got to where he got because of money and looks. Bro said it's okay to say the N-word, but cool. Debate him. Oh, that's amazing. It's so crazy how educated people fall for a lunatic like Hasan. As a right-winger, Destiny is miles ahead of him. Of course. Oh my God. That's so funny. That is, I mean, look, back in the day, these comments used to be a dime a dozen, right? It used to be very commonplace, but there was never this kind of like active pushback against it. So I'm glad that some of y'all are out there doing the Lord's work. Okay? Because Jesus Christ, dude, this dude got away with, this dude basically got away with just like fucking brigading every mention of me for so goddamn long. Anyway, they got email alerts for when Hasan gets mentioned. I don't know how the fuck they find it. I guess it's because they're hate watching here. So when I look at it, they just know where to swarm. It's in their best interest to not talk about you know who at the moment. Oh, what do you mean? Talk about corporate greed exposing the gaming industry by Gamers Nexus. Y'all should collab. What is this? Aw, this is a sad video. He doesn't know. Most validate ego. No, it's good. It's good to highlight content like this on the stream, especially in the beginning of the broadcast, because honestly, you guys might be like, "Oh, you're satiating your unquenchable thirst for love and admiration from people." But the reality is, I'm happy to highlight and signal boost stuff like this. I'm happy to highlight and signal boost stuff like this and you know, urge people to do stuff like this more frequently. And it has nothing to do with necessarily with my ego. I mean, I'm sure it feels good, but I think overall, you know, there's a lot of negativity outside of this space in a lot of the you know, politically adjacent commentary spaces, like debate spaces, because they've been just like completely fucking brigaded into oblivion. So I'm glad that there's like this kind of stuff out there as well. And it's important to give people the permission structure to one, to be openly a fan and get other people on board and show others that it's like not weird or gross to be a fan of mine. Of course it does. Don't overthink it if you don't wanna. What do you mean? No, I'm saying it like, yeah, it definitely it definitely is good for my ego for sure, but like also there is a secondary purpose to this is what I mean.
Problem even worse is that because of this right-wing content and this glorification of just toxic masculinity and just being a bad person, we will have like genuinely good shows that boys watch. The Boys, for example, is a very good political satire. Men will take that show and turn it into brain rot. Men will see Homelander and be like, I'm him, because of the toxic behaviors they're taught to glorify online. Hasan is probably like one of the only personalities I can think of that are actually left-wing and like genuine about it. Not like the Destiny bullshit. We don't talk about him. I feel like it's just so easy to get information from Hasan because he puts it in a way that is so easy to consume. He throws jokes in there and he just explains his concepts to you in a way that sometimes can be condescending, but it's okay because that's Bay. You can call him what you want. I honestly don't care. Call him a grifter. Call him like a rich fake communist. We need more of him. Like we need more left-wing men for other men to look up to because we know they don't like to listen to us or anyone who.
This person gets it. Like they get it. This has always been my mission, which is to use the privilege that I have and use the opportunity. Use the privilege that I have. And what is this? Just paid $100 for an oil change because the mechanic looked like Hasan Piker. Okay, this is more so just glaze. Okay. Yeah, for me, that is. What is this? More vindication? What are we doing? Destiny and Loner Box's disgusting features exposed. They did what with Nick Fuentes? Wait, what? Oh my God. Come on, guys. Oh, I don't even want to think about that shit, bro. I don't want to think about that shit. I don't want to see that. People see that guy get radicalized by VOD propaganda who shot the store owner and be like, damn, that's just like me for real. Yeah. But yeah, I think what a lot of people have very successfully done. I'll be honest. I'm being really sincere when I say this, but I think a lot of people have successfully figured out that it's much easier to like attack a person and try to establish some semblance of like hypocrisy in their operations because most people, hypocrisy bait pretty hard and that's what people respond to. And it's much easier to just attack a person's character rather than like tackle the argument in and of itself. And a lot of people in this community don't understand it. A lot of people personally don't understand that in this community. They don't understand the importance of like propaganda and positive PR. And they just kind of cast it aside and they're like, whatever, who cares? And then they're shocked when there's so much hatred out there, even against them. You say, I really didn't like you. I'm a Brit and you pissed me off when you celebrated the Queen dying. I'm not even a royalist. It just rubbed me the wrong way, but getting past that was a really good decision, not going to lie. I mean, yeah, I hope you understand why I'm going to make fun of the Queen dying, right? Like, that's a queen. Like, that's a relic of the monarchy, right? Hasan, why has no leftist talked about this? I'm going to go insane for real. What is this? How the fuck did Trump actually win? Unc be doing everything but dropping the Diddy video? What's Unc saying? I've noticed lately you're trying to be kinder and more patient. Keep it up. Yeah. Apparently, Destiny has some sex scandal stuff aired out, and allegedly one of the people he was with is his favorite neo-Nazi. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on there. I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, I've tried to figure. I've seen things that require me to bleach my eye hole. Okay, I've seen things that I never wanted to see. Let me tell you, I have seen things with these two eyes that should never be on Twitter and should never be on anywhere. And it's not like I was like, oh man, I'm really seeking this out. The information. The information that I saw, I do not want anyone to see. I don't think you should ever see. Okay? No one should see those things. Now, as far as like, I don't know. I don't even know how to approach this. I don't even know how to talk about this. But Banger replied that I don't like Hasan, but he has a point. Liberal proverb. I don't like Hasan, but he has a point. But was not willing to halt aid to apply pressure, which is what Hasan is saying here. I don't like Hasan, but he has a good point here. I don't like Hasan that much. But if you missed the point of his tweet, if you think this is a gotcha, he is implying there is corruption, not that he has a problem with taxes. I don't like Hasan, but he is right that Twitter has become a racist shithole filled with right-wing conspiracy lunatics. And he has a good point. Saying that isn't censorship. Address the Candace Owens blackface thing. It's always, wait, what? It's always used as an argument for you in misogynoir. Wait, what? What do you mean? I don't even know what you're talking about. What? People say I exhibit misogynoir. Is that what they say? I mean, okay. It's kind of funny because like that's literally what I was talking about when we were just covering this video, where I was like, people will just like find something and they'll be like, you have to address this thing. When you said Candace Owens was Tommy in blackface allegedly, no, I said something like, I forget what it was, but Candace Owens is a black face on white supremacy. That's what she does. That's her role. That is her primary function. It is 100% true. Yeah, that's just objective fact. Candace Owens. Imagine if you gave gaming frogs the same attention you give drama frogs trying to bait. Yeah, if I did that, I would be, a fucking 5K streamer, I think. I love y'all, but gaming frogs are so funny where those would be like, we are the community and you are the backbone of the community, that's for sure. But like many of you have like only one particular game that you want me to play, which by the way, today I might venture into some gaming as well. Don't worry. But yeah, let's blast off. Sunday Funday, a little bit of drama. But yeah, as far as personal news goes, I balled this morning. And I had a really funny experience. I was playing basketball this morning, and I'm Jimmy Buckets out there. Okay, I was doing a good job. And these two kids, while I'm bringing up the ball, these two kids come up. They're like 10, maybe like maximum 12, 13, and they're like, "Oh my God, you're in that Jesser video. I've seen you in that Jesser video." And I was like, damn, that's sick. Like, these kids know who I am. Because normally people that come up to me at the park or whatever are usually like older, They're like Gen Z. They're not Gen Alpha. Okay? And they got real excited. And then I think they got really upset because I bring the ball up and I immediately fucking dump a three. It does not go in. Okay, brick. And I think they saw that and were like, maybe everything I see online is not real. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it was editing magic. Feel me? That was a very important lesson that the next generation learned on that day, which is don't believe everything you see online. Sometimes you see a 33-year-old unk actually cook up out of nowhere an 8-0 Chris London, an actual baller, okay? And then you see them in the real world and they're like, damn. Apologize for today's workout video, sir. You give Chad a boner? What are you talking about? I didn't even... What? Yeah, I taught them media literacy by showing them that not everything you see online is real. What is this?
The real problems that you are experiencing.
Male gaze or male glaze?
Focus on punching down. That's what weak men do. Okay. young men don't do that. You are weak, and you need to snap the f out of it. You pussy. Have some shame. Have some goddamn decency, dude. Men used to go to war. Men used to build things. Men used to protect those who are vulnerable.
Yo, I swear to God, this community is so good at making like sexy workout, you know, sexy fan edits. Okay. They are so bad at making like alpha male edits. Like this community has a real problem with trying to make alpha edits. Like the audio, the music is too long. I mean, the music is too loud. The video itself is kind of long. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Like y'all try, and I love that. I love the try. I love the effort. Okay, I think it's great. You don't have enough pop-up moments? No, there's definitely like in every stream, there's 8 to 10 hours. I'm talking about a bunch of different things. There's gonna be a fucking moment that you can clip out of context or in context to, you know, make it look alpha dog. It's just like the music is too loud, and it's not like the right music either.
A lot of these young men feel it. Yes. I need to smack the f out of those young men then, okay? And snap them back to reality. I need to smack the
Oh, never mind. It got better.
Hold on. It's so good. Oh no. Oh my god. Hold on. Hold on.
Okay, it's a little bit better than I thought. I mean, it got a little gay by the end of it, but you know, just need to tighten up the timing, but it's good. You know, it's a good jumper when everyone on the court is 100% dejected. Haas is out here fighting demons. What is this? What? Trying to get this community to do alpha edits is like Democrats trying to win over Republican voters. Play modded New Vegas literally once, and Democrats will never lose again. Yeah. Check out the new Hitler Vera video. It's crazy. I feel like that's gonna bum me out, dude. Okay, let me blast off real quick. Love that you had a whole story time on Instagram and no one could pay attention because we're getting lost in your big brown eyes. What? Still need to do less. Still waiting on the Funday written about in the Parasocial Prophecy. Okay, to be fair, I think I did. I did do that.
Finally, yes.
We did do a lot. We did do a lot of non-political shit yesterday. Hasan has been live for 20 minutes and chatters have been fucking hellish. Slop nonstop. Yeah. Yeah, we got some crime reacts done. It was kind of funny. I'm a politics enjoyer and a fun hater. Yeah, we know, man. We know. Okay, you never stop. We know. But yeah, I'll watch this. I'll watch Unc and see what Unc had to say. Speaking of Unc, what is this?
Grandpa, repeat this. This is going and getting on camera. Yeah.
LeBron could not guard Larry Bird. And if LeBron got
That is crazy. No, that's sad to see, man. That's sad to see. That is sad to see, dude. How did that how does that happen? How does Unc get to that level? I mean, that's just like pure, unrestricted, unfiltered white supremacy. Like that is wild to me. He's right though. Listen, we cannot have racism manifest in this community in a way like that. That's crazy. listen, I respect old heads, okay, across the board, unconditionally.
James got 40 points. Larry Bird would have got 80 points. Larry Bird would have got 80
What LeBron guarded?
LeBron just got Larry Bird.
That's crazy. Not only is it racist, it's demonstrably wrong. I mean, yeah, but yeah, of course, because it's racist.
No.
The people who say he's right watch 3 NBA games a year. Dude, I don't know how you can watch 3 consecutive NBA games or 3 random NBA games in 1 year and then still arrive at that conclusion. Okay? Like, you need to watch, I would say, like 5 possessions to immediately figure out that, like, the level of skill in the NBA now is entirely different than where it was when Larry Bird was dominating. Okay? You do not have to watch an entire NBA game to immediately figure out that, like, medical science, exercise science just is so improved. What are you talking about, dude? Bro, they would have, dude. Like, Wemby in and of itself, Giannis, Wemby, look at these guys, okay? Look at these guys and then imagine them existing. Like, people are going to say, like, oh, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, right? Or any number of, like, famous big men, right? No, I'm not going to say Jokic, because Jokic is, like, actually the type of player, like Wilt Chamberlain, right? But, like, Jokic is exactly the type of player who would have played in the same exact way, I think, in the past. He's the closest to, like, old school NBA in his play style. But what I'm trying to say is the, like, you have dudes who are like 7'14" who take threes and are wet. Like, that's insane, dude. That's crazy. So false, Lamont. No center has ever passed like he does. That's true. Okay, that's fair. That's a fair assessment, and you're right, and I'm sorry about that. But like, it's just not, like, that's just crazy. That's unimaginable, dude. Yeah, the game has improved dramatically across the board, every aspect of it. And it will continue to be better. It will continue to get better, which is ironic because, like, people watch it less because everyone's always talking about how, I don't know. I feel like the new NBA drama is that, like, everyone is doing 3 points and it's not, everyone's shooting threes, and Steph Curry actually ruined the NBA because everyone wants to play like him and everyone wants to spam threes. So obviously, like, the games are no longer as entertaining because you don't get as many posters and no mid-range, like, no contested middies, all this stuff. You just, like, bring the ball up, look for open possession, boom, fire it off. Like, you spam threes? Yeah, I know, but you were incorrect about Jokic. How many sinners in the NBA back then get triple doubles a game like he can? He can dunk, shoot, pass, and make plays. Most sitters back then only just blocked and scored with him up. Yeah, no, I know. I'm saying, I was just making a joke about, like, the way Jokic plays as, like, a tall white guy who is just, like, the slowest dude on the court. It was more so an aesthetic joke, a joke about his aesthetics, like his play style and the way he. Being a basketball coach and player, this tweet sums it up nicely. Basketball has unofficially become an upper middle class and rich person sport. It costs anywhere from $30 to $100 per hour to get a kid basketball training and play on the AAU teams. Can cost anywhere from $300 to $600. That's without travel, hotels, food, gas, new shoes, etc. Today, if a kid isn't getting trained year round, they almost have no chance of making an NBA, and the average American parent doesn't have the funds or time to invest into development. Historically, players that came from low income backgrounds is what made the NBA. because they play with a flair, passion, and hunger that typically comes from not having much. LeBron, Magic, Kareem, Wilt, Iverson, Isaiah Thomas, Shaq, KD, D Wade, D Rose. Well, I mean, was Shaq broke? I thought Shaq's dad was like a fucking. I thought he was an army brat. But yeah, this is all sports. This is why I say like meritocracy is kind of even in that regard, like meritocracy is kind of like falling apart. A lot of those mentioned players were college players. No, they're talking about the training and the scouting process. This is pre-college. This person is exclusively talking about, and I know a little bit about this as well, because, you know, while I suck ass, like I, just like every other kid, you know, shot buckets in my backyard and shot and imagine myself being Kobe Bryant. You know, I'm assuming that everyone has had hoop dreams like that at a certain point if they ever played basketball. So, overall, like the talent pool is, you know, it was deep, it was wide, it was diverse, because there was, you know, you could scout out kids from all around the country and immediately pick them up and put them into good schools so they can train and become good college players and then inevitably get to the NBA. But nowadays, I feel like the NBA also is like turned into, you know, a league full of former players' children. A lot of the top players right now are the sons of former players themselves. I mean, even Steph Curry. But yeah, today's NBA is filled with mostly players that come from upper middle class, well-to-do families or foreigners. That's why it seems to be so uncompetitive and passionless, which is why the ratings are way down. Like, as far as I understand, like even what was it? Even like LaMelo Ball, right? He has the aesthetics of someone that comes from a very different background than the background that he actually comes from. Like, he comes from a fucking rich family, right? Or even what's his face? Yeah, LaMelo is a good player. He's fun to watch. I'm just saying, like, who is like a telegenic player who's charismatic? Ja Morant is another example of this. Ja Morant got into a lot of fucking trouble for, you know, having a gun and bringing it around. Okay, but like he also comes from like a middle class background. I guess like the only old school person that doesn't come from that background that is like a superstar in the NBA is like Anthony Davis. Or not Anthony Davis. Anthony Edwards, sorry. And that's like there are still some. Jimmy Butler, yeah. And there's probably a lot more. There's probably a lot more people like that, like Giannis, for example, in the European that come from like a Euro background. They actually ironically come from like poor families for the most part, and they get scouted and they like somehow make their way up the ranks. Because like Giannis literally was selling fucking watches and shit on the street. Like, he did not have a citizenship. It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy to think that he was literally stateless, dude. It's crazy. If you're an African migrant, like the shit you have to do to be recognized as a human being worthy of getting citizenship is insane. You have to pull off like the most impressive feats. Then they'll be like, okay, we now recognize you as a full-fledged human being. That's crazy. Okay, that's crazy. Anyway, this is to say that Turkey dropped the ball big time by not immediately nationalizing Giannis when there was an opportunity there, okay, at a certain point. In my head canon, can you imagine? Instead of Giannis, his name is Yunus, which means dolphin in Turkish, okay? Yunus Antep. And he's nationalized as a Turkish citizen, and he gets the development necessary, okay? They call him Yunus Antep. Antep is Gaziantep. That's great. It works, you know? Yeah, Antep. Antepoğlu. Antepoğlu. Greek. Giannis is the GOAT. He is. He's great. I'm just saying, I fucking wish he was Turkish. Yeah, now they know him as the Greek freak. He could have been known. He is Greek. He is ours. I know, man. Y'all got lucky. That's all I'm saying. Y'all got lucky. Alperen Şengün is still putting the numbers on the board for Turkey. Anyway. JJJ. Os bayrakları. Os! Alperen Şengün! All right, I'm done. I'm done talking about ball. Why the fuck do I always get into these like random tangents about basketball? I don't know shit about ball, dude. I don't know anything about ball. Ball talk. Okay, I don't want to watch this. It's too sad. What is this? Me caroling outside of Hasan Doğan Piker's house? Oh my God. Dude, look at the flag. What is that flag? Hey, yo. That's crazy. That's... Oh, that's amazing. That's fire. Respect. New merch idea, please. Yeah, that seems great. I need to sell that. Is it Jover? What? What is this? Hey, Jace, can you send me pics of Notes I Left Behind? Sure, one sec. Whoops, wrong pic. Here you go. Wait, what? That's crazy. How does this have 23? Bro, what is going on? I'm in arcane memes? What the hell? I'm in this is deep lore, dude. This is Jwick arcane memes. It's real, by the way. Jace Victor is real. Jvic is real. You will never convince me that it's not real. It is real. Okay? Do you think Jace is a Hasanabi head? Maybe. Yeah, Israel. Israel. The way that pig has a hold in my brain, I can't believe that has 30,000 fucking... I can't believe on Twitter it got 200K likes and 30,000 bookmarks. Oh yeah, I saw this. Speaking of ball, this is the last thing I'm going to say. Okay. Speaking of ball, what is this? The scariest pick me on TikTok? Maybe we'll look at this. Scottie Pippen posted, how many championships will we have won with Elon Musk? There is 0%. I'm giving it 0% chance that Scottie Pippen runs his account. Okay. There is no way that Scottie Pippen actually runs his account. He has probably given this account over to some fucking, yeah, this is $ ball is innovating sports and crypto. Yeah. This is, I'm telling you right now, this account is run by some fucking cryptocurrency geeks. Okay. And it has nothing to do, absolutely nothing to do with Scottie Pippen at this point. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way, dude. Have you seen the Chupel video? No. You coming to Oxford on the 5th? Is that talk still happening? Yes. Yes, it's still happening. Why wouldn't it happen? Oh, because you think like haters are going to fucking mass spam it to be like, don't talk. This person should not be allowed to talk. Yeah, I don't think Oxford or Cambridge gives a shit about that. No, he's in the crypto shit. I know he's in the crypto shit. I'm just saying that he's probably giving off the account to someone else. Okay, let's get started with this. Let's get started with this FD signifier Unk vid. It's got 600,000 views in 3 days. How the fuck did Trump actually win? Now, I think I'm going to have some reasonable and mild disagreements with Unk here. All right, as far as I understand, people have been trying to get me to watch this for a minute. So I'm excited to see it. Let's go. And then we'll do the drama a little bit.
All right, not a lot of fun and games today. We're going to jump right in.
Unc's a little libbed up.
I did a live the day after the election where Donald Trump became only the second president in American history to win a non-consecutive term by convincingly beating Kamala Harris, and emotions were high. Limited information was available. But based on what I had seen and what I had been hearing at that time, I made the proclamation in this live that the core reason Kamala Harris lost her bid for presidency of the United States was misogyny and racism. I base this not just on my general beliefs on the pervasiveness of sexism and racism in this country, but on the fact that at the time, the early data indicated that there was a huge decrease in voter turnout for her specifically with rural and suburban white men. Many folks, including more moderate leftists and liberals, agreed with this take, but also disagreed with the take. Others that I would call my peers politically, and some even further left than I, felt like this take was erroneous and in some ways let the Democrats off the hook for their many mistakes, their many mistakes during this election cycle. Or like their liberals, ironically, they didn't like the finger being pointed at white people when there's black men, Latino men, and Palestinians to take the blame. I found both of these responses frustrating as neither really aligned with how I saw the whole situation. But at the time, I didn't have enough data and I hadn't talked to enough people to feel too confident in my own take. But now, some weeks later, as most of the details and info are near final, along with being able to observe and process a lot of other people's opinions in the aftermath, I want to return to this opinion with a little more data. That's what we'll be doing in this video, using a mostly data-driven approach to explain why Kamala Harris lost, or better yet, why Donald Trump won, and what lessons could and should be learned from this election. I want to first make a few things clear. Here in the swing state of Georgia where I live, I voted for Kamala Harris. I didn't do this out of an alignment to the politics that Kamala represented or ran on, especially in the latter part of her campaign. I didn't do this with the mythical hope that she would be pushed left. That just doesn't really happen. I voted for Kamala Harris because of the two devils I was faced with. I preferred her, the devil I knew. To many, that is unsatisfactory. And to those of you who feel this way, it is what it is. To me, the world is already in a hellscape situation, and I personally find no solace in the individual victory that would have been a protest or third-party vote, nor did I think that it would make a difference, and we'll look at why that's completely true later on. I am not of the mind that a Trump presidency and a Kamala Harris presidency would have been indiscernible from each other. On a grand scale, that's likely true, but at a micro level, at an interpersonal level, and at an immediate level, I think this is demonstrably false, and I don't think anyone who's serious can say that to be a fact across the board. Trump's 4 years as president before were harmful in numerous ways that were unique to him, including his handling of a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, which is made worse by his incompetence. But I digress. I'm only bringing this up because I also don't want this video to be mistaken as a defense for Kamala Harris or the Democrats. And it's really frustrating that our political discourse on the left has been so atomized and just made into content garbage that people who take nuanced look at these complex issues end up having to be in one camp or another. Like, I'm literally in the moment have done this take like 10 times because I'm trying to find the words to say how frustrating it is to want to have a nuanced conversation around electoralism when there's people that if you don't support Kamala Harris, they don't want to hear anything you want to say, even though there's obvious reasons to not support Kamala Harris. And people that don't support Kamala Harris feel like there's no logical or moral reason to vote for her regardless, as if anything in our political reality is that black and white. but it is what it is.
Have you already forgot us, the chat, since you're already the almost mainstream monk? First of all, no. And being quote unquote almost mainstream doesn't change anything. This is where I choose to be.
I feel like it's important to continue challenging my more liberal and moderate audience to dispose of the belief that Democrats are on our side. At best, they hold us hostage and force us to be complicit in their failings and atrocities by holding the knife to our throat that is the Republican Party. But I also think the grandstanding and finger wagging, often by people who are least affected by the threat that is the Republican Party, is just as ridiculous, especially when that ideology veers into, I'll just call it magical thinking at this point. But for those who still don't understand why the Democrats are bad, I'll link some other videos that break down their failings in the description. With that out of the way, let's get to it. As of writing with 99% of the vote in nationwide, Kamala Harris has 73,879,941 votes, and Trump has 76,528,802 votes. This ranks second and fourth all time in popular votes for president. And this is with 90 million eligible voters deciding to stay home, which, believe it or not, is typical for non-voters. Usually voter turnout is around 60 to 65%. However, one important detail that we'll come back to a few times is that in 2020, Joe Biden set the record for popular votes with 81 million votes.
Yeah, and the reason for that obviously was because of, and this is something that like a lot of people argue for when talking about expanding access, but when you expand voting access, when you make it easier to vote, yeah, more people end up voting. That's it. It's that simple.
Important fact to point out here is that Kamala Harris got around 7 million votes less than Joe Biden did back in 2020 nationwide. Now, you might immediately look at that and say this is because Kamala ran a bad campaign and because she campaigned on the wrong things that her base and regular people did not care about. Or you may immediately look and say that Kamala is a victim of sexism and racism because the same people that voted for Biden, whose campaign was exactly like hers, did not vote for her. And I think when you're looking,
do you think Biden would have won without COVID? No. I've said that before. No, of course not. No fucking shot. And this doesn't even mean that like Donald Trump was super popular. He was not either. But the lack of examination of the way that most Americans feel about the establishment, what they think the establishment is quite literally the reason why I think the Democrats are always slated to lose. That's it. Like unless they, in my opinion, unless they change trajectory and stop being so fearful of upsetting like corporate mega donors and openly communicate their desire in an earnest way to improve people's material realities, they're just not. They're going to keep getting fucking comstered. Yeah, and it wasn't even just COVID. It was also Trump getting COVID like a week before the election, like, and reminding everybody how fucking dangerous COVID was.
At it at a national level, it's hard to be definitive because we're talking about all.
Why can't we pressure the AFL-CIO to start a labor third party? What are you talking about? The AFL-CIO is like basically an arm of the Democratic Party.
50 states, many with complex dynamics of how voting plays out. There's reasons to think that Kamala failed to inspire nationwide with a campaign that started late, where American people didn't get to choose her, and her campaign was not overly detailed on policy. And the stuff that was emphasized showed her to be a centrist and a moderate, which much of the base might not have been into. I would argue that much of her rhetoric at the Democratic National Convention in August was more suited for a moderate Republican than a Democrat. She talked about securing borders, having a strong military. She avoided addressing identity politics. She campaigned with Liz Cheney. One of her biggest things she would talk about was how she was supported by the Republican establishment, and most alarmingly, she refused to engage with any talk of ending the United States' role in the ongoing genocide in Palestine. In the aftermath of her loss, many pundits and insiders have came out to make accusations that her campaign wasn't very good and the groundwork strategy was flawed. Some point out that the way she got the nomination was problematic.
I don't even think the groundwork strategy was flawed. I compare this to like, I increase the speed. I compare Kamala. I can't even talk. I compare Kamala Harris's situation, her electoral strategy, her campaigning to a person that has a massive arsenal. Okay. You can have an army. You can have all the best weapons, but if your bullets are all duds, you're not gonna succeed. That's it. Kamala Harris had a fundraising advantage. Kamala Harris had better ground game, but the message coming from the top that everyone that was door knocking was delivering was shitty and ineffective. That's it. That's it. You can have an army. You can have all the weapons. But if you're firing blanks, you're not going to win. And that is precisely what happened.
Problematic to begin with. There's a whole lot of things to criticize about Kamala's strategy before you even begin to consider how this strategy was either informed by or was structured to deal with the fact that she was a black woman. Since the election, I've talked to a lot of black women, and one thing that's been said to me multiple times is that as a black woman in these types of spaces, it doesn't matter what you say or do or what you say you're going to do, you will always be received as woke and emotional and inherently incompetent and all these things. And one could argue that the conservatism of her campaign was an effort to counteract that natural narrative, a narrative that if you look at exit polls, she definitely seemed to stick to her despite her flawed campaign. And I'm not saying that to say that her campaign was good. I'm just saying it helps explain one of the reasons why it was the way it was. However, this doesn't seem to matter when you look at the data. When you zoom in from the national level and just look at the 7 key swing states that really decided this election, you begin to really get some answers. For those unaware or outside the US, our presidential elections are some bullshit low key. The country has 50 states, right? And each state is worth a certain amount of points. If you win that state by getting the most votes in that state, you get all 20 points. Even if you only got 51% of the vote, you still get all 20 points. What this ends up doing is making it so 5 to 10 states that are up for grabs really control the entire election. And that's because most states in America consistently vote in a very specific way. Some states like Minnesota, for example, haven't voted for a Republican for president since 1968. States like Texas, on the other hand, haven't voted for a Democrat since 1972. This means that any analysis of the election that doesn't hyper-focus on what happened in those states isn't necessarily the greatest analysis, because in those states is where
If they were going to call her woke, then why tack to the right anyway? Should have gone left. Yeah, that's the problem. It's running from a place of fear, and Democrats do it. If I'm going to be super charitable to the Democrats and not assume the position that they want to lose, that they want to be the controlled opposition, that they want to be a hurdle in the face of like real leftist movements in this country, and that they do actually want to win. And I'm certain that there are plenty of people who do want that, right? Within the ranks of the Democratic Party, they're just bad at their jobs. Then I think that they are running from a place of fear. They're always running scared. They're always terrified of their opposition. They always allow the opposition to flood the market with whatever kind of like nonsensical positions that they invent, that they concoct in a laboratory half the time at a think tank, right? And then they always run defense. And they're always running defense in territory that is more beneficial for the Republican Party. Running defense on the issue of immigration and adopting the right-wing framing on the issue of immigration, you're cooked. You're cooked. Like I've said before, it's like, you know, instead of playing one-on-one basketball with LeBron, you decide to, I don't know, play chess. Like on the one hand, you got a grandmaster in chess. On the other hand, you have the grandmaster of basketball, LeBron James, and the Republican Party being the grandmaster of chess is like, I dictate the terms. We're playing chess. We're not playing basketball. It doesn't make sense. Just fucking play basketball. Why the fuck would you play chess? You're LeBron James.
the voting population has and feels the most responsibility. This is where campaigns spend the most money, and this is where the campaign's successes or failures are really reflected, and where data and feedback is most valuable. So that's where I'm going to focus most of my analysis on. And when you focus the analysis on the 7 battleground states, you start to see some really interesting features. In 2024, there were 7 battleground states: North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, and Wisconsin. Kamala Harris lost all of them. However, the narrative that I presented a second ago about her flawed campaign, that voters stayed home because she ran too far to the right and didn't support Palestine, that she didn't run on any policies, etc., That doesn't really hold up here because in 4 of the 7 swing states, Wisconsin, Georgia, North Carolina, and Nevada, Kamala Harris actually outdid Joe Biden in 2020. That's from small numbers. It's not like she outdid him by a whole lot. But considering that Joe Biden had 7 million more votes nationwide, the fact that Kamala Harris kept up with him in these 4 battleground states indicates that she wasn't doing nearly as bad as people are trying to say she was. And in the 3 states where she didn't outdo him, Michigan.
Okay. As far as especially Georgia, like if we're going to talk about Georgia, Joseph Robinette Brandon 2.4 million votes, Kamala Harris 2.5 million votes. The reality of the matter is this is because of changing demographics in the state of Georgia, okay? A lot of this can be a lot of this will be like actual demographic patterns shifting in the state of Georgia, population growth in general. Okay? As far as North Carolina goes, these are areas that they like very openly and very actively targeted. The problem is none of these areas were the areas where they were supposed to none of these areas were the areas that were supposed to fucking put up numbers. The real numbers were supposed to come from the blue wall. They're hyper focused on North Carolina, especially where she did outperform Joe Biden and still lost. You're scrambling FD guy your number? No. No. Hyper focusing on these other states when your battleground states that are going to get you the victory, being the blue wall, was a mistake. Wisconsin being one of the examples. And even then, when they hyper focused on the blue wall states, okay, they did a horrible job at it. Look at this. Like, what do you mean? Like, trying to fucking tap undecideds, independents, and moderate Republicans is just like failing spectacularly to do so. Of course you were going to lose. I don't understand what FD's argument here is. Like, is he just saying that Trump is simply too popular to beat? Is he saying that? Is he? I don't fully understand what his argument is here. Like,
that she wasn't doing nearly as bad as people are trying to say she was. And in the 3 states where she didn't outdo him, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Arizona, she got within around 70,000 votes or less. So he didn't blow her out there either. Now, you may still feel that Kamala's campaign was bad because you don't like her politics or tactics on a specific personal level. And I would agree with all of those opinions. However, that doesn't mean her campaign was ineffective. The numbers say that it was. The difference is in Trump and some of the specific voter bases that he was able to pull in those same states, as well as specific voters that did not show up for Harris, that showed up for Biden. While all the criticisms that you probably have of Harris and her campaign are true, I still think the results are more consistent with this country's deep-rooted misogyny and racism. I know people don't like that.
Yeah, the reason why I don't like this argument is because the solution to this argument literally is never run a black woman ever again. And I disagree with that on principle. Never run a woman of color ever again is not a good solution to this. And I do agree that like racism and misogyny always is going to factor into it. This is something that I talked to Estet about as well. If you recall, and something that FD also brought forward originally, which is the idea that, no matter what Kamala Harris said or did, she was going to be considered woke. She's a black woman from Oakland, okay? A black woman from California. Of course, she was too woke for a lot of people because they were not even considering anything. When you stand for nothing, seemingly, okay, people will make their minds up about what you stand for. And this is a major problem with the Democrats. They get bullied relentlessly and mercilessly. They get written out. That's the reason why, while Americans are on board with progressive policies, as long as it's a faceless, lifeless ballot initiative not attached to the Democratic Party, people vote for it overwhelmingly. But the moment that you put a Democrat on in charge of, defending said policy, people go, ugh, I don't want that. It's gross. The Democrats have a Riz problem. I think where FD loses some ground in his analysis that it wasn't an unknown. The numbers projected this months ago. We knew she was keeping up with Trump, but that wasn't enough. We knew this. Her deciding to continue this campaign is a campaign decision. Exactly. This is something that I pointed to time and time again throughout the campaign. Months leading up to the election, Kamala Harris would come out and spend like $30 million in one of these specific markets, right? And it wouldn't even fucking move. It wouldn't even move her polling in the direction that was necessary for her to secure a victory. And I kept saying, like, what are we doing? I mean, it's clear that the message is not working if you're pumping, if you're flooding the TV markets in Pennsylvania and the suburbs and whatnot. Like, it's obvious that the message is not working. You got to change the message. Central Committee says she lost the election in the industrial cities in the Rust Belt because young people and black people had low enthusiasm. We saw it coming weeks before, at least you and I did. Look at his old post. Is he saying that black people and young people hate black women? Make it make sense? No, I think he's talking about. I mean, I do think that there is definitely still a shit ton of people who were not on board with her for her being a black woman, like people that otherwise might have voted for her that stayed home because she's a black woman, for sure. I mean, it's automatically correct. But you're also you're not wrong when you point to this. Like, there wasn't enthusiasm at the end of the day. There wasn't enough enthusiasm from a lot of working class individuals for the Democratic Party, just like there wasn't a lot of enthusiasm, in my opinion, from a lot of these blue wall states, from the normal constituencies that the Democratic Party relies on.
So let me address some of the common arguments that I've seen against this take. So one of the main things I've seen is that Kamala lost because of abstainers and third-party voters, most of which who had the genocide in Palestine as a deal breaker. All that said, very little data points to those people having a significant effect.
Yeah, they didn't. Kamala Harris lost by wider margins than like third-party votes would go in her favor. And not only that, but also third-party votes are not to be taken for granted. There's the automatic assumption. Yeah, nothing signals. Ogre Boy says nothing signals to people worried about the Middle East, like glazing the architect of the Iraq War while on your campaign tour. Like, this was a massively consequential decision, in my opinion. It was because you have a finite amount in your truncated campaign to basically craft a message to show America who you are and what you stand for. And that actually offers a wonderful opportunity, especially when you're Kamala Harris and you're basically a fucking blank sheet of paper, right? And instead of using that opportunity to just like fucking put forward a bold declarative agenda that is going to address a lot of the issues that people are experiencing, going along on this like, I'm right wing, I want a muscular border policy, I'm the top cop, all this shit was not great. I think they did think, well, Kamala Harris is a black woman, she's younger than Joe Biden, so a lot of the normal constituencies that go out and vote for the Democratic Party will come out and vote for her regardless, and that didn't happen. They just, many of them stayed home. And it's crazy because like a lot of people have written off Gaza, for example, from the equation, or falsely attribute just the third party momentum, which was lackluster. It was nowhere near where it was supposed to be. And say, oh, well, people went and voted for the third party, but they didn't vote for the third party by large enough margins. Clearly, Gaza's not an issue. Like, no, there's a shit ton of people who just didn't vote. There are a shit ton of people who just didn't vote because that was an issue for them. Okay? Straight up. And if the election is won in the Electoral College, there were plenty of people that if you had a different attitude on Gaza, if you had a different way to communicate and truly show that you were going to change trajectory on Gaza in comparison to Joe Biden, who was horrifyingly unpopular on this issue, yeah, those people could have been brought into the fold. Those people could have come out and voted for you. You cast them aside, and that's part of the reason why you lost. It's not the most consequential reason. There's no singular, like, silver bullet here, right? The elections are complicated. There is no one thing like, oh, if you do this and then you win. I don't agree with that. Sometimes I think even in my commentary, people hear parts of my analysis and they agree with it. So they think like, no, this is the singular policy. But whenever I talk about Gaza specifically, whenever I talk about Gaza specifically, I'm referencing the polls that I saw leading up to the election for months. And how many people openly came out and said, like, yo, this is important to me. And it wasn't this like sectarian fight either. It wasn't this sectarian only Arabs or only Muslims care about Gaza shit either. There was a lot of people across the board that I think would have been more enthused to go out and vote for Kamala Harris, at least according to the polls that showed that she would get at least like a 2-point boost in 7 of the swing states, that the 7 of the battleground states. Yeah, there were. This is a Hasanabi head who made this. Here are the 34 polls that show a ceasefire and weapons embargo help Kamala win. Michigan is the blue wall state that swung the most against Harris in this election. It's very clear it had an effect. This is quite frankly an attempt by left liberal progressives that told you to just vote for Harris for harm reduction, trying to pretend that it wasn't a bad strategy to win. If Harris had separated herself from Biden on Gaza and other issues, she would have been more likely to win. I agree. I think she always had a tough road ahead. She had a truncated campaign. She was attached to the hip to a historically unpopular incumbent. You are not going to fucking win an election like that. It's very difficult. It's an uphill battle no matter what. She's running for president in a country that is historically misogynistic and racist, running against a guy who is also misogynistic and racist himself. So all of these are issues, but just like when I tell a short man or an incel that they need to swing they need to recognize the issues that they have in the dating marketplace and work against those weaknesses, the structural hurdles that are placed upon them. I'm telling the Kamala Harris campaign this entire time, these are the realities that you are aware of. Work against them. Okay? Just be taller or you're an incel? No. The dichotomy is short king or a manlet. You never want to be a manlet. You always want to be a short king. There are plenty of short kings out there. The difference is confidence. The difference is the way you carry yourself. I love my short kings. You know this. As a tall lit, I am an advocate for the taller side, okay? People like me have had it far too good for far too long. All right? I'm a class traitor for the talls. Against the talls. The Taliban? I'm a height trader. Yep, I am. But yeah, when you don't have a lot of leeway, and you know that the deck is stacked against you, you can't be making mistakes. And their whole campaign was a fucking mistake.
Prominent third-party candidate left to Kamala who did not support the genocide was Jill Stein. And in no swing state did Stein get even a full 1% of the vote. In Wisconsin and Georgia, she didn't even come in third. I know some truly principled leftists actually voted for Donald Trump in protests, which, okay. But I seriously doubt that was enough to really make the difference here to put the loss on Stein and protest voters. You could argue that more principled anti-genocide voters just stayed home, but that would clash with the aforementioned fact that turnout was up in swing states. Stein did her best in Michigan, where there is a large Muslim population, where there was also a well-organized effort against the Harris campaign because of her response to the genocide. But even in Michigan, if you add all of Stein's votes to Kamala's, she would still lose. This is important to point out for a few reasons, but for the moment, I really wanted to sink in with liberals and moderates who have went full mask off online with their vitriol towards the people of Palestine and the anti-genocide movement. In the days and weeks after the election, many on social media pointed at Palestinians and their supporters as the cause of Harris's loss, and it was gross and abhorrent to witness. People posted videos of them going to Starbucks, which, by the way, Starbucks was never actually involved in any boycott related to Palestine. That's just a significant marker of how uninformed a lot of us are online, myself included. But regardless of whether or not Starbucks was a part of the anti-Palestine movement, the fact that people were going there explicitly to spite Palestinians, that shit is whack. That shit is fucked up. All you should be ashamed of yourselves. People argued, well, these folks are just angry and they should be allowed to vent their anger and express their emotions without being judged. And sure, maybe, but in that regard, where is that same empathy for Palestinians who are actively being bombed right now? Of all the things that came out of the election, this was the most disappointing to me because I genuinely expected better. And in some situations, I don't know why I did. But I'll come back to this. Another thing that people point out is that certain progressive ballot measures won in states that Kamala lost. For example, in Arizona and Nevada, they established a state right to abortion. This even won in the deep red state of Missouri. And in these particular situations, progressive ballot measures won big time, sometimes getting more votes than Trump and Harris in a particular state. So this would be a good argument against the misogyny and racism issue if you don't actually understand the difference between progressive politics and progressive policies. Many people will point out that progressive policies like universal health care, gun control, abortion, all tend to be popular issues that most of the nation agrees upon. The problem there is how these issues are seen, if they're connected to or in any way can be seen as supporting of.
Yeah, this is my, you know, this is a certified Hasanabi take as well. Okay. I always say this. Progressive policy is popular, but unfortunately, people who, you know, carry themselves as progressive politicians are not as popular as the policies themselves.
Black people who are seen as undeserving. Whenever an issue is connected to black people in this country, white people will vote against that issue essentially out of spite. Right now, they're trying to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which is known to white people, a specific type of white people, as Obamacare. These are people that will literally lose their health care if Obamacare is repealed, but because it has the name Obama on it, they do not care, or they don't care enough to actually know what will happen to them. And we've seen this historically in America. The easiest example comes from the history of programs such as the New Deal or the GI Bill. Both of these programs provided massive subsidies, social welfare, and handouts to predominantly white people across the country, enabling the largest growth of the middle class in modern history, but only for white people, as both of these programs were greatly impossible to access for African Americans. And when people started even hinting at the idea that African Americans should start to benefit from these programs, public opinion on these programs changed. People started looking at them as welfare and handouts to the undeserving. And all these programs saw drastic cuts in subsequent years. White Americans were fine with cutting off their own well-being if it meant that black Americans were cut off too. There's an old saying that a white man will shit in his own pants just to make a black man smell it. Moving on. Split ticket wins for Democrats in Senate and governorship seats don't prove anything regarding Kamala Harris's candidacy and campaign. One of the more frustrating arguments I've encountered is people saying that you can't call it racism or sexism because Ilhan Omar won her election in Michigan, or these two other black women won in Maryland and Delaware. Further, Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, and North Carolina had Senate or gubernatorial victories for Democrats, but those states did not go for Kamala Harris. How can you call it racism and sexism when other black women and other Democrats were supported in situations where Kamala was not? Again, this sounds like a sound argument until you go back to look at the data of what actually happened. The first one is easy. Ilhan Omar is a House representative of Minnesota's 5th District, a deep blue district in a state that, again,
everybody calm down, okay? Yeah, it's Ilhan, but it's fine.
Hasn't voted for a Republican for president since 1968, meaning that Kamala still won it in 2024. You can't compare Ilhan to Kamala because once Ilhan Omar won her primary, her re-election was basically a formality. There was already a world of support for her against any Republican opponent. She won with less than 300,000 votes. There's no comparing these two races on scale alone, let alone the fact that that was an easy mode win for both of them. The same can be said for the black women that ran as Democrats in Delaware and Maryland. In any situation where you're in a deep blue state, just like I explained with the Electoral College a second ago, you pretty much know who's always going to be in power in that state based off that population. Of black people elected as senators in the United States, historically, the only Democrat to win in a non-deep blue state is Raphael Warnock here in Georgia. And that's partially because he's here in Georgia. Things are changing here. The rest are either black Republicans or winning in states like Illinois, New Jersey, California, etc. And again, neither of these black women, Lisa Blunt Rochester in Maryland or Angela Alsor Brooks in Delaware, won their seats in non-deep blue states. Not to take anything away from those sisters, it's just not the same level of difficulty or scrutiny that Harris faced as president. So what about Tommy Baldwin in Wisconsin or Jackie Rosa in Nevada, two swing states that were victories for Democrats? Surely this indicates something uniquely bad about Kamala and her campaign strategy. But again, not from the data, from the way I see it. In both of those states, Kamala Harris got more votes than the senatorial candidates. She even got more votes in Michigan than Erica Slotson, who won a Senate seat there, where she had the most resistance from the left and from Muslim protesters. She did get literally a few hundred votes less than Tommy Baldwin in Wisconsin, and it does look like she won't get more votes than Ruben Gallo in Arizona, who seems like he's going to win that seat. And she also didn't beat the incumbent Democratic governor of North Carolina, but there's some very significant reasons why that was always going to be a blowout.
Yeah, no, that was... I don't think you can make analysis off of like gubernatorial races, even if they're on the same ballot. You know, I've described this many times over. It's like, not only was Mark Robinson fucking insane, but I would go so far as say the Mark Robinson election is similar to the Gallego one. You know what I mean? Where it's like these people were placed against like really uniquely bad and uniquely weak candidates that were riddled with scandal, and they didn't have the same level of like riz or national prominence that Donald Trump had. Like their opposition didn't. And I think despite that, you still can't look at a gubernatorial race regardless. Plenty of examples of right-wing states, deep right states with blue governors, and plenty of deep blue states with right-wing governors. Like look at Vermont, look at Kentucky. Right? Vermont is a right-wing governor, despite being a deep blue state, and Kentucky has a liberal governor, despite being a deep red state. So people, I think, have a very different approach to their governor. They see it as like they don't care about like party loyalty as much. It's not uncommon to have that happen.
Beat the incumbent Democratic governor of North Carolina, but there's some very significant reasons why that was always going to be a blowout win for the Dems there. But overall, in these other high-stakes elections, it doesn't point to a unique rejection of Kamala by her voter base for any reason that would align with some of the criticism I mentioned earlier. In fact, almost all of those candidates ran with the same type of policies that Kamala did. Overall, she did great in the swing states, and had she just won the states where she did outdo Joe Biden, she would be the president right now. But she didn't, because Donald Trump significantly outdid his own performance from 4 years ago. And once we get into those numbers, it forces us to face some really hard realities. So let's return to those Senate races in Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona, and especially Pennsylvania, because they also tell us some other things once you look at the numbers. The voter results in these races, to me, point to the most important detail about what really happened in this election. Again, Kamala lost all of these states, but outside of Pennsylvania and Arizona, she outdid Biden's performance. Further, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona were Senate wins for Democrats. This means that not only did Trump win these states, not only did he outdo Biden's numbers in most of them in 2020, but he also outdid his own Republican running mates in these same states, because Trump would win the state, but Democrats would win the Senate. And the gaps here are pretty significant margins. As of writing, in Wisconsin, Trump got 1,697,769 votes and won the state. The Republican senatorial candidate got 1,641,181 votes, a significant but not so wide margin akin to how Kamala did in similar situations. In Michigan, Trump got 2,814,316 votes. The Republican candidate got 2,691,621 votes, a pretty significant gap. In Arizona, Trump got 1,764,862 votes. The Republican candidate got 1,591,318.
Yeah. Sean the Black says, so if Trump captured non-voters while Kamala didn't, it's not a campaign issue. That's what I'm saying. If you draw turnout from low and mid propensity voters and that secures you an electoral W, then yeah, it's a campaign failure. It's a communications failure. It is an ideological failure from the tippy top of the Democratic establishment. The very fact that there was even any sort of question that Donald Trump could potentially win the popular vote, and I kept repeating this over and over again throughout the campaign, and everyone was like, I don't know about that, man. That's crazy. Like, that, to me, spells chaos for the future of the Democratic Party at a time when the Republican Party should be in a state of disarray.
18 votes, again, another significant gap. In Nevada, Trump got 751,205 votes. The Republican candidate there got 677,046 votes, a significant gap considering the size of the state. And in Pennsylvania, the one place where a Republican actually won their race on a split ticket, Trump got 3,538,989 votes, and the Republican senatorial candidate got 3,395,274 votes. Again, a large gap in a state where the Republican actually won. This pattern is replete nationwide with Trump in solid red states. There were millions of people nationwide that went into a voting booth on election day with no interest in voting for any other candidate on their ballot other than Donald Trump. They checked one box and then turned their ballot in. Now, this isn't something that never happens. Federal elections always have higher turnout, but it's significant to see the scale at which the nation, or more explicitly, people in these swing states, showed up for the old racist, adulterous, treasonous, rapist felon, as opposed to the black woman district attorney who branded herself as a cop. So who are these people? You already fucking know. Like, why? Well, I shouldn't have to make this fucking video. The data I've seen indicates that there are white men in the suburbs and rural areas. I even had Nicholas Nameless help me out by doing a spreadsheet of all the counties in these swing states just to make sure this was true. NBC's exit polls also show that among white voters in key states, Kamala lost marginally suburban voters and significantly rural voters. These are almost categorically white voters, which correlates to her vote numbers amongst whites. In those key battleground states, she only got 37% of white men and 45% of white women. When you look at the proportion of the vote she got in those areas compared to Biden, they shrink in almost every situation, which meant that Trump got to run up the score, which meant that even though she got close in many of those states, she could.
Yeah. So this is where we both agree with one another, but I guess maybe disagree with the solution here. Because, like, we agree that, yes, white men, not exactly the best politics, right? Especially if their educational attainment is, is at a high school level, right? The reality of the matter is that's the board. That's the game. You can't change the rules of the game midway through. You just get, that's it. A Democrat, a liberal, and not saying FD is one, but a liberal looks at that and goes, we got to be more racist. I look at that and go, we got to offer them shit. Okay? One side is at least recognizing the anger and frustration that they have and constantly pulling on it and saying, you're mad because black people have a seat at the table. You're mad because trans people exist. You're mad because the Democrats only care about these people. Okay? And the Democrats look to that and turn around and say, yeah, they're kind of right, actually. Oopsie, we got caught. We do care a lot about trans people, but no, we don't anymore. I promise. Okay? I promise we don't care about these people any longer. And it's like, that doesn't change anything. The Republicans already dominate that space. They already have captured their attention. They've already fucking used their anger and weaponized it against minorities. That's why they keep winning over these people. What you're supposed to do is go, nah, that's a distraction. Here's what your real problems are. I'm gonna fucking fix that shit. You know? You can't validate the right-wing position that is that comes from a place of anger and resentment and frustration and is used as a mechanism of distraction and deflection while they still rob you blind, while they still pick your pockets.
Couldn't get over the hump. There's so much talk about, how Trump gained with Latino voters, including Latino men. And there was a ton still of stupid and erroneous talk about Kamala losing black men, which is frustrating because I've been saying how that's bullshit for years now. And anyone who understands politics knows that that wasn't going to happen. If there's one silver lining to the failure of this election, is that it might finally put the rest of that talking point among a lot of people, specifically black women. In an interesting turn of events, Asian women actually voted more for Trump than Kamala, which is not true for Asian men. I'll let you come up with your own conclusions there, or maybe don't bother. Don't bother to even bother the Asian women or the Latino men or the black men. Do not waste your time. Because at the end of the day, white people make up 75% of America's electorate. And no Democratic candidate has won the white vote since Lyndon B. Johnson in 1968. The Democratic presidents that have won since then have won with a strong showing amongst whites and an even stronger showing amongst minorities. That is how they win the election. It's never the will of the white people of this country to allow a Democrat to be president, not in the last almost 60 years. I don't understand how what I'm saying here is controversial. If you are...
It's not. I mean, he's right. That's why I think Kamala Harris was wrong. I think the reason why I think Kamala Harris was wrong was because she weirdly enough thought like she could, capture the attention of the white vote for some fucking odd reason. And did that by parading the fucking Cheneys around when white people don't fuck with the Cheneys either. They don't fuck with the Cheneys. They hate Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney's approval ratings were fucking dog shit by the time he got out of office. They remember him as the architect of the Iraq War, understandably, because he was. Americans have moved on. They hate the Iraq War. They think it sucks. Donald Trump won, presenting himself as anti-Iraq war and portraying Hillary Clinton as a pro-war candidate in 2016.
trying to understand the political reality of the United States of America, then all you're really doing is trying to understand the politics of what motivates white people to vote and be politically active. And I can only guess as to why a large portion of 76 million people who are white voted for Donald Trump. But more significantly, why in those swing states that won him the election, where he got more votes than his Republican counterparts by a wide margin from people who are not politically engaged, I can only assume that they felt something specific for Donald Trump that they didn't feel for Kamala Harris. And considering that this is a president who accused Haitian immigrants of eating people's pets and is threatening to use the American military on American soil to contribute to mass deportation, I don't know what motivated the motherfuckers at all. You tell me. If you can't tell, I'm really frustrated with how people are so dismissive of the role that racism and misogyny played here. Trump made incremental gains with almost every minority category.
I think this is the reason why people are dismissive of racism as well. He's not wrong. Of course, racism played a role. Like, of course, that's the only thing they have. But my point is, if the Democrats don't actually present an argument that the Republicans have to oppose, then they're going to run the table with racism. They're going to hit that vein over and over again. That's their one. They're going to keep spamming. Okay. They're going to keep spamming racism. You have to give them something to fight against. And the Democrats and their refusal to give the Republicans something to fight against is part of the reason why the racism button works so well. It's part of the reason why the trans shit even is like somewhat effective, even though it's not, right? Like it's not a thing that was a demonstrable success in the election, but a lot of Democrats seem to think so because they're like, oh, they made us look silly. They made us look bad. They made us look terrible. They made us look like we only care about the one policy that we care about is like doing bottom surgery on undocumented migrants or whatever the fuck. And it's like, that would never be a point of contention if you had a bold declarative agenda that is something that the Republicans have to present themselves as against.
I want to point that out, right? Black men, black women, Latinos, Asians, and so many other folks, small gains for Trump. That probably is significant in terms of the margins for which he won. But for the most part, in those swing states where Kamala did nearly as well or better than Biden, the big change here is that her voter base in suburban and rural areas actually drops compared to Biden. The percentage difference between Trump versus Biden and Trump versus Harris in rural and suburban counties widens. Harris only doesn't get blown out because she was able to turn out large numbers of voters in urban areas, aka black people and white liberals, the same voter base that many on the left are accusing of her not inspiring. Now, of course, I would argue that those voters are probably more inspired to vote against Trump than to vote for Kamala. I know that's what it was like with Biden. But again, we're talking about the difference between a bad campaign and an effective one. And the only difference between her and Biden on paper is her skin color and her sex organs. Is there a version of Kamala's campaign where she ran as a change candidate promised?
I don't even fully agree with this. Like, she had benefits on that front too. She was younger than Biden. So I think like, while yes, her being a black woman as opposed to Biden being a white man, was definitely consequential, but her being younger and more vibrant and able to communicate was a benefit. Also, Biden would have lost harder than Kamala Harris. Age doesn't matter as much. No, with Biden, it did. It became the only thing that mattered, I think.
Universal health care and to save the environment and give stimulus packages to workers that wins her the election? Maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. But when you look at the exit poll data, 92% of voters that voted for Trump said Kamala was too extreme as a leftist. They called her a communist even as she ran a center-right campaign.
It's because, once again, if you have no North Star that you can point to in terms of easily identifiable policies, okay, bold, universal policies, then you can be made a mockery. You can turn into a clown by your opposition. This is a major problem with the Democratic Party's attitude whenever they run scared. That's it. That's it. Oh, Kamala Harris is a communist. She's too fucking radical or whatever. Okay. Missouri voted to increase minimum wage by to $15 an hour, and emergency leave, or paid emergency, paid family leave. Missouri also voted to enshrine abortion protections in their state constitution. And then they went and voted for Donald Trump. How the fuck does that work? How does that work? The notion that like America is like unimaginably conservative is silly. It's just they hate the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party are not good at associating themselves with specific policies that are popular. They're too afraid of saying, this is what we stand for. Okay? Universality works. One of Kamala Harris's most successful policies was one that she kind of dropped after the Tony West change in the campaign. And Mark Cuban started showing his fucking ugly ass face around the campaign over and over again, talking about how great it is that Kamala Harris is going to be great for the fucking billionaires and whatever, and great for the economy. And that was price gougers. She said she's going to go after price gougers. That shit was sitting at 83%. When it first got unveiled, it was at like 79% approval rating. And after a month of attacks from the Republican Party saying it's Venezuela, saying it's bad, that shit was sitting at 83%. And the Democrats were like, never mind. We're just not going to touch this, actually. This is terrible. This is too good for us. We shouldn't keep pushing that. How do you make this? How do you look at this and go, yeah, this wasn't the mistake of the Democratic Party? You know?
I said earlier about people not actually believing the things that black women say or do, only attributing them a set of woke features. No one in this election ran on policies. Trump said on the debate stage when they asked him about repealing Obamacare, which some Trump voters didn't even know was the same thing as the Affordable Care Act, that he had thoughts of a plan. He doesn't, of course. No Republicans have a plan to replace Obamacare, but they know that talking about replacing Obamacare gets those people in their base to vote. What are they voting for?
There's truth to this for sure. Republicans don't know what the fuck they're voting for. They literally, when the impact of the legislative agenda is brought forward to them, they just don't believe it. They're like, nah, that's not what I'm voting for. Yeah. The thing is, I think this race kind of showed that, yes, Americans are definitely racist. They're bigoted. They're misogynistic, right? But like, Americans are suffering. They're experiencing economic hardships, and if you present whatever you want as the solution to said economic hardship, they'll be on board. Now, if there's already an underlying, there's already a resilient underlying white supremacist attitude, Republicans can look to that and go, yeah, you're suffering economic hardships. Oh, housing market is fucked up. Don't worry, we're going to deport 20 million migrants. It's going to fix it. Oh, the cost of groceries is too high. We're going to deport 20 million migrants. It's going to fix it. Nobody even asked the second question of like how that's going to actually solve the problem, but it doesn't even matter. They just say we're going to deport 20 million migrants and it's going to fix it. They attach right-wing, white nativist, anti-immigrant policies and the fear of the other to the economic problems that people are facing. If the Democrats turn around and have no answer for that, if they don't run around and say, hey, listen, this deportation shit is actually ass. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? These are your neighbors. We're going to humanize them and actively campaign year round, okay, against this very obvious thing that the Republicans are going to spam over and over again. It's not like they didn't communicate that they were anti-migrant and Democrats got caught with their pants down. They knew that this is the one thing that they're going to constantly hit on because they never stopped hitting on it. If the Democrats had actually said, like, no, we see you, we hear you, prices are fucked up, we're going to fix it, We're going to fix it by going after price gougers. We're going to use the federal regulatory bodies to go after fucking price gougers, to go after corporations and the billionaires and the wealthy that have fucked you over time and time again. I think that that message would resonate with voters. Okay? It has resonated with voters. That's part of the reason why a lot of these cynical assholes in the Republican Party are now shifting in the direction of slight populism. Okay? They do that fake kind of left-wing populism, but in reality, they don't give a shit. But Kamala Harris was like, no, this is the opportunity economy. We're going to give startups $50,000 in tax cuts. It's like, I felt like I was losing my mind.
It's not policies. In some blind surveys on policies, when people got the issues based solely on what the person was going to do, these studies found that people prefer Harris's policies over Trump's almost categorically. Again, you can't tell me that Trump voters were inspired by his policies compared to Kamala's. There's no evidence that points to that. Harris did not run on some serious woke agenda. She didn't talk about race or gender hardly at all. She ducked the conversation around trans people, talked about strong borders, didn't mention the police violence or racism basically at all. She approved fracking, yet liberal pundits are trying to say she was too left and too woke anyway. So God forbid she may have actually ran a populist campaign on change like Bernie did and talk about those things that are important to her base, because she probably would have gotten even worse. But if she were Bernie, if she were a heterosexual white man, I'm confident she'd have won with exactly the same campaign strategy of not really saying much, because again, that's what Biden did in 2020.
No, I don't agree, because Biden would have fucking lost by wider margins to Donald Trump. That's why he had to drop out. So this is where I actually disagree with FD Signifier vehemently, because there's a reason why Biden had to drop out, right? This election cycle. We're not even talking about 2020, because in 2020 he won. I mean, it's a bubble ring. Okay, I'm sorry, no disrespect to my goat, LaGod James, but like it was the COVID bubble. Okay, it was a Mickey Mouse ring for Joe Biden, like. Straight up. It was a Mickey Mouse ring. It was a bubble ring. You know, he did not have numbers on the board like Legoat did. Okay. Legoat, it doesn't matter. He would have won it nonetheless. Yeah. The internal polling was looking like Biden was going to lose New York. Okay. It's not even a thing. Like, it's not even. Oh, I mean, this doesn't make any sense.
I want to be clear. I'm not saying that racism and misogyny are the only reason she lost. When you look at the info that we have, you recognize that she lost white voters, that many white voters stayed home, and that she did well in swing states despite not having policies, and that hundreds of thousands of voters showed up in swing states explicitly to vote for Donald Trump, who also didn't have policies. She even won independents. I was surprised at that. That was something that was not true early on in the election data, but in the aftermath of the election, she won independent voters. But those people that wanted what Donald Trump was selling, they came through for him, and they didn't come through for Kamala. I'm a researcher by trade, but I'm not a quantitative guy. I didn't do the most rigorous analysis here. I didn't run any regression tables. I welcome those of you who have that skill set to come and look at what I've looked at and come to your own conclusion. I hope that I'm wrong, to be honest. I wish we lived in a world where American voters cared so much about Palestine that they stayed home. I wish we had a voting population in this country that cared so much about policy details that they weren't inspired to vote for a candidate who provided none. But nothing in the data points to this. And I think we on the left need to get that through our skulls. Considering everything I've shown you here, I'm genuinely asking you in the comments, please, for my own sake, for everyone's sake, find a better explanation than racism and misogyny that actually makes sense. I'm begging you to prove me wrong with something more than willful ignorance and vibes, because the data points.
I mean, it's dog shit policies. Like, I think Kamala Harris is not a particularly charismatic individual. And I think on top of, you either have to have like, you know, ultra instinct charisma to make it work and to be able to like make shitty third way neoliberalism come across sexy, which is very difficult to begin with. Or you have to be like, Bernie Sanders is not a particularly charismatic individual at all, but he's earnest. He's able to communicate honesty, right? And on top of that, he has great policies, popular policies. Kamala Harris had neither. She was not particularly charismatic. And on top of that, she was running the most dog shit third way neoliberalism agenda. Nah, Bernie is super charismatic. It's the accent. Yeah, okay, you're out of your mind. You also can't compare Trump not having real policies to Harris having half-ass policies. Progressives don't come out of half-ass policies or no policies. No. Donald Trump did come out with bullshit policies. But the problem is he at least pointed to the issues over and over again. He hammered it over and over again. The issues that people were experiencing. He was able to deflect the attention, divert the attention, but he was able to basically channel the anger that people were feeling, channel the frustrations that people were feeling. And then he would just go, you're angry. You're right to be angry. You know why you should be angry? Immigrants. What is this? One Dime had a take on this. The idea that policy and economic conditions played zero role in Trump's victory and that Kamala Harris lost mainly because of racism and sexism and such cope is a narrative that neither is accurate or productive. It's very one-dimensional narrative that implicitly makes people so nihilistic that they abandon the working class because they're supposedly too white and reactionary. I agree. That's the other aspect of this, because you're not going to ever win. It almost loops around back to the Democratic Party's position, which is that, like, we're not woke. We're too woke. The Democrats are too woke to win elections, right? I don't think, by the way, this is an FD signifier's position. FD signifier does not say that, like, it played zero role at all. But I think ultimately I look to the game, I look to the election, I look to the way that Donald Trump won and how he won, and I see two options here. Either the American whites are just far too gone and impossible to fucking convince, and they are they're intrinsically evil and white supremacist, right? And it's impossible to ever convince them to vote for the Democratic Party unless you also become like evil and white supremacist to a certain degree, which is, of course, been a demonstrable failure, right? Or you have to try something different. Try something that the Democrats haven't really done, which is go out and push for bold, universal policies that help, universal policies that help everybody, including the white working class. Recognize the anxieties that they feel and try to desperately claw them back from the grips of white supremacist thinking.
Thanks to Trump uniquely motivating a specific type of voter that shows up only for him, only for his unique brand of racist, sexist, authoritarian posturing. He gets rural America voting in a way they traditionally do not. Trump could have...
Yeah, I mean, AMLO and Claudio Sheinbaum is right there. Mexican society is not more progressive across the board than America, right? They're not. Mexico has real problems with femicide. This is a real issue. And yet they voted for a Jewish woman in a 98% Catholic nation by wider margins that they'd voted for the old white guy that came before her. And there's a reason for that. There is a reason for that, and that is because AMLO expanded social safety nets, expanded the welfare state, and also very openly communicated that he was doing that over and over again. He was not afraid of calling out his enemies, right? And it's not like he was it's not like he was a what do you call it? Particularly woke, or it's not like he was it's not like he was like a fucking card carrying socialist either, right? He's not. But it didn't matter. You improve people's material conditions and they will never forget it.
actually beating Obama in '08. There's people like memeing like Obama's gonna come back in 2028 or whatever because Trump's gonna try to run for a third term. He's going to beat Obama too if we don't fix the actual core issue that this country's dealing with. So I'm sorry if I'm heated and I'm coming off like hot to anyone, but to me, it's absurd that we're tossing out this explanation when it's the only one that actually tells us where we are as a country. There's a video from Innuendo Studios I like to talk about in these situations called There's Always a Bigger Fish. And it's to me one of the more important political videos on this platform if you want to understand what motivates the conservative mind. In this video, he argues that the embarrassed millionaire thing is inaccurate. I know a lot of people are saying conservatives vote for Republicans because they think they're going to be rich. And there's all these people that are like, Trump represents the lifestyle and ideology that I want to have, even though I work at Foot Locker and make less than $30,000 a year. He makes an argument that that's not really what it is. He argues instead that conservatives fight for power for other conservatives, not because they think that they'll be powerful one day, but because they feel like the people who have that power are supposed to have it. And they feel like people who naturally don't have power should never have it because they haven't earned it. And somehow those who do have power did earn it. And this is why Trump can get away with saying that he started from a small loan of $1 million and had so many conservatives be okay with that. And this is what Trump presents to the world, this populist strongman figure that puts everyone in their place and cannot be controlled or held accountable in any way. This is why he had to say the previous election was stolen. And even as he faced charges and was convicted on some of these charges, it doesn't make a difference. It's why his assassination attempt was a huge deal for him. And the media and everyone else just keeps letting him get away with it. No matter how dumb he looks, no matter how little some of the things he says make sense, it doesn't matter because he's Donald Trump and he can get away with it. But you know who doesn't get away with anything in America ever? Black people. Especially black women. No group is more required to know their place and know their lack of worth in this country than black women. The double standards for women become quadruple standards for black women. Beyonce didn't even get nominated for a country music award. What the hell made you think that we were going to elect a black woman as president of the whole country, even in 2024? I'm sure you can pull out some surveys that say more left-leaning people would have voted for her if she endorsed a ceasefire or ran a more left-wing campaign. And of course, her decision to campaign with Liz Cheney and all the other
I don't even personally think that like it's about left-wing candidates left-wing voters. Like this is also in part our failure to communicate on the left. Like I don't think Tim Walz is a socialist champion. Okay? I think that Tim Walz did a really good job in Minnesota by utilizing the one seat majority that they had in the state Senate to push for a lot of legislative changes in the state that impacted people's lives in a positive way, right? These policies might have been portrayed as radical, but it didn't matter because Republicans want to feed children too. Like they also benefit from these policies. And they start recognizing that these policies are good. So I think like the left-right dynamic here, or the woke, not woke dynamic, or progressive dynamic is not completely accurate. These are policies that are beneficial for every American. You know? That's it. It doesn't matter. Even if you don't vote for the Democratic Party, I think ultimately the goal should be to improve everyone's lives. If he's conceding that she never could have won, why isn't he way more pissed that she was a candidate to begin with? I think there's like somewhat of a stink associated with progressivism. That's the other side of this. Like a lot of people consider it to be a lot of people consider it to be like a electoral anvil on people's necks because most people don't understand it. They think it's like tied to liberalism, and people fucking hate liberalism, even if they are themselves liberal. Like Republicans, they love liberalism. They do it all the goddamn time. It's monoculture. They just do it with a reactionary slant. A more reactionary slant than the Democratic Party's voters.
Other bullshit wasn't good. And I want to again be clear. Kamala wasn't that great of a candidate to begin with. In 2020, she was the first candidate to drop out. Do y'all remember that? For 4 years as vice president, she didn't do much to impress or inspire. And if the Democrats had a primary this time around, she probably would have lost to Amy Klobuchar or her own running mate, Tim Walz, or likely the next Democratic winner, if you want to put money on it, the American Psycho himself, Gavin Newsom. All of this is true.
I think Gavin Newsom gets comstered. I mean, it entirely depends. I think if the Democratic Party still go for like a Pete Buttigieg or a Gavin Newsom or a Josh Shapiro, especially Gavin Newsom, oh my God. I think if they do any of these guys, okay, but especially Gavin Newsom with that California stink on him too, unless the Republican Party has a direct line of lineage, like a successor, that they somehow develop. And I don't know if that's JD Vance, honestly, because he's patently unlikable. I don't know. Like the Republican, make no mistake, there is a holistic problem with the Republican Party as well. They're relying on Donald Trump's telegenic riz far too much. They tried to put an establishment figure that represented Trumpian politics and failed spectacularly. Ron DeSantis, right? They are kind of in their Obama era right now. In the same way that the Democratic Party was in its Obama wave from 2008 onward, and were never really able to recreate that same charisma. And that's part of the reason why they keep losing. I think the Republican Party is going to experience a similar problem unless they find like a way out of this. I've said this a million times. Donald Trump is Obama for white people, like a specific kind of white person, if you know what I mean.
But that's not what happened. What happened is she ran and she almost won 4 swing states, and she lost because Trump brought out his squad. And his squad are rural Americans greatly unified behind some very, very specific interests. The reason I bothered to do this work is because I really need those to the right of me to stop blaming the far left for this loss. The numbers show we didn't do much. You're showing your own true colors with the way you're responding to this loss. You're proving everything we say about you to be true by pointing the finger at Palestinians, Latinos, and black men instead of some of your own cousins and husbands who have the real.
What is going on in this screen here, bro? Academics crashes out on Kendrick Lamar on stream. What is this chaotic ass first picture here? Kamala Harris, Kendrick Lamar, Donald Trump, me in a dress, Destiny. What the fuck is this? What the fuck's this man looking at? Is this his goon folder? Why does he look like he's gooning too? He's like, oops, my goon folder leaked.
Real impact here. We barely had any impact at all. I also need those to my left to get a reality check because we barely had any impact at all. We are much further from our goals than many online like to believe. I'd argue that much of our behavior online, from the infighting to the purity testing to the constant engagement with rage bait, is a core reason why we're not nearly as far along as we think we are. We're chasing the feeling of winning something, anything, and getting it with mean tweets and comments while nothing is actually getting done outside of our screens. This isn't everyone to my left. You know who you are, but it's some of you, and you know who you are too. This election's results are beholding to the same massive forces that American politics have always been beholden to. White supremacist patriarchy in its varied and most subtle forms. Again, if you don't see the role that racism and misogyny played in this situation, I invite you to present your best argument in the comments. But then after that, tell me what you're doing next. One of the reasons I voted for Kamala is because I wanted to avoid making a video like this, because I knew as soon as she started losing that I was probably going to have to make something like this. Because while Kamala represents a horrible status quo that I've been talking about from jump, again, be clear where I stand. To me, there's value in not resetting the meta of what resistance looks like to the institutions that both Trump and Harris really work for. I might be wrong about this. This is not a hill I'll die on. In fact, if you look at like the person that Trump just appointed as his borders are, that same guy that people are crying about worked for Barack Obama. Like, people that say that you can't compare the two, you're lying to yourselves. But anyway, in the aftermath of this election, the whole game has been reset. We're putting effort into settling down foaming at the mouth liberals who are going full mask off with Zionism, imperialism. We're also dealing with charged up conservatives preparing for the Christo-fascist regime that Trump is trying to put in place. Resources that may have went to further resistance for Palestine are going to be used to fight under the Muslim ban here in the United States. Bad immigrant policy that we already had is going to be leveled up to militarized mass deportation. And this isn't even getting into the drastic changes that will likely face LGBTQ people and especially trans people going forward. And I'm not saying all this to prepare for a future I told you so, because at the end of the day, Kamala and the Democratic Party deserve exactly what they get. They are bad for all the reasons we know them to be bad. And all the things we're complaining about are exactly why they're bad. So they deserve it, but we don't. So what are you going to do about it? After you leave your comment of approval or your comment of disapproval, what are you going to do next? What meeting do you have on your calendar? Have you reached out to your neighbors to see who you could coalition build with? Are you capable of protecting yourself or others?
I've been on his side and said he was right. Y'all white ass couldn't see why he's right. Isn't this just blaming everyone except liberals? I mean, he's blaming the Democratic Party, I think. Like, the only issue I had with it was that go back, he soft calls you out. I think the only issue I had with his analysis was when he was talking about like Joe Biden would have won almost, like, or Joe Biden would have performed better than Kamala Harris, but like that wasn't correct. I think Joe Biden had to drop out because he was spectacularly bad because how old he was. And not only that, but also I just don't I mean, I think that it was bad campaigning overall, which I don't even think FD disagrees with. Like, I don't think FD disagrees with the fact that like policies played a role. I think I guess the disagreements that we kind of have are like how much of a factor Kamala's race and sex plays. I do think that it certainly played a role, of course. But I think that you can overcome those odds, and a good politician should be able to overcome those odds. And the only way to overcome those odds is with charisma. And more importantly than that is with good policies. Because Kamala Harris was aware that racism played a formative role in the mindset of Americans, right? That's why she never did that Hillary Clinton style, like, I'm a woman and you have to vote for me shit. You know what I mean? She knew. And maybe even focused a little bit too much on the whites in the suburbs because of that, where she was like, oh, well, it's because I'm a black woman. They're never going to like me. So I have to do my very best to like get them to like me so that we can win.
This isn't everyone to my left. You know who you are.
This is not even a soft call out, man. What the fuck are you guys talking about? You guys are so silly.
And you know who you are too. This election's results are beholding to the same massive forces that American politics have always been beholden to. White supremacist patriarchy in its varied and most subtle forms. Again, if you don't see the role that racism and misogyny played in this situation, I invite you to present your best argument in the comments. But then after that, tell me what you're doing next. One of the reasons I voted for Kamala is because I wanted to avoid making a video like this, because I knew as soon as she started losing that I was probably going to have to make something like this. Because while Kamala represents a horrible status quo that I've been talking about from jump, again, be clear where I stand. To me, there's value in not resetting the meta of what resistance looks like to the institutions that both Trump and Harris really work for. I might be wrong about this. This is not a hill I'll die on. In fact, if you look at like the person that Trump just appointed as his borders are, that same guy that people are crying about worked for Barack Obama. Like, people that say that you can't compare the two, you're lying to yourselves. But anyway, in the aftermath of this election, the whole game has been reset. We're putting effort into settling down foaming at the mouth liberals who are going full mask off with Zionism, imperialism. We're also dealing with charged up conservatives preparing for the Christo-fascist regime that Trump is trying to put in place. Resources that may have went to further resistance for Palestine are going to be used to fight under the Muslim ban here in the United States. Bad immigrant policy that we already had is going to be leveled up to militarized mass deportation. And this isn't even getting into the drastic changes that will likely face LGBTQ people and especially trans people going forward. And I'm not saying all this to prepare for a future I told you so, because at the end of the day, Kamala and the Democratic Party deserve exactly what they get. They are bad for all the reasons we know them to be bad. And all the things we're complaining about are exactly why they're bad. So they deserve it, but we don't. So what are you going to do about it? After you leave your comment of approval or your comment of disapproval, what are you going to do next? What meeting do you have on your calendar? Have you reached out to your neighbors to see who you can coalition build with? Are you capable of protecting yourself or others? What are you doing besides watching my videos? I don't know what should be done next. I'm just a creative. I'm not a leader or an organizer. I'm barely affiliated myself. But I will tell you, regardless of what you think of this video's thesis and me, now that the election is over, neither of those things are all that important. Whatever work you are doing or planning to do while supporting or resisting a Kamala Harris presidency, you should be doing the same exact thing under Trump. You need to wrangle whatever loose threads you have developed from this, get over whatever it is that you're needing to get over, and get back to work in whatever way you can. So in support of that, the pinned comment of this video will be used as a place to list organizing opportunities and networks of support. Please be responsible, as this is a Google platform that is public. None of this is secure, but if you have a safe way to share an org that you want to support and pull people into, please list them there, contact info for them, location, etc. in that pinned comment. Please put nothing else in that comment because I don't want it to get bogged down with debate. Feel free to broaden that discussion elsewhere in the comments, or if you're still not with me in my explanation, explain why. Again, I hope I hope I look stupid. I hope this video ages really poorly because I'm just so fucking wrong about American politics. Please show me how I'm wrong. For what it's worth, I'm praying for everyone to win regardless. That's all I got for today, y'all. No sponsor for this one. Peace, I'm out.
I agree with FD Signifier that that racism plays a major role in this stuff in elections. I don't disagree with that at all. I think disagreeing with that would be disagreeing with reality. I just think that the way to overcome bigotry, the intersectionality of bigotry, you have to have a fucking universal, bold agenda of change that addresses with honesty and earnesty the many problems that, white working class Americans as well as Americans of every background are experiencing. This is why I always stress the importance of universality, because I'm always like, listen, like black people are not magical, mystical beings. Trans people are not magical, mystical beings that are not that are not impacted by market conditions, In some ways, I think the Democratic Party has so successfully created this narrative that they weaponize against Bernie Sanders, for example, with cynical identity politics, where they were like, oh, Bernie is bad on black issues because he doesn't talk about criminal justice enough. It's like, first of all, he does. And secondly, not only does Bernie talk about that, but he also talks about other issues that are other issues that are genuinely impactful for everyone. Like when Bernie's talking about universal health care, if black people are disproportionately fucked over by the current healthcare system, given the economic conditions that black people are facing in this country, then universal health care helps black people too. It disproportionately helps black people, as a matter of fact. That's it. As long as you're not fucking running around and being like, yeah, no, we're gonna do universal healthcare except for black people, in the way that FDR carved out, specific subsects of the American working class in the New Deal era, in the OG New Deal. As long as you don't do that, then it's great. And Democrats have cynically countered against that position, have cynically painted themselves as like, no, you can only be woke and an advocate for social justice if you're like if you're channeling hyper specific campaign promises. Anyway, I want to watch this Jimmy the Giant video about how he escaped the alt-right. And apparently, he actually gives a shout out to Destiny in here somewhere, but I still want to watch it.
It is brought to you by Squarespace. Yes, my brothers, my brodies, my woadies. I'm going to do another one of these little talk to cams. You might have noticed, through some of my videos, I officially joined the woke brigade. It's unfortunate, I didn't really want to, but I'm going to talk how we got here. My political arc has been pretty insane. At one point, I was in a Nico Malama video supporting Trump. That's me. I'll admit it. Blurry boy.
Trauma Reporters UK. I'm here. Look at my hat. I love Donald Trump.
So today we're going to talk about how I managed to escape the alt-right pipeline.
Up yours, woke moralists. How big is Luton?
It's 200,000 population.
And how many mosques?
45.
There will never be peace on this earth so long as we have this book. It's a violent and cursed book.
Attacks on mosques. Other minority communities singled out. Wanton violence alongside racist rhetoric.
Seems Jimmy the Giant was a real Brexit geezer. What the fuck happened? What the fuck happened, Jimmy? You were on the right side of history, mate. Lad! You were a proper bloke. A proper Brexit geezer. The woke got you, eh?
When I was a young gangster, a YG, I was a little bruh, right? A little bruh. I'm about 13 years old.
And this motherfucker looked like JonTron.
We're invited into school. It was mandatory, we weren't invited. And we had to do a speech. So, my mate goes up and he does the history of Chelsea Football Club. A girl goes up and she does about horse riding. I go up with my little thumb drive, plug it in, 9/11. So I basically proceed to radicalize a classroom of young, impressionable 13-year-olds as to why the American government did 9/11.
Who do you believe was behind 9/11?
Criminal elements of the military-industrial complex, the same ones that staged Gulf of Tonkin, the same ones that staged the mass shootings of Operation Gladio.
Right.
Ooh.
I was in this kind of like early conspiracy theory bubble. But what I want to say is it was interesting, right? Because at that time, being a conspiracy theorist wasn't left and right. It was just anti-establishment. And so whilst I was listening to Alex Jones, I'd also be listening to the Young Turks and listening about Occupy Wall Street. So when I was young, I was just a sort of contrarian hipster. I'm not like a communist, but I'm definitely not a capitalist, and I'm definitely left-wing, and I definitely voted to remain in the EU referendum. And so time goes by, I grow up, and I remember I got, I had a few jobs working like fucking Sainsbury's or B&Q, and that was further fueling my sort of anti-capitalist feelings. But I remember I got one job, and I met this geezer, and he was a proper right-winger.
Capitalism is good because capitalism is freedom. Socialism is bad because socialism is tyranny.
It was like a right-winger in the flesh. I'd never seen one before. I was like, what the fuck hell is this? Capitalism good? Welfare state bad? NHS bad? But you see, although I deeply disagreed with all of his views at the beginning, you gotta remember 13-year-old contrarian Jimmy. He's still in there somewhere. And what he's hearing is contrarian views, you say. Anti-establishment, non-mainstream. Little old hipster Jimmy lapped up this sort of right-wing rhetoric because I realized it was different to everyone else, and that would make me interesting if I believed all these things, right? And like when I say right-wing, it's not, we don't like foreigners. It's stuff like this.
The people who get on welfare lose their human independence and feeling of dignity. They become subject to the dictates and whims of their welfare.
It's really funny because the presentation of this stuff is considered anti-establishment, but it is the most establishment you can get. That's what's hilarious about it. When you have a guy like Milton Friedman being portrayed as an anti-establishment figure, like I'm not, shitting on current Jimmy, right? But I'm saying that, like, there are a lot of people who probably have had this exact same experience where they think liberalism is woke video games or whatever the fuck, right? And it's anti-establishment to be conservative because everything is liberal and woke video games. When this guy is the most established right-winger you can get, like as established as you can get. His worldview is the neoliberal uniparty. Like, people, this is it. He is I mean, yeah, he was a Reagan advisor personally. His writings, his academic literature played a formative role in undermining the global South. It does not get more establishment than that. Just like it doesn't get more like your dad's point of view than Ben Shapiro.
Fair supervisor who can tell them whether they can live here or there, whether they may put in a telephone, what they may do with their lives. They're treated like children.
So now I'm at the doors of the alt-right pipeline, right? I pick up my hat with the light, turn the torch on, grab my pickaxe, and I head in. And the first stop is Jordan Peterson.
And then if I'd said to you, please, I'd rather go by she, how would you respond to that on a personal level? How would you...
The way I have responded to that, because I've had a number of conversations with transgendered individuals, is that I use whatever pronoun seems to go along with the persona that they're projecting publicly.
How can I describe the fact that someone who was once a woman, and really still is, had her breasts cut off because she, he, they, their, them had fallen prey to a viciously harmful fad?
So bear in mind, I didn't go to university. I went and just tried to make little businesses. I did a parkour brand, I ran a vegan food store, I did lots of little things. And very importantly, I was not academic.
This motherfucker was all over the place, bro, politically.
Jordan Peterson, to young Jimmy, sounded like how I imagine smart people sound.
So even if you do happen to be that avatar of moral purity that you claim implicitly, the probability that you'd get to act out your goodness in relationship to those possessed by your ideology is zero.
He would use big words, he would do this with his hands, he would think and contemplate. Like, he was the sort of caricature of a smart person. And it was very interesting because all of his views tended to be quite contrarian.
I think there's something really interesting about this. Especially if Destiny played a formative role in him escaping the alt-right pipeline. What this man doesn't recognize is that he went from one, contrarian figurehead to the other who also falsely presents themselves as like an intellectual giant. Ultimately, though, I will say it's marginally better, I guess, as long as he doesn't pick up on a lot of the other habits, like advocating for white people's right to say the N-word or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Or constantly fucking spending time and effort on shitting on left-wing people, or, getting a little too close and personal with neo-Nazis and white nationalists.
Two sort of mainstream views. And he would, again, like my friend, he would talk about the benefits of capitalism. He would talk about natural hierarchies and that it wasn't capitalism's fault for hierarchies, but hierarchies are natural. And so it's very interesting because if you think about what Jordan Peterson is and what he thinks and his words now, back in 2016, it was very different, right?
As a matter of respect, in fact, would you refer to a trans person who asked you to use they, them pronouns, a pronoun which has a several hundred-year historical...
But that's not what we're talking about.
He rises to fame on what he is portraying as a free speech battle. The Canadian government are trying to make it so that if you say the wrong pronouns to a transgender person, you will go to jail. And Jordan Peterson never says something like, I don't...
By the way, that's not even true. I think we always forget to factor in how much of right-wing sentiment is just a lie. and how effective just simply lying from a biased perspective is. I know he doesn't have these opinions, by the way. Now, I'm saying that, like, I'm talking to old Jimmy, right? Old Jimmy the Giant, Jimmy the Little, before he became Jimmy the Giant. It's pretty interesting that an expansion of pre-existing hate crime statutes factored in misgendering, like intentional and deliberate routine misgendering, got so much pickup all around the planet, and it got so bad that the Canadian Bar Association had to basically write out statements over and over again, being like, "This is not true. Like what Jordan Peterson is saying is just a lie," and nobody cared. Everyone got swept away.
Don't believe in trans people, and so I don't believe I should say their pronouns. He's not saying that people who do transgender surgeries are butchers. He is saying that by law, I shouldn't be forced to say anything.
Difference between saying that there's something you can't say and saying that there are things that you have to say. And I regard these made-up pronouns, all of them, as the neologisms of radical PC authoritarians.
As I grew up, I kind of realized he misrepresented this bill and he was blowing things out of proportion. But if we just take it on face value and believe what he was saying, then yeah, it seemed illogical to oppose what he was saying. And so whilst I'm going through Jordan Peterson's books, his podcasts, his speeches, etc., I'm getting this feeling that there's this sort of crazy, indoctrinated Marxist left who are trying to suppress your freedom and usher in communism. And so all this is happening all the way in Canada where no one gives a fuck about. But what about here in Britain, right? In Britain, we have a sort of similar scenario. And it involves a man, a very controversial man, by the name of Tommy Robinson. Before we go any further, I want to give a massive shout out to today's sponsor, Squarespace. Squarespace is undoubtedly the best, I'm not kidding, the best platform when it comes to making websites. Beautiful websites, ones that are perfectly tailored to you. With their new design intelligence, which combines the newest AI technology, plus their years of understanding and crafting beautiful website templates, you can now literally type in prompts to the AI and it will create a bespoke website to you and your brand. As well as that, their payment system. So if you're selling goods online and people, maybe you have customers all around the world, Squarespace takes so many different types of payments, it's now easier than ever. From Klarna to ACH Direct Debit, Apple Pay, and you can even do buy now, pay later with Afterpay and Clear.
Wait, what is this? Hard to understand Wagwan with Jank. My Steelman take is maybe he's big braining to influence Trump by pandering. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think this guy likes me that much. I think we see the world in very similar ways, but I think he's been primed into not liking me too much, but maybe it'll change. We'll see.
And also, the laborious job of writing product descriptions got a whole world easier with Squarespace's Blueprint AI. You can just bang in a prompt, it will shoot out some text, you can tweak it and change it, and it will save you time and it's very good quality.
Oh shit. Fuck. Oh, fucking hell, mate. Fucking hell, Jimmy. Seems reasonable and open-minded, so never say never. Oh yeah, no, for sure. I think that he has a really good message overall, and I like it. And I'm gonna. He's followed too many debate lords over time. That doesn't matter. A lot of people, I think, arrive at certain conclusions about the world, and whichever way they get there, I don't really fault them for it. It's great as long as they're like moving away from right-wing reactionary thinking. He retweeted you recently and loves Owen Jones. Oh, nice. Yeah. One thing I will say, he was talking about Jordan Peterson, right? And how Jordan Peterson's like rhetoric about I arrived at you through destiny, then washed in you. That's a crazy journey, my man. Holy shit. That's a wild journey. And I mean, there are people in here that fucking probably despised me because they were right wing, or probably despised me because I thought I was like a fucking bad person or whatever. There's plenty of people who make a lot of money presenting me as like a bad guy online professionally. So it is what it is. He's just tweeted about you. He's watching. Oh, hell yeah. Nice. I'm down to have him on. But if he's watching, I want to show him something. Okay? I wonder if he ever watched this video, because he said he was a fan of the Young Turks. And I wonder if he actually ended up watching this video called Jordan Peterson is not a conservative transphobe. This is from December 30th, 2018, right? And here's the thing. Back then, I understood that Jordan Peterson was a conservative transphobe. This is clickbait title, chat. And I wanted to get people exactly like Jimmy the Giant to click on this video and watch this video where I portrayed the exact same arguments that I have maintained for a very long time. Let's take a look.
That people, and I'm especially thinking of your opponents, get wrong about you.
Their basic proposition is that, first of all, that I'm a right-winger of some sort, and that's just not the case.
Hi guys, just want to remind you all that Jordan Peterson is not a socially conservative lifestyle guru, and he certainly isn't white Deepak Chopra taking advantage of men who feel alienated in our increasingly divided hell world. And you know what? In this short video essay, I will prove that to you. There are plenty of other things I'd love to talk about Peterson, but it would never fit in the format of just one video. So if you have any additional questions or tell me how much I suck, you can direct them to me directly at twitch.tv/Hasanabi, where I'm live every day, or on my Instagram at Piker, or my Twitter at Hasan the Hun. Damn, bro, I had 100,000 fucking followers on Twitter and 200,000 on Instagram back then. That's crazy. 5 years ago. All right, let's continue. Let's listen to some of the things Jordan Peterson said in this Breitbart exclusive from a conference where he was the guest speaker alongside many of these other non-ideologue individuals like Sebastian Gorka and Dennis Prager and Tucker Carlson. For the record, I was already shitting on Jordan Peterson being transphobic a long time ago, even far before this, because some of the clips that I pull out, some of the clips that I bring in here, right? This is, December 30th, 2018, okay? December 30th, 2018. It's 6 fucking years ago. But even before then, I kept trying to get people to understand that Jordan Peterson was just like faking the self-help nonsense to push for a lot of dangerous right-wing reactionary ideas, and he was doing so with genuine success. And a lot of people fucking hated me for it back then. Let's watch. Here he is with Charlie Kirk, Donald Trump Jr., Kimberly Guilfoyle, and even Jack Pizzagate Posobiec. Not a conservative, by the way. Just not a conservative.
I think it's partly also a consequence of the fact that we haven't adapted to the birth control pill yet. It was a major technological revolution, the birth control pill, and it's only been 50 years. And we haven't figured out what it means for women to have control over the reproductive function, or what the consequences what the consequences of that should be socially.
Now, Jordan has a lot of wacky ideas about women in the workplace, but that's for another video. In this video, I want to talk about his perspective on trans rights, because that's a big point of contention for a lot of people, including feminist liberal TERFs, or for those of you who are not extremely online, trans exclusionary radical feminists, basically people who say like this.
I'm not saying that people should not be allowed to go through that procedure. What I'm saying is it doesn't make them a woman.
But Hasan, you said he was conservative, and this person's a liberal, and they're in agreement. Yeah, that's also for another video. Okay, back to Peterson. Jordan Peterson initially made a name for himself by misrepresenting Bill C-16 in Canada, which expanded previous legislation on hate speech to include gender identity, in accordance with international human rights. And of course, the backlash was tremendous. People started praising Dr. Peterson as a brave truth teller, finally standing up against those trans bastards who dared to ask for equal rights. And of course, then there were a lot of radical ideologues who claimed that I, Dr. Jordan Peterson, was transphobic. They were all somehow taking me out of context. Look,
I'm not against trans people existing. I'm just against being compelled to call someone by a pronoun other than what I think they should be called.
Why are you against the use of alternate pronouns?
I'm against the use of legislation to determine what words that myself and other people are required to utter.
Except the Canadian Bar Association expressly mentions that this is simply a mischaracterization of the law, which is probably why 0 people have gone to jail over misgender crimes in Canada. But what do I know?
I think I've made my position on that clear already. Well, perhaps not to our audience at home who are just being introduced to this. Would you use alternate pronouns? And why not? Because I don't believe that other people have the right to determine what language I use, especially when it's backed by punitive legislation. And when the words that are being required are the constructions, they're artificial constructions of people I regard as radical ideologues whose viewpoint I do not share.
I mean, Peterson's being totally reasonable here, right? Like if a person told me their name was John, I might refuse to call them that because I think their name is actually Bart. Sorry, Bart, you can't compel me to call you anything else. This assignment is totally not arbitrary. Just like gender is totally not a social construct. All men have to express themselves in this traditionally masculine, Western sense, and I've never cared to research how other cultures view gender. Sorry, not going to do it. Someone with less bone density than myself, for example, who can't grow body hair, facial hair, who is 5'4", maybe has a higher pitch, is now going to be considered a woman since gender is absolutely binary. Take that, Jen Shapiro. She is pretty hot though. But speaking of gender identity and how it absolutely is not functional if we...
Dude, I've been running that Ben Shapiro bit for so long. It's crazy. I think I partially am the reason why he fucking grew that beard, bro. Like I kept saying he can't grow a beard, and I think that motherfucker started putting Rogaine on his face to try and grow a beard. Or maybe because they like invented Jen Shapiro in a fucking vacuum. In a vat, Brett Cooper. So then Ben was like, I have to look different than you know, the female version of myself.
If we were to live by Jordan Peterson's rules, let's play a little experiment. What pronouns would you use for this person? What pronouns would you use for this person? Well, how about this person? Or even this beautiful MAGA broad? Or this person whose YouTube channel you should absolutely watch because she's amazing even though she doesn't reply to my DMs on Twitter. Like, imagine meeting up with Valentina Sampaio at a restaurant. How would you point her out? Dr. Peterson claims he called them by the pronoun assigned to them at birth, which is literally insane. For those of you who didn't get the point that I was making, every single person I just showed you are very famous trans people. But yeah, this is totally about free speech and not because Jordan Peterson is a transphobe or whatever.
Do you think a trans woman is a woman?
No.
Oh, so that's why he was refusing to do that. I mean, this is a principled academic philosopher king. We're probably taking him out of context. I'm sure he has reasons. Give us your reasons, Dr. Peterson.
Why not?
Because I think that women are capable, generally speaking, of having babies, and they have female genitalia, and they have an XX chromosome, and I think the biological markers are relevant.
Okay.
Total bro tip. You should only follow pronouns if you pass. Yeah, for the record, you cynical little shit. Yes, I will address that as well in a second. Just wait for the rest of the video, okay? Before chirping. Yeah. No, this person is shitting on me, saying like, oh, classic reactionary thinking. You should only value someone's gender pronouns if they pass. No, man. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's good to fucking start the conversation. Especially considering that gender is a socially developed phenomenon. And it's a social construct. It's probably important to meet people where they're at, you know? Maybe that's precisely the reason why I do a decent job at converting people away from transphobia, and you just fucking come in here and enjoy the show and can, you know, be entertained and know that this is a safe space for you.
First off, Buck Angel has XX chromosomes and female genitalia, so I'd be hard-pressed for Dr. Peterson to point out to him in a crowd and try to get others to identify him as a woman since all of those standards apply to old Buck.
This opens up the conversation for people. This is not where the conversation ends, okay? I'm not like a trans medicalist or whatever the fuck. But this is a very good way to start the conversation for a lot of people. Passability is not the end all be all of being trans, okay? But shut the fuck up. I know better than you. I'm a cisgender heterosexual man who literally used to be transphobic. That's it. If your goal is to convert transphobic people to not be transphobic, then yeah, I'm the fucking king of knowing that, okay? Not only have I gone through this journey individually, but also simultaneously have been able to bring a lot of people on board with that lived experience. Get mad all you want. It's the truth. And it's kind of funny because like I literally am about to bring this part up as well in terms of passability not being the end all be all. Like it's coming. Yeah. Standpoint theory for transphobia. Exactly. I'm going to start living the fuck up, dude. Hey, it's called bodies and spaces. Okay. As a former transphobic person, I'm doing a bodies and spaces. You helped me evolve my understanding concerning transphobia as well. I know. This is why I always fucking tell people like, listen, if I'm talking about black issues, okay, and you're a black person, you're a black chatter, it's not for you. You're black. You already know. You already know this shit, okay? You live it. If I'm talking about trans issues, you're trans, you know this already. Okay? I'm talking to transphobes. I'm talking to fucking black, not black chatters, but white chatters who are anti-black racists. You know? So don't fucking come at me and be like, I don't really like the way you didn't utilize academic language. Anyway.
Also, are we no longer considering girls who haven't had their first periods women? What about women who have gone through menopause? Sorry, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, you're no longer a woman. I will be referring to you as a male now. Do you see my point? Socially speaking, the reality is that we make assumptions about gender from visual cues and not off of chromosomes. Yet the leading champion of the scientific argument constantly conflates biological gender with the contextual assignment of gender we apply socially every day. But even on the biological front, Peterson's principled analysis falls short since there are plenty of people who would be considered intersex, specifically 1.7% of the world's population. In context, by the way, if you want to say that, well, that's a tiny minority of people who gives a well, you're a douchebag. Also, that number is higher than the number of Jewish people on this planet. Okay, have you made it up to this point? Now, here are some personal opinions that I have that will most likely piss off some people who considered me an ally up to this point. So if you're deep into gender theory, this might upset you. And if you're a trans person, you might think I'm excusing transphobia. So there it is. I'm issuing a trigger warning. Are we alone yet? Okay, I get why this concept is terrifyingly alien to so many people, okay? This is partially due to centuries of oppression, lack of medical advances, the Nazis setting back trans research by centuries with their book burnings, and in this day and age, a lack of representation in media. I get it. It's already difficult enough to defend your worldview on things that you barely understand, like complex political theories, but changing your mind on something as concrete as gender that you've been conditioned into thinking about in a binary way requires tremendous amounts of introspection. So here is my olive branch to those who haven't had to think about this until now. Trans women are women, and trans men are men. So while I understand that your only introduction to trans folk has probably been hysterical college freshmen on YouTube compilations screaming at your intellectual daddy, there's more to it than that. There are plenty of brilliant trans men and women who are more informed on this subject than myself, and I highly suggest you take a look at their work, especially ones that immediately come to mind right now are ContraPoints, and I already mentioned her in the video. And my esteemed moderator is Twitch at twitch.tv. Going to TYT. UID Network is now available on.
So, bring back the breakdown for the TikTok era. Yeah. My point is, my arguments haven't really changed. You're so much more articulate when you aren't in front of the scrutiny machine. Oh, you mean chatters? You mean chat? A sea of conflicting opinions, all primed against me, constantly doing the same thing that they hate when my enemies, my ideological enemies, do it. Anyway, Like that one chatter who was fucking saying like, oh, you're doing transmedicalism, like implying that I was doing transmedicalism, and it's not like an effective starting point for a lot of people who genuinely think trans people are gross, weird, bad, whatever.
So be sure to head over to squarespace.com/Jimmy the Giant, and to get 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain, use the code Jimmy the Giant. Anyway, back to the video.
This the Quran around in your hand
book is
in
the
that
reason.
disgraceful manner.
This book
is outrageous.
This book is the reason we're in such a mess.
Tommy Robinson, the fucking ADL lad.
Boys, I'm not proud of this, but I'm just being an honest person. I'm trying to explain where I was at, how I got to where I was, and how I am where I am now. And so I come across Tommy Robinson in this period of time where he goes to jail for, as he's presenting it to the audience online, trying to report on Muslim grooming gangs. He goes to jail. And I see this as a suppression of journalism, a suppression of free speech by a tyrannical government.
With justice, do regret
You know, and I ignored the fact that it was contempt of court, and he knew exactly it was contempt of court, and he did it deliberately to provoke this reaction. But the way it was being presented was very clever. Again, it was all about free speech. It wasn't about the underlying issue of Islam, etc., but it was just about free speech. And so when you're already primed to be sort of libertarian, pro-free speech, and you're perceiving these attacks on free speech, you start to wonder, why are they attacking these people for their speech? And it unfortunately has this effect of making you think that the person is a truth teller and the government are trying to suppress them. And it reinforces your belief in what they're saying must have some truth to it, if they want to hide it so bad. And these people, these what I would now consider grifters, they know that. They know that that's the response and the feeling it's going to create in people. They want to be martyrs because then people will follow them even more ardently.
It's so important for the establishment because they know it beats the people. They know
Free Tommy Robinson and free him now.
Gert Wilders. Just the peanut gallery of some of the worst scumbags, dude. Holy shit.
And so, yeah, I go to like a rally, like a free speech rally when Tommy Robinson's about to go to jail, and I come across Nico, and I see Nico, and I've seen him online, and I saw how he was trying to present everyone that went to a Tommy Robinson rally as a racist. And I knew from my perspective, and knowing who I was, I knew I wasn't a racist. And so I go up to Nico and I tell the people around him that he's trolling you and he's trying to like make you look stupid online. And then Nico does...
Jimmy tweeted at me, he said, cheers for watching. I'm gonna have him on the stream if he wants to after we're done watching this video.
Misrepresent me in the video, and he says that I went up to the police and told them to get rid of Nico.
The police then came over and surprise, he started crying to them as well.
When in reality, I was actually saying to the police that Nico has his free speech, because, you know, I'm fucking obsessed with free speech in this period of time. I don't know why. I think it's the single most important thing on earth. But either way, like, as much as I disagree with myself for being at that rally and supporting Tommy Robinson in that time, I still stand by the fact that I don't think these people understood why people were presenting them as racist, right? And I just want to touch on that.
Tell me a Trump policy right now.
I support...
Fake, waffle. You're waffling, man. Yeah, answer the question.
I support his trade policy.
How dare you fake this? How dare you?
You know, now, from, you know, the view I have now, I understand there are sort of two types of racism. There's like overt racism, which is like, you know, I fucking hate migrants when you send them back, they're the worst. And then you have this kind of more like subconscious racism, or like in effect racism. And what I mean by that is, like, I knew I wasn't racist because I grew up...
Oh my God. This is literally, he's talking about the permission structure. Permissible bigotry versus that masquerades as common sense versus out and about racism that even racist people go, over. Now, the interesting part about this is something I talk about quite frequently, as you guys know. The interesting part about this also is that depending on where you're at on the reactionary spectrum, like going to a literal EDL rally, you could still assume that you're not a fucking racist person. And I think ultimately that's because no matter how much we yell at people and say society is racist or whatever, even racists understand that racism is bad. up to a certain point, which is why they always subconsciously or sometimes deliberately and consciously try to hide their true perspective. Some people might not even recognize that this is their true perspective. And I believe Jimmy when he says he didn't understand why people were saying he was racist. Like, I just care about free speech. That was the entry point for him. People making convincing arguments. People telling him like, oh no, this is common sense and this is free speech. And I think that there are a lot of people out there who are rudderless, who are fragile, who are vulnerable, and people like Jordan Peterson open up the floodgates and move them in the direction of the likes of Tommy Robinson. It's a perfect ideological journey. I mean, it's obvious. He went from watching Jordan Peterson videos and thinking that Jordan Peterson is not like right wing at all. He's just like some woke Canadian professor who is using neutral language, using objective language, and is just simply saying it like it is, to a guy like Tommy fucking Robinson. And Douglas Murray, I hate this piece of shit.
Very multiculturally. And I liked people of different races. I had lots of friendships with them and I got along with them very well. So I never in my heart felt anything bad towards people of different races. But what can happen from there is when you think you're like immune to racism, you sometimes are more susceptible to it in a way, but just a different type of racism. These grifters know they can't just say that, I don't know, black people are inferior genetically, although some of them have started doing that again. They've found sneakier ways of wrapping it, often by hiding behind culture. These pundits will lie and say stuff like 84% of grooming gangs are Asian Pakistani, which has been endlessly disproven. It is white people who make up the majority of grooming gangs. But all this misinformation can lead you to believe that their culture is inferior to ours, and therefore we can't mix. And with the Tommy Robinson thing, it's kind of the same when it comes to Islam, right? You didn't hate people for being like...
This guy's awesome. I love this video. Holy shit. Amazing.
Having brown skin, you were simply critiquing their ideology, their beliefs.
You wouldn't do that with
Sir William
Would you
Gladstone
do that with
said
the
that.
Bible? Show some respect.
Show some respect.
Show some respect.
Have you read this
for people?
Have you read this?
Piers Morgan, the fucking woke Quran defender, by the way. God, fucking Piers, man. What a fucking clown! What a fucking bellend! This is bellend on bellend violence, mate.
There are over a billion people.
So, you know, I'm listening to the greatest hits, right? I'm listening to Ben Shapiro debate some 12-year-old feminist. I'm listening to Jordan Peterson, Matt Walsh, I'm Joe Rogan till I fucking die. And I find myself accepting that I must be right-wing now. And, you know, little hipster Jimmy, that's cool because now I'm different to everyone. I'm the contrarian, right? I have all the different opinions. Oh no, the sky isn't blue. Actually, no, it's a shade of maroon. And like when you're listening to all this stuff, you get this sort of impression of the left. Like what you're perceiving the left to be like, basically the worst of the left.
You know you're a millennial when you question whether or not it's ethical to bring children into this world. Because of climate change. We don't really know whether or not the world's going to be habitable in 30 years.
And so you just get pushed further and further right from more of a reactionary position rather than some actual ideological and maybe academic understanding of economies and politics. It just sort of is a feeling. And it's so funny, like when Ben Shapiro and these sort of people get famous off of facts don't care about your feelings. But to be honest, like conservatives these days, it just seems to be mainly emotion. It's how they feel about topics.
That's, dude, perfect. No notes. And that's always been the case, by the way. Just so people understand. Conservative argumentation has never been around facts. Ben Shapiro actually marketed himself as like the facts-based champion. But I have hours upon hours of video dedicated specifically to how not facts-based Ben Shapiro's arguments are. Like, they've only been able to successfully market themselves as quote-unquote facts-based. But in fact, most of it is just, and this is unfortunately a common trait for all debate lords in general, debate lording online in an unstructured setup that doesn't have like points or whatever is simply who can rationalize logical fallacies faster and justify it. That's all debates devolve into. And I say this as someone who is also, you know, partaken in this. I have done it myself, and I still continue to do it myself because I understand like hypocrisy baiting and logical fallacies are actually a very quick way to win points in this conversation, to win people over to your side. But yeah, make no mistake. Republicans have never, ever fucking had facts on their side. They just haven't. They do, however, massage the data. They do a very good job of that, but lately they haven't even tried to massage the data because it doesn't really matter. There's no need for them to massage the data because there is a fucking faucet of right-wing media out there that just reinforces this false notion over and over and over again. And many people don't even fucking want the truth. There's no more intellectual curiosity. Okay? We've gotten to a point where people just want someone who agrees with them to tell them they're right. Okay? It's all fucking vibes based. Yeah. Like, yeah, they went from 1350 shit to simply saying blacks eat cats. Thank you. That's a fantastic example. 1350 still is not actually data. It's a false interpretation of data. We've talked about it quite a bit. 13% of black people cause 50% of crimes is the catch-all for that. It's FBI crime statistics, but specifically it's FBI arrest statistics that they're falsely claiming is, leading to convictions, when the only thing that the 1350 data actually shows is that, especially when paired up with additional data that you understand that the American criminal justice system actually over-prosecutes and over-arrests black people for the same proclivity to do crime as white people, that the 1350 statistic only shows that reality, which is that black people are prosecuted harder, black people get longer sentences, and more importantly, they are over-policed. So if you don't fully comprehend the data in and of itself, you could just say catch-all 1350. That's actually still cherry-picked, right? Having said that, however, now they've moved on from that. They don't even do the cherry-pick data shit no more. They just simply go, Haitians are eating cats. Black people eat cats and dogs. We have to deport them. Something to remember.
They hate when you bring up academic papers and actual facts, and they don't trust any of that.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
And ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
And either way, I find myself as a right-winger. I have not descended into overtly racist beliefs or overtly transphobic beliefs, misogynistic beliefs. I haven't gone that far, but I probably do house some sort of unconscious discriminatory beliefs in maybe trans people.
Bro, first of all, you're British. That's just given. It's just a part of the territory. Secondly, I think the very fact that you acknowledge that is an incredibly healthy step. Okay? Like awareness, self-awareness of this sort is so fucking good, dude. Holy shit. It's fantastic. And people will say, he's a right-winger. No, he used to be a former right-winger. And he's saying he still has some subconscious biases. Right? And it's great. It's fantastic to recognize that and work against them. You know what I mean? And learn and go on your journey of understanding the truth about the world.
People, perhaps even women to a degree, again, often wrapping their push for equality and better rights as some kind of Marxist revolution. But I believe in the typical sort of right-wing viewpoint that the state should be smaller, that people are responsible for themselves, and probably that like poor people are just lazy and they need to fix their own shit, and that billionaires and corporations are really good and like, you know, sort of, unless
He's saying that was his former position.
they're the ones that, I don't know, Russell Brand says is bad, and then all of a sudden they're bad because they're tied to, I don't know, George Soros. George Soros business, bad. Bill Gates business, bad. But Elon Musk buying Twitter, good. Very good. Anyway, I'm deep in the pipeline, right? I'm deep. COVID happens. Obviously, I don't get vaxxed. I don't wear the mask. I'm sorry if I killed anyone. And, you know, again, I regret that position now. I literally didn't want to get vaxxed, not because I thought it had 5G in it or something, but just because I was so sort of libertarian right wing that I didn't like the fact the government were telling me to do it. And like, I don't know, I'm here today, I'm vaccinated, and the woke police haven't come to my door yet, so probably I was overreacting.
Vaccine passports. While we've been looking in other directions, they are being slowly yet deliberately introduced. Are they the linchpin in a global surveillance network?
So you might be wondering, like, what was the moment? Like, when did it all change? When did the dam break? And there was a moment, right? And I can kind of point to it specifically. And it was through making my videos. Now, as you know, you guys are watching, you're probably really into all the social political stuff I do. But originally, I was a parkour YouTuber. And then I become like an extreme sports YouTuber. And when I got to the end of this period in 2022, I wanted to diversify my content, right? And I remember genuinely, I thought I was probably even going to make like those sort of right-wing documentary series, like things like Jen or like some of Moon's stuff, you know, that kind of thing. I thought I'd end up in that ilk. But you see, because I was a smart bruh and I could read the room, I knew that I could make a video why Jordan Peterson's the best man alive. I knew I had to take my time to kind of meander. So I made a video on a very specific topic.
Bro, this dude is literally talking about Tyler Hitler Vera's like origination point. It's kind of crazy. Like, he could have gone down the fucking Tyler Hitler Vera pipeline, you know? Crazy.
About chavs.
Clothing brands that you didn't like were called chav. Rough neighborhoods were considered chav infested. But what exactly is a chav? And most importantly, where did they all go?
And so I made this video. It's really interesting if you rewatch it, because my biases and all of my thinking going into this video is that chavs are bad because they were dickheads and they chose to be bad. But whilst making the video and wanting to address the question, like, where did chavs go? Why did they disappear? I stumbled across a geezer called Owen Jones.
That's crazy. Owen Jones. That's amazing that Owen Jones flipped him, dude. That's amazing. Wait, what? What happened to the audio? Wait, I can hear it. Why can't you guys hear it? Did my... You guys can hear this, right? Can you hear me? What the fuck? Chat, this is weird as fuck. Bro. When I play the video, OBS does not have sound. When I play the video, OBS does not show sound, but I can hear it. I can hear Owen Jones. What the fuck? But when I play music, when I play lo-fi hip-hop radio, you can hear it. And it shows. OBS also shows that there is sound. Look. But here, let me play the audio, and you guys will not believe me, but I can hear the audio. But OBS does not play the audio. Look. Look at the desktop audio.
I see Owen Jones and all of my... But you see it in the video. I'm like, look, guys.
Never mind. It was not worthwhile to even complain about it. All right. Well, it's just the Owen Jones bit that is very weird. That just shows that there is no... Just the Owen Jones bit in that video was just not being... was not being featured on my OBS for some fucking weird reason. I don't know why. But he just talks about chavs. It's fine. It's not that big of a
I'm
deal.
about to quote Owen Jones. I don't agree with him, but what he says about chavs is really interesting. You should probably listen to it.
Truly a war in the public sphere. The author and journalist Owen Jones, who I have to admit I don't really agree with him on a lot, he wrote an entire book called Chavs.
So I read it and I'm like, fuck, maybe chavs were like a product of their environment and their economic status. Bear in mind, this is the opposite. This is the antithesis of my view, is that I would have believed as a right-winger that cultures are just like people who make decisions to behave in...
Oh, shit. And that's when it clicks. Damn, we are victim to material circumstances. God damn, I need more of that good shit. Oh! What are chavs? Chavs are, they are like low-ranking white folk, basically. They are the hicks. They're the youth, British hogs. Well, gammons are British hogs as well. Council housing and violence, that's what chavs comes from. Yeah, they live in council housing, which is public housing in the UK. And they're poor. They're just poor white guys.
The way they want it. So these are bad people who are choosing to be bad. So after this video, I go down different rabbit holes. I'm making different subcultures. I do skin.
Brogain material, Brogain class consciousness. After he listened to one libtard defend his identity. I love that.
Heads, and I do football hooligans, which are both in a very interesting period of time, which is the Thatcher era. And the more I research into Thatcher...
Oh, to be fair, this also does make sense, because like, I think a lot of... It's really interesting when you see it, like a lot of the Reform Party people just like despise Thatcher and despise neoliberalism and don't even fucking understand that like it is continued through the Tories that they voted for over and over again. And then they got frustrated by it and they're like now looking for a right-wing reactionary movement outside of the Labour-Tory dynamic. So I think that I would say working class British people are definitely more class conscious than working class American people are. It's weird. But then also at the same time, like there is, it's less mystified. Class is less mystified, but also Tories have successfully been able to shit on the working class. Whereas in America, historically speaking, since the Thatcher era, like, they have lordships, right? In the UK, like they have people who are lords. They have something that transcends beyond Marxian class dynamics, where they literally have a monarchy, and they have remnants of said monarchy in the form of lordship, right? Like you literally have lords, and they're Tories. There are plenty of Tories, and even fucking Labour Party members as well, but like certainly a big chunk of Tories that are straight up a part of this old feudal dynamic. And on top of that, there is like open, overt disdain for the working class in the UK by, dare I say, liberal, neoliberal media outlets. And it's really interesting because the dynamic is very different in America, where there's no class consciousness. But that is precisely the reason why American right-wing politicians, especially from the Ronald Reagan era. Ronald Reagan is the Margaret Thatcher of America, by the way. Neoliberals. One is a Tory, the other one's a Republican. Ronald Reagan, on the other hand, while implementing the same exact policies as Thatcher, adjusted to American material conditions, was actually hamming up this working class bona fide, this working class background that he didn't quite necessarily have, even though he was, I guess technically, if you want to call it that, a labor leader. He was, the president of I think he was president of SAG, right? Is this before they SAG-AFTRA joined together? Anyway, whatever, it doesn't matter. He was a red baiting piece of shit and actually outed communists within SAG, but Screen Actors Guild, for those of you who don't know. But he basically portrayed himself as like this, as an actor, portrayed himself as a fake working class hero. Whereas In the UK, these guys were like, they're elite. They did not hide that they were elite. They said that they were elite, and the working poor suck shit. So the working poor that now actually identify as like Reform Party members, weirdly enough, still hate Margaret Thatcher, not realizing that Reform is a modified version of Margaret Thatcher. So they looped back around with reactionary politics and white identitarian principles, for example, the anti-immigrant shit. They looped back around into believing that like Reform demonstrates a change from these austerity politics of the neoliberal Tory past. It's very interesting. I literally wish you were being broadcasted the entirety of Britain right now. It's insane how the working class here think they have more in common with the Tories than immigrants or refugees. Yeah, except when I correctly predicted what would happen in the UK in the immediate aftermath of the Labour wipeout, right? Which was more so a fuck you to the 14 years of austerity or 16 years of austerity the Tories have demonstrated. And the incumbent disadvantage had gotten far, the global incumbency disadvantage that we saw in many of the Western world got to a point where it was impossible to reckon with. Many of the liberal Labour Party defenders in my comments were telling me, Hasan, you're out of your element. You just don't simply understand British politics. Turns out I was right. Will those people actually recognize that I was right? I don't know. We'll see. God, Labour Party fucking spear-dicking Jeremy Corbyn was the worst possible thing, the best possible thing for British fascism, and the worst possible thing for the future of Britland.
And see how she completely flipped this country on its head. She completely radicalized Britain into being extreme neoliberal capitalists. And it's kind of become just assumed that that's how the world has always worked. That's how we are. But then I discovered that at some point in society, we weren't fucking insane capitalists that we are right now. I've discovered this because there was a period of time called the post-war consensus, which I talk about fucking endlessly on this channel. But in that period of time, we followed a style of economics that was called Keynesianism.
This is, by the way, the British version of New Deal. This is the British New Deal Democrat era.
Which meant that the government's job was to make sure everyone was employed and to tax the wealthy at higher rates, use that money to build infrastructure that benefited the people. And
by the way, the shortcomings of Keynesian economics and the shortcomings of social democracy is that it inevitably opens up the floodgates because it is always going to simply extend capitalism, and that same dynamic, that same class dynamic that exists in capitalism, the inherent contradictions, are always going to create a society that is susceptible to the same economic factors, and inevitably the capital owners will overcome any sort of socially democratic changes that former governance has implemented. And this comes in the form of austerity. This comes in the form of clawing back social safety nets and rampant privatization, which creates instability, which creates economic volatility. And in that process, you arrive at the likes of the reform movement.
Bear in mind, you know, I'm listening to Donald Trump saying, make America great again, and everyone's harping on about how the world was better back in like the 60s and 50s. And then I find out the reason why it was better was because we had mass public investment. This investment led to the greatest economic boom in history, raised many of the working class into the middle class, which created a whole host of new industries, new products, basically, it was good shit. What we did then was good. And you know, you got to bear in mind that I am being told the only answer to life's problems is dog eat dog free market capitalism. Get the government out of everything. The government can do nothing right. Only the geniuses of commerce can do anything. Like,
it's funny because it's like these guys always go with the real capitalism hasn't worked. You know? How do you learn any of this shit? No, I don't know. I was just born with this information beamed into my dome. No, man, you just read.
Do anything. Like our water supply that has no piss and poo in it. Or like our really quick and definitely on time and affordable train system, or like our really affordable housing that people definitely aren't speculating on and shrinking the middle class.
Private water companies are dumping huge amounts of raw sewage in Britain's rivers and off its coastlines. They're doing so to save money, to ensure returns for shareholders, and by extension, to guarantee massive salaries for bosses at the top.
And so yeah, time's going past, man, and I'm learning this shit, and I'm like, fuck, and I'm starting to realise, like, I don't know if I believe all the things that I believe about right-wing politics, but I hadn't accepted it, right? I was becoming more and more distrustful. Things like this, right? 1 month I went on holiday.
What did you read to learn about the permission structure with racism? Okay, that was just observation. I don't think, or I'm sure things that I've read on it, things that I've read about like white supremacy here and there have played a role in this, but I think the permission structure, like the permissible boundaries of racist sentiment is just something that I've observed over the past 10 years of fucking, of existing in American politics.
To Thailand. I walk in a coffee shop and I see the most beautiful woman on earth who is now my wife, and she is Ukrainian. I go to Ukraine. Literally, during the war, I've been to Ukraine many times and I've experienced air raids. I've heard bombs go off.
There again, more attacks. Putin must be having a slow day.
All the while, I look on my phone at all the right-wingers talking about Ukraine, and they believe that Zelensky is like, I don't know, a blue-haired feminist or something.
I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation.
This is my favorite clip, dude. Ukraine is the greatest enemy of mankind. Oh, this clip, man. This clip lives in my mind. It's like right up there with the Vosh clip of Tacoma wept. It's so good. A big MMO content creator, Josh Strife, says you and the extreme left are responsible for political instability. He was a teacher in the UK before, and it's crazy how he doesn't understand the actual conservatives and fascists. Wait, what? Who the fuck is Josh Strife?
26.
The Josh Strife Hayes situation is crazy. This motherfucker said he made a video where he's referring to himself. Wait, what is he? Where does he bring me up? I would love to see this. I would love to see what he had to say. Another very famous clip is that doesn't work for me either. Steven Crowder yelling at his pregnant wife. That's an Asman orbiter that actually had beef years ago. Oh damn! I would love to hear what his takes are. God, gamers just so bad at politics. It's kind of shocking that he's like a teacher in the UK.
American Revolution at all.
Like the fact that you have a teacher in the UK saying this kind of shit is wild. Same shelf system. I know. We have so much in common. He's on the other side of room. Yeah, he's in my room. He's actually beaming this from my room.
Right now is Ukraine.
And they're trying to say that it's actually NATO, and NATO are the bad guys, and America's bad, even though we're pro-America.
Okay, well, I found one disagreement. I mean, I am not in the pro-Russia camp at all. I'm definitely in the fuck Vladimir Putin camp, but I also am not exactly fond of NATO either. So there it is. This makes sense as to why he would be maybe pro-Destiny. He really jumped on the fucking pro-NATO. Second disagreement is coming.
America is bad. And, you know, I'm learning more about the Ukrainian conflict and all the history of how it came to be and why we defend them and why we can't allow Russia to just go and take over sovereign nations. And so you learn more and more about this. But then there was two people I come across that really, like, cemented the change, right? So I'm becoming distrustful of the right. I'm starting to see, like, you know, their takes on Ukraine as being ridiculous. And then I come across a streamer. So right now we're deep in the sort of Andrew Tate era. Andrew Tate has blown up, and at first it was kind of, you know, it was kind of fun. It was like, especially if you're sort of a young right-wing libertarian type, you need to get strong to look after yourself, look after women, looking after the people you love. Like that sort of stuff was kind of nice. I started going to the gym, I started doing all that stuff. I was always sort of into the self-help stuff, so all that shit sounded good. And then he started to talk about women.
You want to know why NATO is bad? Remember everything I talked about with like right-wing movements, reactionary movements, fascist movements growing in Western Europe especially? That's NATO. Okay? That's it. NATO is a mechanism of enforcement of American empire. Okay? It's a protection racket. And Russia's militant actions in Ukraine, its unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine, is quite literally a perfect gift to NATO. That comment is too much, is it? It's too much if you don't know anything about NATO, if you don't know anything about the history of NATO. It's also pretty funny to come to a Turkish chatter stream who grew up in Turkey, who, directly understands NATO's involvement in his country in a similar fashion. Turkey is a NATO nation, and Turkey had its own version of Operation Gladio, which eviscerated, during the Cold War, which eviscerated any sort of left-wing movement in the country. So NATO was a very good way for America to come in and beef up all of the right-wing fascists in the aftermath of World War II that had died out and were getting absolutely owned, understandably, by the resistance groups, the partisans, the communists, the socialists, the trade unionists that actually had fought to liberate their own countries and fight against the Nazis. NATO comes in, immediately reasserts the dominance of fascist, right-wing militant groups, causes decades of instability, oftentimes direct acts of terror, bombing campaigns, things like that, paired up with the Marshall Plan. It recreates the exact same former right-wing dominance in a lot of these countries. Sometimes by directly utilizing Nazis, like in Western Europe. What's crazy is being anti-NATO was a mainstream left position in the West like a few decades ago. Modern SOCDEM NAFO freaks are like a recent invention. Yeah, I think part of it is because of Vladimir Putin's irredentist actions in Ukraine. I think that is a major role in this. A lot of people were like, what the fuck? This is completely unacceptable. And I think a lot of people, especially when they have like nascent Western chauvinist perspectives, see a bad guy that's a foreign adversary do bad shit, and they go, oh, we can feel good for once about something that we're doing at the global stage. Because as I've reiterated over and over again, Ukraine has a right to emancipation. They have every right to purge Russian invaders from their boundaries. It's a perfectly moral and justifiable act. The problem, however, is that America has no real interest in Ukrainian emancipation or to stop the pain or stop the bloodshed, and every interest in offloading their old weapons and basically picking apart formerly state-owned industries in Ukraine for pennies on the dollar with a massive loan scheme that they've created. Anyway.
To some degree, as a man, you have to instill drama in the relationship, because if you don't, she's going to get bored. No.
Lol, what left-wing movement was in Turkey that NATO crushed? You had destruction of the last caliphate because of hyper-nationalism law. Who would you consider the left-wing that NATO got rid within Turkey? Any sort of fucking Kurdish socialist movement, any sort of working-class movement was completely gutted by ultra-nationalist Nazi fucking Turkish freaks that are now in the governing coalition. What the fuck do you mean the caliphate? Hello? Why did Turkey play an important role in the Cold War against the USSR? I'm personally anti-NATO, but what are your thoughts on the approval rating of NATO being very high in countries on Russia's doorstep? Is 90% in Poland? Can't they just say the same? That like your anti-NATO sentiments are made from the comfort of your own home and away from the reaches of Russia? Yeah, of course they can say that. But I'm also saying that from the perspective of a person who also lived in a NATO country and understands its history, understands NATO's involvement in Turkish affairs. So it would be akin to talking to, I guess, like a Polish socialist or a Polish communist, I don't know, who might have a different perspective on NATO. I'm not saying that my perspective on NATO is commonly held by Turkish people, even though I think that Turkey is less fond of America than maybe Poland is. But there was a time in history where a lot of leftist European leaders were not exactly fond of NATO. Anti-NATO sentiment is really rare in Turkey, even for anti-US sentiments. Yeah, people will be anti-US, but then they'll be pro-NATO. Yeah, İncirlik and its effects on Turkish politics. Yep. Never forget, whenever Turkey does some shit, everyone's always like, whoa, that's crazy. I can't believe they're going against American imperialism. It's like they have nukes. We in Turkey have American nukes in a Turkish-American base. Okay? We have nukes. We have American nukes that we house in Turkey. Whenever people forget that reality and think like, Turkey's doing this, Turkey's doing that, they're going to be fucking really, they're really showing everybody what's what. It's like, yok ya, Proneto pek yok. Türkiye'de sorsan şaşırtıcı bir yüzdenin NATO'nun olduğuna haberi yoktur. Çok ciddiyim. Anti-NATO daha az tabii ama. Yeah, this Turkish chatter says there isn't like a pro-NATO attitude in Turkey because they just like don't even understand what NATO is. However, the anti-NATO coalition is even smaller than the people who would be like pro-NATO.
That's very true, man. And she's either going to leave or she will instill the drama, which gives her control.
Then you're seeing all these fresh and fit podcasts and Sneeko and all this crazy shit. And you're seeing like people making their entire livings.
The fall of the Ottoman Caliphate was worse for the world than 1989 sabotage of the USSR. This is the take I just came up with right now, listening for the last 3 minutes. Okay, first of all, you cooked. Okay, you cooked. And no notes. No notes on that. Okay, no notes. 1453, best year of my life. 1453. I'm kidding. Please don't take this seriously. People are going to clip this and be like, he's a fucking neo-Ottomanist. Yeah, sick man of Europe never had the vax. The vaccine for the sick man of Europe was the fucking winged hussars. God, the gates of Austria. My biggest nightmare. It could have been so good. Oh, what could have happened? Oh. Just not modernizing the military. So many mistakes. Abi Viyana kuşatmasını kaybetmemize sebep olan battle 11 Eylül'de olmuş. Another national tragedy. So fucking close. Muslim extremist wants to install a caliphate in America. Yeah, it's so funny because like the Ottoman understanding of Islam and its like maintenance of the caliphate is ironically directly at odds with like Wahhabi movements and the Salafists that you see that America both arms and radicalizes on a regular fucking frequency, and was known for its tolerance in comparison to its European counterparts at the same time. European empire and their centuries of colonialization was marked with far worse violence and complete complete re-education of people's like religions and whatnot and their way of existence, as opposed to the Ottoman Empire at the time. But that is a fun little thing that Western supremacists, Western chauvinists refuse to ever reckon with. And how the fuck do we get here is the real question. Oh my God. Yeah. It's no different than when people say it's no different than when people say that anti-Semitism is like a ancient Muslim thing. It's like, bro, I didn't know the Holocaust was carried out by the Muslims, dude. That's crazy. Like, it's so obviously deflecting away from personal responsibility that like Western nations want to, the Western nations that don't want to reckon with their horrifyingly violent past. Is pretty funny.
Complaining about women, and you're like, what the fuck is this? And there was one bruh who would go on these shows, and his name was Destiny.
Women fare a lot better post-divorce than men do, bro. And the reason why is because they get the resource, they get the money, they get the children, they get put in a better situation financially.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
Dude, they get the house. Moms don't live good on child support. That's not true. What? Have you ever seen a bitch on child support? She's not living the greatest fucking life.
Women fare worse than men in almost every degree after divorces. So the idea of pretending...
What are you talking about?
They make more money. They have better dating strategies afterwards. Men just do...
How'd this man go from Owen Jones to Destiny, bro? Like an actually well-read left-wing journalist in the UK to who's like written entire books to like guy who talks fast and dunks on some of the dumbest people. And like, I don't agree with everything that Owen Jones has done, obviously, but I still appreciate his voice, especially in the piranha pool that is British media.
Do better than women in almost every single metric post-divorce.
What? Bro?
Destiny was really interesting because he was a lefty and he was proud to be a lefty. He didn't try and hide. He didn't say it was like a...
I think this interview in and of itself is this interview itself shows that he's not a lefty. I say interview because it was supposed to be a debate and then they just agreed on most positions. So much so that even Lex Friedman was like, wow, you guys agree on you surely agree on a lot.
Centrist. He was like, no,
do you not agree with Owen Jones? I think he was harsh on Jeremy Corbyn. He also was like seemingly on the fuck Jeremy Corbyn. He's anti-Semitic train a little bit. He's had a couple different moments. I think he's evolved from those positions, but you know, he has some of those L's. We all have our own L's, you know, it happens.
On the left, but he didn't play into like the left-wing woke crazy stereotype. He was just a normal dude who presented left-wing ideas but was really good at debating. Now remember, debating the left up until this point was Ben Shapiro debating a 4-year-old. But now you're seeing someone who's actually quite well versed in the beliefs of the right wing, debating them.
Yeah, he's well versed on the belief of right wing, all right. so well versed that he became them on many positions
and winning a lot. So I get into Destiny, right? And I even was going to make a video on Destiny. I might do it again one day. And I had a conversation with him on a stream, but I was so right wing at the time I didn't know how to make the video because I kind of had this mental block between really asking him sort of questions. But then the final nail in the coffin for me, at the point where I realized I was no.
Maybe sometimes a little too intimate with the right wing.
No longer right wing was when I came across Gary's economics.
You need to have structures in place in your economy that prevent the rich from taking all of the wealth. If you don't have that, history teaches us the rich get all of the wealth. And once the rich have all of the wealth, ordinary people end up with very poor living conditions. You know, if you go to countries that are very unequal. India, South Africa, almost anywhere in Latin America, very unequal societies lead to very poor living standards.
Gary is like a working class geezer, and he became super wealthy as a trader. And his whole thesis was that income inequality is gonna get worse. And he betted on that. He made money predicting that, and it came to fruition. Income inequality has got much worse. And what's interesting, right, is he talks about income inequality and why it was bad and why it's bad for house prices and cost of living, etc. But the thing is, and I don't know if he doesn't really talk about this too much, but it unlocked this vault in the back of my brain. It was this old memory of a clip that Jordan Peterson had put out. And it was him talking about the correlation between income inequality and crime.
You always hear this idea that poverty causes crime. That's a classic left-wing idea. But it's wrong. What causes...
Is it? God, the confidence of like right-wingers and just being wrong never ceases to amaze me. Being a right-winger, being a reactionary of any sort is basically just being so endlessly confident in being wrong. Like, I don't even think there's enough. If you were to look at historic academic literature on material conditions, social conditions, whatever you want to call it, like, and the likelihood of crime manifesting in that, there is overwhelming data, overwhelming research, okay? Even from, like, it's like a basic position that even criminologists believe, right? And I wouldn't say that I'm like in agreement with a lot of the, I would say, pseudoscientific stuff that that you hear and you learn from in criminal justice education. And even then, it's like, it's almost like it's just one of the most consistently held positions. If only you knew that making less than 30K a year somehow makes you intrinsically a criminal. How can you not see this? Yeah, it's like, it's so funny. It's so funny to just like look at all of that data. Like, it's like ancient Greece, they had these opinions, okay? And then you just go, it's all wrong. That's all you need to do. Just say, it's wrong. Actually, people do crime because they're spiritually bad.
Causes crime, especially aggressive crime, is relative poverty. Poverty is when you don't have enough to eat. Relative poverty is when the guy next door has a much better car than you.
The right wing...
Oh, wait, he's right. Never mind. I took it back. I'm taking it back. I was wrong. He is not wrong. Jordan Peterson there is right. Relative poverty absolutely is why crime occurs. Yes. This is an ancient Peterson take. Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. He's talking about wealth inequality. I clip-chipped myself. I was wrong.
Really love to argue about culture. They always say that, like, it's people's... The problems in society comes from people's ideas and beliefs and their values, which is super convenient, right? Because when anything goes bad, you can just say that, oh, well, it's because people...
He's wrong. I mean, he's not wrong. Sorry. Fuck. He's right. I'm so used to saying Jordan Peterson is wrong. He's absolutely right. All poverty is technically relative, so it's like kind of weird to get lost in the minutia of being like, well, relative poverty. It's like, yeah, the people now, poor people now, as opposed to like really, really poor people now, as opposed to really poor people 60 years ago, are somewhat better off, right? A really poor person during the Great Depression 100 years ago is dying. A really poor person now, still living on the streets, but still has like a smartphone. That is relative poverty. That is the reality of relative poverty. But I don't make that distinction because relative poverty is just poverty. That's how poverty manifests. That's why it's really silly when you go, excuse me, sweetie, there are starving children in Africa. Why are you worrying about your own shit? It's like, that's an idiotic argument to make, right? Most people understand that that's a stupid thing to say. because you're matching poverty to you're matching your own material conditions to those around you, to your immediate neighbors, to people that are within reach. It's fucking ridiculous.
Lazy, or they're radical Marxist, or this. All the while, there's no solution to that, right? What can you do? You can't change people's minds, so it's just like, oh, well, I guess we just have to accept the status quo. But when you fundamentally challenge that view, the sort of outcomes come from...
That's why we always make fun of right-wingers who are like, oh, how can you say you're being oppressed? There's a McDonald's in every corner. It's like, yeah, you're a fucking idiot, dude. Like, oh, great. I guess everybody has iPhones, so it's fine if you don't have a house. You don't need shelter anymore because you have an iPhone.
Culture and people's individual decisions. And you start to realize that outcomes, you know, like negative outcomes, crime, poverty, people having less families, having less kids, that maybe doesn't come from culture. Maybe the reason that men and women aren't having kids and getting married isn't because they're no longer Christian and they don't believe in families and the nuclear family. Maybe it's because no one can fucking afford to have families. Maybe it's because most people in their 20s still haven't moved out of their parents' house. Maybe it's because they don't make enough money between two people to afford to have a child. There's all these things that are happening, and you realize that probably the economic system is causing this. And it isn't just that the testosterone levels in men have dropped because, I don't know, they've fucking touched receipts or something. And so yeah, the sort of like the needle drop, is that the expression? The pin drop? It all sort of made sense. I realized that I actually don't think everything is culture, and I think mainly things come from economics. I think most culture...
I DM'd Jimmy the Giant and said I'd love to have him on to talk about this video and his like radicalization cycles if he would like to come on to talk about it.
Culture comes from economics. And like, yeah, of course, attitudes, values, beliefs, they also have an impact, but I think you can...
When I watched the video for the first time, I wrote this video off because of the Destiny stuff, but you being more charitable to him has helped me do the same. Definitely can't hurt to have another guy like this here in the UK. Yeah, I think the UK political sphere is like a cesspit for the most part, with some obvious exceptions. So I'll take any fucking guy who fights back against like the Tommy Robinsons of the world, and especially has like a level of charitability and is using his own personal journey of like unlearning certain positions that they previously took for granted. I'll always be on board with dudes like that, even if I have disagreements with them at certain points.
I cannot understate economics. And so from there, as I've had my fucking left-wing epiphany, my left-wiffany, I start to really realize, like, kind of the woke stuff. Yeah, it's annoying. Do we need to argue about if there's an egg in a salad emoji? Is that really that important? And you start seeing, like, I don't know, Matt Walsh, where he's done this whole documentary, What is a Woman? And he's the expert in this. Going on Joe Rogan, being asked how many kids are on puberty blockers because this is real fucking moral panic.
How many people have had this done?
Depends on what. I don't think we have exact numbers, but if we're talking about the drugs, millions.
It's a very small number, if that's right.
It says over the last 5 years, there were at least 4,780 adolescents who started puberty blockers and had a prior gender dysphoria diagnosis.
If your politics spends more time talking about, I don't know, what toilet a transgendered person is going to piss in, or the woke brigade, if it spends more time on that than the cost of living, the housing crisis, rising inequality, things that, you know, are actually important and actually affect your lives, if you're more focused on the former, then I hate to say it, but you've been bamboozled.
Google react to radical vegans screaming away by removing the egg from their salad emoji.
So what?
What about my rights as somebody who loves eggs to have the egg in the emoji?
I mean, I'm sorry, you're like a deeply unserious person. The moment that you fucking say that, the moment that you allow those words to like escape your mouth, I don't give a fuck if there's like plenty of people in your hug box that are going around being like, no, this is actually a proper geezer. Okay. You are like a pathetically unserious person. What the fuck are you doing? You're pissing and shitting in your diapers over this shit. This comes from a place of privilege. Okay. That's it. It comes from a place of just like having so much privilege that you are seeking out random things to be upset about. Like everything else is so set for you that you have to be like, oh, society is under fire because of this issue. Now, this is obviously like the most inconsequential and most idiotic one. The more devastating versions of this are when people like Piers Morgan or reactionary propagandists will capture the attention of a lot of working class people by channeling their anger at a visible target and claim that minority is actually responsible for all of the pain that they're experiencing.
It's an endless trope. These sort of moral panics, these clutching of pearls over social issues tend to seemingly always happen when there's economic problems. Like, I think it was in the 70s where they tried to ban Dungeons and Dragons, the board game, because it was satanic and demonic. It just so happened that the 70s was like a massive economic crisis. And so, yeah, the more I made these videos...
This guy's awesome. I mean, he has solid fundamentals. Like, I don't give a shit that like Destiny played a role in him understanding that like a lot of these dumbasses on the right are just stupid, but his fundamentals are there. Like, he understands it. He's there. He gets it.
The more I started to see these patterns, right? These patterns between the 20s and the 30s, the rise of fascism in the West, and how that seemed to tie in with the Great Depression. And then,
like, he is diametrically opposed to the liberal values that Destiny presents. Like, this kind of commentary is far closer to my understanding of the world than whatever Destiny presents on any given Sunday. I don't know. He usually just like shifts his positions depending on who he is arguing against, but yeah.
Notice that in the 70s and the 80s, you see the rise of the National Front, the racists and all this sort of stuff. That just happened to be the same time as stagflation.
I don't like D, but isn't ultimately good that he can pull reactionaries over, like D in some sense, meeting them where they're at? No, because if you fucking pull reactionaries over and then you keep them in your cult and you also exhibit a lot of reactionary tendencies and you don't give them the tools to actually move away from reactionary ways of thinking, you're not actually de-radicalizing them. Because like the way I think about it is like, if your goal overall is to just like bring them to your side of the conversation, bring them to whatever your team is, with the express purpose of like maintaining the same toxic culture of like going after people and doxing them, harassing them, mass brigading them, whatever your enemies are. Many of them happen to be on the left, by the way. Then ultimately you're not, you're not a part of this movement. You're saying, I want to pull you away from the right, and I want to make you I want to make you a loyal soldier for me, and whatever I happen to be in favor of. At that point, it's like, there's a reason why so many of these like former Kiwi farms or current Kiwi farms, 4chan guys, exhibit the exact same tendencies once they become a part of Destiny's community and they do the exact same shit. Don't you do that? No, I do not. I do pull people away from the right-wing radical positions that they have, but my goal isn't to become to bring them over and have them become my loyal servants or subjects or soldiers. I don't give a shit about that. I give a shit more about having them change their worldview, see a different framework, and operate within a different framework where they go and engage in community organizing, help other people, run for local office, unionize their workplaces, immediately create improvements in their material conditions, demonstrate solidarity. Being in your stream made me a materialist. I had the same type of epiphany as this guy, but with you, I think it's more important you separate from the ideology you presented me. If you come out to be a bastard someday, it won't change my principles. Exactly. Like, that's the difference, I think, that that me and Destiny have. I suspect that if I were to do a heel turn and start exhibiting a lot of right-wing tendencies, I'm sure that there are plenty of people who really, really love me that would stay on board and maybe even change their minds as well. I think I'm charismatic enough to be able to keep a cultish group of people, but plenty of people would be like, nah, fuck that. I'm out. I'm done. a lot more people in this community would be done with the nonsense that I'm presenting than I think Destiny's community has. That's it. Case in point, H3H3. Yeah. I mean, that is a decent point. Like, I'm not the end all be all. A lot of people try to centralize me, and I sometimes engage in that as well because I think that, you know, there is a, I'll say it like this. When I engage in drama content or when I do collaborations, there is a secondary purpose behind it. A lot of my naysayers will say, oh, it's because he wants clout. He's just clout driven. He's clout hungry. And to a certain degree, they're not wrong. Okay. But my goal there is to try and get others to maintain a charitable position to the way I see the world. Okay? I see myself as simply a vehicle for that change. It's not about people liking me. I mean, it feels good when people like me. I'll always be honest about that, right? But my goal isn't for you to simply come in here and become fans of mine. I want you to be a fan of thinkers that came before me, that I try to explain their worldview to you in the most palatable way possible. I'm already upset about certain positions you have, but recognize you as a net good and hope I can change your mind better on certain things that you aren't the best on. I'd rather our whole Congress be you than the bare minimum is how I see it. That's awesome. I mean, that's a healthy attitude to have. Admittedly, Old Destiny on YouTube, back when he was bashing JonTron on the alt-right, introduced me to you, and I watched both of your YouTube videos. Found D was good at deconstructing, whilst you did that and posed an alternative vision. I still remember you and him advocating for socialism and Marx against train wrecks on Scuffed. Yeah. Like, for me, the drama content I use as a vehicle to get people, to catch people's attentions, but there's an ultimate goal there. Many people will say it's disingenuous, but I'm very open about it. There is a much more important goal there. And that isn't for you to become a loyal servant of mine, to go and like attack, dox, harass random content creators at my behest, which is what usually Destiny does. My goal there is for you to see the world in the way that I see it, or at least open your eyes to a different perspective that you were not privy to prior, and then take the steps in your own life to be the change that you want to see in the world. That's it. What are the chances of ever renewing the D Hasan bond? They are less than 0. Come on, man. He spent the past 5 years trying to ruin my fucking life, and it has been a demonstrable failure, but it still hasn't stopped a shit ton of people from being open-minded to my position. Like, it's just not... If he had not spent the last 5 years aligning himself with neo-Nazis, white nationalists, and the like to engage his very cultish community to actively cyberstalk me, and they're literally hate watching right now, clip shit out of context, and brigade it, put it all over LSF, all over subreddits, all over Twitter. If he hadn't done that, maybe. If he wasn't so adamant about his right to be able to say the N-word as a white guy, maybe. Bro, he literally says the world would be a better place if you died. I know. Not only has he said that, but he's also highlighted people from his community that have like actively come up to me in the real world. So it's not that crazy to say, yeah, a person like that, I think it's very hard to maintain charitability. Very, very, very hard to maintain charitability with a guy like that. As a faithful fan, my peers hate me for liking you, but they never have arguments against you that aren't sourced in that community in an academic environment specifically. Yeah. But they're pretty easy to dismiss. Yeah, said the same thing about Michael Brooks after his passing too. Again, it's just like, think about it this way. If I were to behave even marginally as bad as a person as Destiny presents himself on a regular basis, do you think his fans would ever let me live it down? Come on. And I was charitable to him far past the point of comfort for many people, because I thought he was genuinely someone who had changed his framework, changed his attitude, changed his worldview. And I was wrong.
And the oil crisis. And then now, lo and behold, 2024, we're in big economic problems, and it just so happens that the far right is on the rise, and the Tommy Robinson Farage followers are now throwing bricks at mosques. It's a repeatable story, and like when I've made these videos, you start seeing these patterns and you start seeing how it plays out, and it always comes back to economics. And like, look, I have no hatred towards people who are on the right. I actually feel a lot of sympathy to most right-wingers, because being where they were, I understand that they've kind of just been manipulated. Typically, they've trusted people who present information that try and rile them up, that make a lot of money from doing so, and they distract them from real issues. And the thing is, they're feeling the real issues. The real issues are affecting them, and they're trying to work out why. What is it? And the right will always try and find scapegoats to point at. It always does it. And like, as I've learned more, as I've read the book from George Monbois, The Hidden Ideology of Neoliberalism, Yanis, I can never say his name, Vokoris or whatever, his book, Techno-Feudalism.
Okay, come on, dude. This guy fucking loves Yanis Varoufakis. Like,
Neoliberalism. Yanis, I can never say his name, Vokoris or whatever, his book, Techno-Feudalism. I kind of realized, like, the argument should be about economics. The more I learn about the left and right economic theories,
this guy's great, dude. This guy's fucking dope.
The more evidence that I can see that left-wing economics tends to result in better growth and prosperity for all people. Our system currently is great for the 1%. It's great for the ultra-wealthy because it monopolizes money into few hands. When you don't have rules to regulate certain businesses, when you tax people less.
Oh yeah, I saw this.
I hate that we've reached the point now where you and Hasan can't be in the fucking room.
Yeah, but remember, that's his fault,
retarded.
right? That's his fault. That's his
Well,
fault. It's
is
his
it?
fault.
Is it?
It is.
Okay. So you are open to talk to him anytime, right?
I've said a million times, like,
oh, it is my fault.
me and Hasan and Vosh could, even if we were doing antagonistic content, it would be amazing content. These are million view videos every single debate. It would be crazy. And if we were doing synergistic content, bro,
we would save the left. We would save the left if we got together. Yeah, dude, we're going to save the left by fucking... If debate lord content were to save the left, all the Jubilee videos, like people who did his Jubilee video would have fucking saved Kamala Harris, okay? And also, he's looking at this from the clout perspective.
Me and Hasan and Vosh having like a competition between like how many people we could get to like post pictures of voting at booths or whatever. Like the amount of synergy there would be unbelievable. We're the three largest, I think, like of all like the live streamers. I'm pretty sure we're the three largest live streamers for politics on the internet. That like not just like podcasting, but I think it's me, Vosh, and Hasan. All of us are on the left, but like
he's not on the left. I don't know why he still maintains this position. We are not on the same fucking moral compass at all. Yeah, China and Albania together are the biggest army in the world. Between us and China, we are 1 billion strong.
We don't do any content together. None of us do. That's
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder why, dude. Yeah. This is on par with a jealous ex who cyberstalks you crying into his beer because you won't visit anymore during the holidays. Insane. Does he explain why it's your fault? I'm sure he has spent countless hours explaining how it is entirely my fault and how it's because I simply am too scared of his like intellectual prowess or something, and I'm jealous of it or something like that. I don't fucking know. Yeah, is he admitting that he would be open to platforming a known anti-Semitic terrorist, kind of morally bankrupt? Except he has platformed actual known anti-Semitic terrorists in the past. Nicholas Fuentes comes to mind. So, oh shit, yo, oh. Hold on, I'm gonna have Jimmy the Giant on now. Yes, so much content online, especially in the debate sphere, is just like moralizing envy. Okay? So much of it is just simply moralizing envy. That's it. And everybody does this, okay? Everybody does this. Where people will look to, where people will basically look to like, I don't know, a type of content consumption and say, oh, this is bad. Like, it can't just be that, like, I don't like the vibes of this person and move on. They have to also say, like, this person is evil. Okay? This person isn't just bad. They're or something about this doesn't add up for me, and I'm just going to move on from this. But it's actually, this is an evil person that must be destroyed at any point. And for Destiny, a lot of his disagreements with me is just simply pure envy. That's it. He has conditioned himself into, he has almost trapped himself into this like weird, inconsistent political position where he's like a perma-contrarian that simply cares about the blood sport of it all and just like wants to aesthetically win arguments. That's it. All right, let's finish this and I'm gonna have Jimmy on.
Unless it becomes this like race to the bottom. And there's a funny reason as to why I believe in these kind of left-wing values, and it ties back to my original right-wing ideology, is because of meritocracy. The right always claim to believe in meritocracy, that we should, as a society, reward people who are good at things, right? And I genuinely believe that. However, I don't believe meritocracy exists when some people can inherit the best education, eat the best foods, have time to do sports, be healthy, have time to learn the oboe and the trombone whilst doing the Free Peaks challenge. That person has such an incredible advantage over the person at the bottom of the hierarchy.
Hasan, please read. He said himself at one point that he will continue to attack you until he has as many views as you do and your community shrinks. Fuck him, man. Yeah, I mean, it was like there's a Reddit post out there all the way from like 2019, I think, when I initially was like coming to the conclusion that like the debate Lord Space was endlessly toxic. I think it was after like his community had fucking yelled at Ryan Grimm and tried to like debate Ryan Grimm when he was in the process of like engaging in like electoral analysis. And I mean, Vosh has said that as well in the past, where it's just like he basically basically openly admitted to his own community in a DGG chat logs that are out there. I forget where it is, where he was just like upset at the fact that I was passing him in size back then, and he was like worried about it, that I was like leaving his orbit. And he has never seemingly given up on that because he sees everything from like a winner-loser dynamic. Like there's no grander political project. Even the fact that like he does these initiatives to do door knocking and stuff, I think is just simply not because he like loves the Democratic Party per se, but I think he simply wants to at least like channel, at least try and channel like all of that initiative into something. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's not just like him winning debates.
The person who grew up in poverty, whose dad's in jail, whose mum has to work 3 jobs, that person who then has to leave home at 16 to pay rent and they can't afford to save a single penny. And the fact that this group of people that are living like this is growing, child poverty is growing, I think it's utterly insane to pretend that there is a meritocracy. But the right wing, through a very concerted effort, has brainwashed most of society to believe that this is inevitable. We can't fix this. There's nothing we can do about this. But we know we can. We have in the past. Countries do right now. And so that is where I land. If it means that I now have to wear a badge to show I'm part of the woke brigade, so be it. I've accepted that through actually delving into this stuff, looking into social economic problems, reading papers from academics, not listening to Jordan Peterson tell me that the academia world is overrun by Marxists. I've learned some stuff and I've challenged my way of viewing the world and had to challenge my ego at the same time. So I want to know you guys' evolution. Like, have you always believed that?
Yeah. By the way, this is what Destiny's 50-year-old virgin and friend of Destiny, Dan Diddy Saltman, seen here threatening to continue taking DJ Clancy and Twitch support. No strategy too brutal. No weapons off limits. Sorry, airplane Wi-Fi. Just received this from an anonymous account. What's this, guys? Don't worry. Kind of hard to do a good puff piece when Hasan is labeled anti-Semite of the year, lol. Like, he really thinks that the stop anti-Semitism thing has motion. He also wants to take credit for things that failed demonstrably. Like, this level of investment is pathological. All out R-word war. I'm still flying back home soon. I'm going to virtually molest Twitch so fucking hard. We're going to do some biblical streams. I will tell you that. I had a brief chat with Mr. Richard Lewis. Got a lot of my ducks in a row, as the cool kids say. I got like 200 emails to respond to. Faith havers will be eating good. Disbelievers will be eating burgers with nothing in them. This is going to sound R-worded, but I realize if I let Twitch try to stand up a little bit, I can knock them over again versus just kicking an R-word on the ground. Anyways, another alt, you're pathetic. How's my dictates? Keep coming back to me. You have my poster on your wall, homie. You're a fan. No weapon is off limits. No strategy too brutal. Victory at all costs. I'm going to become a super soldier. I will be nice. That depends on you. They will never admit defeat. It will always be, he was going to step down anyways. Ethan did all this. You weren't involved in this. That congressman was already doing this. Hasan's ad contract expired. There is no winning with R words. You know, they are trying to get puff pieces written now and smear pieces on me. What is my man saying? This man is like 50 plus years old, you know? Oh, this is what I was looking for. Or no, this isn't. This is from 2015. This is the guy who's combating anti-Semitism. The fucking Irish VOD, only credit cards, dude. So my grandparents are stupid because they died in the Holocaust, he says, in 2015. However, it bombed, implying he's smart because he's Jewish. I think he would like it. To a Jewish acquaintance I told... Wait, what? Is this... Oh, it's from top to bottom. Is it? I'm the opposite of a SUW. I'm rich and I came from a well-off family. I think my issue is this. Oh, I'm reading it backwards. Normally it's bottom to top. Anyway, I'm gonna call. Fuck it. I don't give a shit about any of this. All right, let's move on. These people are unhinged. There's no helping them. Why cover it? They're insane. Nothing new. I mean, it's good to. It's good to showcase like what Destiny's community is doing on any given day, just so people understand like that a lot of the criticism is not reasonable and it's just simply the personal vendetta. Yo,
yes, brother.
Jimmy the Giant.
How the devil are we?
This is I just watched your video. I'll admit, originally, people had shown me that you did a "Why I Left the Right" video, and because it featured Destiny in it, I was like, oh, this guy's probably like some fucking weirdo. But it's fantastic. Your video is incredible.
Appreciate it, man.
No notes. I'm glad that Owen Jones was able to lib pill you a little bit. Well, not even lib pill you, but
he stumbled on the video as well. He did a little post on Insta, and I was like, "Fucking hell, bro!" Like, I don't know. I didn't watch loads of his. I haven't back then when because you were just talking about your stream. You were saying how'd I go from him to Destiny. I'd say it was more the other way around. It was a bit more like I heard Owen Jones on the Chav stuff, went Destiny, and I've kind of reopened the Owen Jones, content now. So now I'm sort of finding his stuff, and I find it more interesting now. You know what? I was literally just having a big conversation with another creator today about this, and it's sort of like Owen Jones, to someone who was kind of where I was at, is quite difficult to enjoy. I don't know how to explain, but when you're kind of, when you got a foot in the water there, you kind of like him a bit more. Once you have a bit of,
yeah,
I'm yapping already, Hasan.
I think the aesthetics of it play a role, don't you think? Like, I feel like he's too he won't appreciate me saying this, but I feel like he's too effete almost. And this is even like being homophobic. He's just like too polite.
Yeah, and that's exactly, I think, like a young lad who is quite laddie. I think you go to the gym, you do all this, you don't really see much in common with an Owen Jones. You see more in common with like a Joe Rogan, like, to be completely honest, just from aesthetics.
No, I agree.
And like, that's kind of the thing. They suck you in because they're like, well, I find him funny. Well, I don't find Joe Rogan funny, but I find that kind of ilk funny. They all go to the gym. And they all happen to, kind of dabble in Trumpian politics. And you're like, well, maybe. So you kind of, it's this sort of aspirational side. And I think for young lads, I did a second video. You might want to check it at some point. It's called How the Left Lost,
video
like,
is
the male vote or something like that. How the left failed men. And it was kind of that, just the aesthetics of like young lads in this world that we live in.
How the
where,
left failed young men.
And it was kind of like, it's kind of like really just like the optics of, we're in a society where everyone's fucking struggling.
Bro, that haircut is dire in that video. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, and the thumb.
You needed it. No, your haircut in that video, you needed to get that shape up.
Right. I bounced between two barbers. One of them's sharp, the other one's he's learning,
Yeah, you look Dagestani.
Yeah. I used to have fucking like proper skin fat. I was a skinhead for a little while. It was actually after the right wing politics. I was like, that the haircut's kind of hard.
Oh yeah, that's funny. So wait, why is your name Jimmy the Giant? How tall are you?
Very short.
Oh really?
Yeah, I think I'm a 5'10" in Doc Martens probably.
That's not that short. What the fuck? What do you? Okay, you and I have different opinions of what constitutes short.
What's short? What's a short king to you?
Short king is like 5'4", 5'5".
Short king.
Yeah.
Damn. What's in the American water? It's the fluoride or something.
I don't know. I feel like you're you could be a short. Well, I always say, look, I'm a privileged tall. Okay.
Yeah, you are.
I'm 6'4", so it's like, I shouldn't be. I'm seeing myself out of short people's business right now.
Do you ever do that thing, or have you ever had a phase in your life where you sort of duck down when you're with short people, to make them feel a bit better?
I mean, when I talk to people, yeah, I do that all the time because I can't, sometimes it's hard to
hear them,
to hear what they have to say if I'm in like a crowded area. But yeah, I don't mock short people, Chaz. Shut the fuck up. I am pro short king. I always say that there's a distinction. You're either a short king or you are a manlet, and it's all about the vibes. It's all about how it's how you carry yourself that matters more than anything else. It's like if you make being short like the end all be all, if you make that your the primary gripe that you have with the world, and you constantly point everything back to that,
that was something that I think threw me off the right as well, was seeing the red pill thing. Because like, I don't know, you probably remember back in like the pickup era, like early, I'm going to say it's like 2012, whatever. And it's like, you know, they probably had some kind of slightly fucked up ways of viewing women in a way, but at least the message was, look, lads, if you go out and you chat to women and you do your best, you try and be confident, you try and be yourself, eventually enough women you talk to, you'll meet someone and she'll like you. And then like all these years later, it comes down to like now people are obsessing about, I don't know, fucking do something with your jaw, chew, like wear some mouth shield when you go to bed so you can. It's like, what the fuck is it? It's not like an empowering message. And it's like this shit that, I don't know, it just.
Bone smashing. People are doing crazy shit. You know, that's really interesting that you pointed that out because like, especially in that era, like I myself found myself frequenting, bodybuilding forums and shit like that definitely had a lot of those opinions. Like things that used to be relegated to like looks maxing, PUA content, things that used to be relegated to like anonymous forums online are now all over TikTok.
Super
and I feel
mainstream.
like, yeah, they are super, super mainstream. Some of it's like funny stuff like miring. The concept of miring is great. Like I think it's funny. But then some of it is like very like genetic predetermination. And I don't think human beings should operate like that and don't operate like that.
It's such a sad thing because like literally you can tell lads just go to the gym, get a hobby, learn who you are, and put yourself out there. Meet, just say hello to them. You don't have to over fucking think it. These people think it on so many levels. They're like, bro, you need like this. This is the line. This is how you say it. And I understand that just how life is and how meeting friends are. Eventually, someone will like you. And I really found it kind of sad when they get into all this like Andrew Tate era, and it becomes so complicated. It becomes so mathematical. And it's like ultimately, all you really need to do is build your confidence and just speak to people. And to me, it's actually like really sad what they tell young lads. Like it's really demotivating. I can't imagine being like that. Yeah.
No, absolutely. So you're saying that you saw inconsistencies within the right, going back to your video originally, that like caused you to kind of snap out of it. I don't know if you watched my whole reaction, but like I showed. You said you were a Young Turks fan. Did you ever see any of my videos back in the day or no?
No, I saw your videos probably 20. I would have only seen right wingers talk about you, to be completely honest. Like, I remember seeing like an odd Facebook video of you like once or twice, but yeah.
So in that process, at the time, like I was looking at, I always love hearing from people who have like changed their minds on things and like become left wing or developed a different understanding of the world. And it's what I try to get others to also engage in. Like I want people, I'm usually very charitable to people unless they've like demonstrated that they deserve no charity, unless they've gone beyond like a certain point. I always have hope that people can learn and change their attitudes, change their minds. And I think like we take a lot of stuff for granted. We take a lot of our social conditioning for granted. We think like, oh, this is just the way the world is, right? And I think right-wing content creators basically lean into that and present it as like reality. They'll always say common sense. But I feel like nowadays we've moved beyond that a little bit, and I think you kind of touched on it as well, where at least Ben Shapiro used to make an argument about facts over feelings, and he would still manipulate data to present a false narrative in the process of dunking on, college freshmen or whatever. But nowadays, the most popular figures on the right don't even do that. They just will openly go, no, my feelings are valid and your facts don't matter.
Yeah, the weird one is seeing, there's two like big moments that stick out in my head, is like seeing Ben Shapiro flip-flop on tariffs, like the old. You must have seen that video where he's like talking about how tariffs work, and he's saying he's completely right in that clip. How he's talking about it was probably 6 years ago, and then now he flip-flops, and it's like, well, I don't even know who he kind of just glossed over it. It was in like iced coffee hour, I think. He was talking about, and then the other one, the fucking dude, the most scary thing I think I saw right in the whole American elections wasn't Trump saying the cats and dogs things. Obviously, that was fucked, but it was JD Vance's way of reworking that, because his brain is like conniving. I almost think he is more intelligent, like way more intelligent.
Yeah.
And he obviously, you know, if you obviously know about his past, he like used to call out Trump for his fuckery.
Yeah, he called him.
So
he called him
knows.
Adolf Hitler to his friend in a private correspondence in 2016.
Yeah, but the fact he was so clever to take what Trump said, which was the cats and dog. He goes, "Well, madam, whatever, fucking it was. If we need to do memes to get people to talk about the real issues that are really affecting the real people, blah blah blah blah blah," and he spun literally accepting it was bullshit. I mean, he doesn't fully accept it, but the way he spins that to be like, ultimately, it doesn't matter if we do a bit of propaganda where we're kind of overtly lying, as long as it gets the real message being bullshit. But it's so, and I found out more scary, and just seeing like, the devolution of the right wing, like. There was a period of time where if you're a right winger, I even say about like Trump, if you were someone who voted for him in 2016, I don't think you're the same as someone who voted for him this year. I think that can be two very different places. You can vote for him in 2016 from a different perspective than now. Now it's like you have to be anti, like truth, like I don't like, and just have no trust in the establishments that deliver what we consider truth, I suppose. And it's like that's such a different frame. I don't know.
I have a different perspective. I don't think people who voted for Trump in 2016 were irredeemable, and I don't even think people who voted for Donald Trump now are irredeemable. I think that it's the same exact pressures that they're experiencing, and I think that the right is very good at channeling that frustration to appropriate vectors that don't disrupt the hierarchies that are set in under capitalism. Like, it's not your boss, it's not your fucking landlord, it's not the corporations that have, especially in your country, like privatize certain key sectors like transportation, housing, right? Like gutting council housing, and all of that has exploded in worse material conditions overall for the working class in the UK. It's not those guys, it's the migrants, it's the immigrants that are coming on boats that's actually like disrupting society. Even before the immigrants coming on boats, it was the fucking Polish, right? That's what like a big part of the Brexit movement is that like Polish people are coming, and that's not good. That's fucking terrifying.
Do you know all about the kind of reverse Polish migration and stuff that's happening like these days?
Oh, they're escaping? And they're
like, from my understanding, I haven't like delved deep, just sort of peripheral understanding this topic. Is that in the 2000s they came here because better life, blah blah blah. They came here and everyone hated it. I fully remember like people being like, "Oh, the Poles, mate, the Poles, they're fucking taking all your jobs." Like it was like the Poles was an insulting word. It was like saying the P word or like the N word. It was like similar, and their country is now popping. Like they're doing well economically to some degree, and now a lot of them are going back to Poland and they don't want to come here. Like it's not appealing anymore, and it's like so ironic. I feel like what we're doing in Britain is like we're really taking our moment we're in and like the history of Britain or whatever for granted, that we are always going to be the best. We're always going to have this brand of being Britain. But I think we're going to I could really see it in 10 years where we go, fuck, we turned all the immigrants away and we could have really done with them. And we'll like have this sort of buyer's remorse from this thing. Because we heavily rely on immigration in this country to like power most of our, a lot of our industries, and a lot of like, say the NHS and stuff like that. It's like, I feel like we're making such a short-termist perspective. And I truly reckon we'll regret it. I think like how you see it with the Polish people, they're going back to their country, taking the money that they've made here, and now Poland's doing well, and it's like we're so short-termist. Yeah, I did a whole video just on the whole immigration stuff, and bruv, it's a fucking headache.
Yeah.
And
so one thing I wanted to ask you, what do you think about, because some of the pro-labor people in the UK got a little mad at me when I initially covered the expected results of Starmer's victory in the last election cycle, where while a lot of people wanted to be joyous in that moment, in the occasion, it's like, oh, finally we've put an end to like 16 years of Tory austerity. It's over. Like these guys are done. I've been a big Corbynite from the jump. I've been a very big Corbyn supporter from the jump, and I had closely watched what happened internally within the Labour Party and the internal Labour politics of like basically destroying Corbyn from within the party and virtually collaborating with the British press, which I think is sometimes even far worse and way more organized and way more intelligent than the American press is. And I warned my British chatters that the victory that Keir Starmer had over the Tories was actually a minor one, and if they were to continue with privatization or continue with austerity, that the real troublesome signs for England were right there with the momentum that reform had gotten. And a lot of people were like, "Oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about." But I feel like it's becoming a reality pretty fast in the UK. Nigel Farage seemingly has a higher approval rating than Keir Starmer does now, which is crazy to think of. I mean, this guy is like a clown. He's a failure.
He's wild.
Yeah. He's openly racist, but like outside of that, he's also been a demonstrable failure as a politician, and now he's seeing this like momentum, this right-wing surge.
Yeah, this is fully his moment. Like, he's cut through certain times over the years. Like, obviously, Brexit was a big one. He stood down a load of people. I think it was 2019. He like stood down UKIP candidates in conservative areas. Like he's had moments, and this is like his moment. And I want to make a video on Elon Musk, his sort of war on Britain or whatever he's doing, whatever the fuck he's doing. But the fear is like, obviously he's going to fund reform. And like, I don't know, man. Like, I think to be honest, like, I don't know. It's quite hard when we talk about politics and that. It's like, we're talking about as people that, we watch it a lot. And what you were saying, you were being quite charitable there about people who vote for Trump. You're all right, to be honest. Like, most people that vote for these people, they're not sat like us, like reading, watching, and all this stuff. They're just sort of, going about their life. They're fucking busy people, and they live in top. So yeah, but I think people who kind of voted for Keir Starmer, we all knew he is like a watered down neoliberal Tory. He's like slightly less. There's some history of him, like, I don't know, saying more things that, I don't know, you could say a more like left wing, social democrat, whatever. But it's like we all kind of knew it. And I feel like the thing I fear the most is that he will not bring about change, and he will kill any hopes of a left wing movement by just delivering centrist politics, which is it's not what we need at the moment. And so, like, yeah, that's the real thing. It's like, okay, you've had Tories for 14 years, you give Labour a chance, and if they do not they can't even just do okay, they have to fucking smash it. And it's very unlikely the way they're going about it that they're going to fucking smash it. It's just, probably it's going to plod along and get a little bit shitter. Maybe it'll be less shit than if it was under Tories, but it's probably going to be shitter. And then all you're opening the door for is for people to be like, fuck me, we just need a change, man. And like, Farage is, I always say it, Farage is a brilliant politician. And like, so is Trump. Like, the way that they go about and do the ground game, which the centrists, like the Keir Starmers of the world, they don't want to fucking touch a barge bowl. Like, Farage is out dressing up like he's LARPing as a farmer, hanging out with farmers, and like, he's on every hot button issue. And he's always there, and he's playing the ground game, and he's doing what Trump did. Trump was doing like campaigns the whole fucking time. And what, Keir Starmer's gonna, I don't know, poke his head in a, I don't know, coffee shop like a month before the election. That's not going to be enough. Like, you have to do what they're doing. I don't know. I fear the Farage thing. I fear it more than I think most people do, because I can just see I can just see how it's going to play out. But.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is a similar outcome to what happens in American politics in every election cycle, where the Democrats slowly but surely capitulate to right-wing framing on issues, whether it be immigration or any number of different things. And then Republicans come in, they fuck up the economy, they fuck up the country. And then in that fuck up, a lot of people grow a resentment towards the administrators. So then they're like, okay, fuck it, we'll just vote for the Democrats again. But then the Democrats don't actually make broad sweeping change. And then inevitably an even more vicious right-wing version comes out and wins the election after the Democratic Party basically does status quo politics at a time when it's obviously necessary to shake up the system. I'm seeing something similar in the UK as well.
Why do you think like left wing populists never? Because I don't know. It's so funny to me. I feel like if there was ever a moment that you could do all of the left wing populist talking points, like billionaires, blah blah blah, all this stuff, it's like the moment where Elon Musk has basically bought an election, and he's like hanging out at Mar-a-Lago every day, and it's like, surely this is like all right-wing populists are a left-wing populist with like all the talking points of left-wing populism, but with like basically very right wing economics. They say all the things about like the working class and they always talk about the elite, but the elite is obviously like a select few of the rich people that we can scapegoat. But why do you think the left just don't? I don't know. How are they so like kind of useless on this stuff?
It's not that they're useless necessarily. It's that especially in the aftermath of the Cold War, where capitalist power is won, there is no alternative. There's no global alternative. I wouldn't say that China is like even remotely ideologically interested in doing anything similar to the USSR. In its domestic affairs, the USSR did a whole bunch of stuff that I'm very critical of, but like on the global stage, they played a role of being an alternative. It doesn't matter if I disagree with the things that they did. Like that's the way that people saw it, and there's no tent pole to align or to get together and oppose the current mandate. So there's just nothing. There's no alternative, and in that process, I think the media in and of itself is completely corporate captured, completely backed by the same corporations that leverage their bets and fund both sides of our uniparty here in America. But like you guys have a different structure, but it's still very similar in the way that it plays itself out, where you have this labor-Tory dynamic, and the issue is that virtually every institution is against any sort of serious progressive politics, because serious progressive politics are almost always going to be inherently anti-capitalist. And that means that somewhere out there, a person is going to lose money if these policies are implemented. Like,
one thing I think when I was probably seeing your content through the lens of right-wingers, that I got I don't know if it's like the impression or just how I perceived the left was always kind of that you guys didn't love, like, I want to word this in a way that isn't like fucking wanky.
No
but
wrong
like,
answer. Just say it. Say whatever you want. Say whatever you feel.
I feel like the perception is, and I don't know how to get it, but the right wing on their economics, they make the middle class, like the person who wants to go out and set up a business and go and fucking, make something and add something to the world. They somehow make them feel included whilst they're not included. Like I was chatting with Gary's economics, geezer I mentioned in a video. And he said in one of his things, like, he's a really wealthy guy. He did really well in trading and stuff. And he made a fuck ton of money. And he was like trying to utilize his money to do something. So he was like trying to set up businesses and shit. And they failed and failed and failed. And he found the best thing for him that made him the most money was just buying gold. And if you think like, what value add does that really have to the world? It's like he fucking held onto a raw material and that was it. He tried to do, maybe agencies or whatever. None of those worked. And I feel like somehow just optically or whatever it is, the right seems to encompass the entrepreneur class. And it's like the entrepreneur class have it really hard right now. In some ways, like maybe the internet opens up a few more options and stuff, but they have it quite hard. But they seem to teeter onto the right because it feels like the right are more interested in like you go out and you try and do something in the world. Whereas like for me, as like I was saying, I'm quite left wing on economics now, but I still really love the entrepreneur class. I love like I always just sort of bring it down to, I guess, like a grassroots level. Like I love walking into like a little cat cafe or some weird little business or like a board game shop. And it's like a cool business. You see it, they do everything well. They're adding value to the community. They're making money. They're selling things, but it's like, it's a value add. And I feel like just for some reason, I got the impression that left didn't really, they saw that as a problem and the right seemed to champion them. Do you think that's just the way I've been told the left sees it, or what do you think?
I mean, I think that
like the
a lot of
entrepreneur
those businesses are owned and operated by people who are working themselves as well. It's like singularly like owned and operated by a family or whatever. And I mean, the class dynamic there is that those businesses are, on their own journey of becoming these like multi-billion dollar franchises. So they align with that class position, assuming that one day they'll get there. And that the right captures their attention more, I think, because they go along with a message of economic prosperity. But overall, I think the correct position here is that like you can have that economic prosperity while also ensuring that the working class doesn't get fucked over in the process. And unfortunately, I mean, look, I have a much more radical position than most people do on this, where, you know, I have a small business myself. I run it as a cooperative, right? So it's equal say, equal pay. So my producer gets the same amount of revenue that we all generate together. And he also has the same voice in the process. He can, you know, choose which days that he wants to, you know, be a part of it. He can choose which days that he doesn't want to be a part of it. But many people are not going to do that. And I still think that the government needs to intervene to ensure that the working class is not gutted in the process. As far as my more radical tendencies, I think like I definitely go a little bit beyond, you know, Keynesian economics or social democracy in the way that you presented it in your video. But ultimately, I think you're experiencing the failures of social democracy because inevitably, no matter what happens, all of those reforms that are pushed for, if maintained under a capitalist framework, will be clawed back by right-wingers. Like the NHS is a great example of this. They want to privatize it. They have wanted to privatize it for years, right? And you can't just like immediately go in and be like, nope, we're going to privatize it tomorrow. It doesn't work that way because it's still objectively a popular thing. It's the pride of the nation. But how do you do it? Well, years and years of refusing to fund it adequately, and then inevitably letting it fall apart, and then privatizing certain aspects of the NHS, and then inevitably privatizing it all. It doesn't happen overnight. These are, you know, it's the same thing with the trains, right? You mentioned the trains. You privatize the railroads, and maybe originally the railroads are maybe a little bit faster. Some of the lines might even be a little bit faster at first, but slowly but surely the profit motive kicks in, and they start cutting corners, and eventually you have a worse product overall. And the working class suffers in that process because now they can't get to fucking work in a timely manner. It ruins their day. The trains are never on time, and they get slowly but surely more frustrated, more angry. And if there's a guy in that process like Nigel Farage, he comes in and he says, "You're angry because black and brown people are coming into the country, and they're taking away they're taking away your benefits." And this is...
Sorry, mate. Sorry.
No, my point was this is just what happens universally. It happens in virtually every Western capitalist country.
Yeah, I think because I was sort of I'm not like name dropping, but I was just chatting with Gary recently, so it's like on my mind. But he mentioned we have this geezer called his name was Tony Benn, and he was like an aristocrat, super socialist MP, like working class hero. It sounds kind of bullshit, but he was genuinely like quite an influential politician. And he had this quote, and this is I guess this is more the very far left sort of critique of capitalism, is that inevitably, or Keynesianism rather, is that it'll always, as you say, it'll fall back into that. And he said something to the extent, I'm going to read it, it's like, there's no final victory, there is no final defeat, there is just the same battle to be fought over and over again, so toughen up, bloody toughen up. So it's like, he's kind of sort of saying, like, what you are saying is factually true. I suppose he's coming from the perspective that this is a constant struggle that will always be the case. And I suppose there's no end to it. My like absolute optimism would be like you could raise educational standards to such a level that people would really deeply understand this political dynamic. They're so well taught about it that we can see the signs of it. Because I feel like from just spending time doing research into my videos, I've learned the signs of like what is fashion. Why do people call Donald Trump fashion? It's not that tomorrow he's probably gonna enact some, like look like Hitler, but it's the tendencies, it's the sort of ways of speaking, it's the scapegoating. It's like it's not necessarily he is inherently a fascist leader. He is fascistic and he acts in fascist way, and you don't know where that will spiral to. And but I suppose where we would differ is maybe you see that there is a way out of that sort of constant battle, or do you think I do see there's a way out of it. But I mean, the situation is dire because there is no counterbalance in the way that like the USSR existed, or in the way that socialist mobilization was happening at a time when
I think the way that commodities were produced created a perfect opportunity for people to unionize and create labor unions to actively combat against, these big barons of business. We have completely moved manufacturing globally to the third world, to developing nations. So now you don't even have the factory assembly line, which is so perfect for it's so primed for unionization. Like the route tasks that you engage in side by side with others allow you to understand class consciousness a little bit better. And the reason why neoliberals like Thatcher and Ronald Reagan here in America have smashed labor unions into bits and pieces so effectively is because they recognize the danger that these initiatives held. So I think that's what it is. There is no that is one of the major problems, which is why I'm always a big advocate for labor unions and union initiatives all around the world.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that what you're saying, this is why I can understand your critique, and I think it is factually true. I suppose I don't know. I just think we can't go the other way totally. You have to sort of have this balance. But the thing that makes me understand where you're coming from is like the Scandinavian countries. From my understanding, I think Denmark, they have slowly started to like go a bit more towards privatization. And like someone I was speaking to, like I was doing a little bit on like architecture for a while. I was just kind of fascinated about like city planning and like architecture. Why is all the buildings ugly? And even when I made videos around that, I was still coming from a bit too much of a right-wing perspective. I was blaming individual architects and ideology when really it's just they're cheap to make. Ugly buildings are cheap to make. But whilst I was in this kind of like rabbit hole, I was banging out these like little Instagram reels where I just go, look how fucking ugly this building is. It was super simple. And someone who made, I'll give him a shout out, their name's like Copenhagen Ugly. And they were telling me about, how they've started to move away from these kind of principles. The way they explained it to me was that the generation, and it kind of sort of sounds maybe similar to Britain in a way, but the generation that had experienced such benefit from these policies, they had become maybe lazy or entitled, and they've started to like pull the ladder up behind them or something like that. But I don't understand. I don't know fully if it's true what I'm saying, but I seem to understand that they are starting to undo some of those policies. So I get your critique, but it's hard to envision a world outside of that sort of dynamic of like Keynesianism or capitalism. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's hard to even envision a Keynesian perspective, even pushing the needle in a social democratic way. Look at Bernie Sanders in America, or even Jeremy Corbyn. Like, regardless of their primary principles, regardless of the real principles that they operate off of, they understand the political landscape that they lived in. Right, the political realities meant that even if you are a socialist, even if you're an anti-capitalist, like you can't always advocate with that message, especially when you're trying to build a coalition or build momentum, build working class momentum specifically. Part of that reason is because of what you just mentioned, which is the idea that like, well, there's a lot of like small business owners who then find themselves in the throes of right-wing sentiment because they think, well, this is good for enterprise, right? Not recognizing, ironically enough, that many of the initiatives, many of the steps that the right take in terms of deregulation, in terms of undermining social safety nets, actually make it less competitive, make the marketplace less competitive overall. I'll give you an example of Tim Walz here. He is no socialist by any means. He's the governor of Minnesota. He was Kamala Harris's VP pick. I like him quite a bit. And Tim Walz instituted a lot of change in his own state, in the state of Minnesota, as the governor. He actually he actually signed into law paid family leave, paid emergency leave, and numerous initiatives, including, this is going to sound crazy for a British person, but free school lunches, which is not real in America. We don't have that in many places in America. There's a thing called school lunch debt in America.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Anyway, that's why our GDP is so fucking large in comparison to the tiny island nation. But
I heard something the other day. Sorry to keep your thought, but it was something along the lines of the payment system in order to facilitate paying for lunches costs more than if they just fucking pay for the lunches.
Yeah, but that's capitalism on overdrive. You have middlemen over middlemen, and it's a patently inefficient structure. But in that process, a lot of mouths are being fed. A lot of people are making money, and that's just how it works. It's all, I mean, it's all capitalism all the way down. But the reason why I was bringing up Tim Walz is because he communicated why he did this thing that like maybe right wingers would consider to be radical, like paid family leave, paid emergency leave. He said, for a lot of small businesses, now they're more competitive with the likes of a giant chain like Walmart. Now they don't have to actually offer paid family leave because now they can get subsidies and have the government offer this. And the same goes for healthcare, for example. In America, if we had healthcare, universal healthcare, not even the NHS, but like socialized medicine, right? Not even nationalized, but socialized medicine, we would be able to make small businesses more competitive with large businesses now that they don't have to worry about offering healthcare as a benefit, right? So this is a way in which even smaller market actors could thrive. And yet that initiative is never championed here because our Democratic Party is completely captured by corporate interests in the same way that like your Labor Party is at this point.
Mm-hmm. I really feel like the left, I don't know, I know you champion a lot of social issues, and I sort of fundamentally agree on a lot of these social issues, but I feel like just the political approach should be just to focus purely on economics in this era, in this period of time. Because I think when you argue things logically like that, like what you just said, or like what I was saying about the school lunches, it's like just economic arguments. I think in this period of time, and I talked about this in my immigration video, I was like, it's very hard to make people care about helping the vulnerable when they're struggling. Like, it's really hard to extend generosity when you feel like you have no generosity extended to you. So it's like getting caught up on a lot of these like social issues when really you can just focus on economic arguments, and a lot of the economic arguments will rise the boat. Like if you can move the economics to be more fair, more redistributive, then you rise the tide for everyone in society, and then you can move on to the social issues. I think, like, I don't know, I really struggle with the social issues just because they're so stupid, and they're just like so easy to like get people to get really caught up in this dumb ideology over, rather like, you know, things like fucking, well, I talked about in my video about the pronouns and shit. It's like, realistically, it does not impact your life the single bit just to say someone's fucking pronoun. It would be weirder to not. It'd be strange to like actively misgender something. It'd be weird to do that. Yeah. I think in this era, like the left-wing economic argument is the really strong argument. And I think, I don't know, like I wonder what your take is on that. How do you balance the importance of sort of pushing for social issues versus these sort of more economic arguments?
If social issues are the only thing you're championing and you never champion economic issues, then yes, you will be belittled and you will lose elections every step of the way, especially when the economic issues, as a matter of fact, help marginalized people disproportionately more than it helps, I guess, like the white working class. Because especially, I can speak for America, where black people on average are poorer than white people as a whole. So any sort of universal initiative like socialized medicine, directly targets black people disproportionately. So much so that a lot of the social safety nets in the United States of America have been undermined by pointing to how black people take advantage of it in this country. Like, white supremacy is a really big motivator for a lot of people in this country that have caused the undermining and clawing back of social safety nets such as welfare. Bill Clinton also played a role in this as well. And he's a Democrat, right? He's supposed to be the liberal hero, the liberal champion. But like, welfare queens was a concept produced by the Reagan era of politics. And it was deliberately created to attack the welfare state, to attack social safety nets, to attack these programs that were supposed to help some of the most marginalized people. And there are more white people in this country than there are black people, and therefore more white people were taking advantage of welfare than black people were, maybe black people were disproportionately, or black people per capita were taking advantage of welfare more, but there were more white people using it. And the undermining of the welfare system, championed by the very same white people that use welfare, actually ended up harming them. So my point always is pushing for universal policies and then telling people like, look, it's unconditional. It means everyone gets health care. You don't get to carve out people that you don't like from this process. You don't get to say Medicare for all means Medicare for all except for trans people. Medicare for all means Medicare for all except for Nazis even. Like that's like something that I also always talk about, where it's the goal of these universal programs is to improve people's material conditions unconditionally so that they are less likely to succumb to the throes of right-wing sentiment, like fascist opinions, reactionary opinions.
I feel like you can maneuver the same argument into terms that will appeal to a right-winger. So like fundamentally, I would say, I said it in the video, I was like, the reason I believe in these things is because I'm a selfish prick. Like the reason I don't want more crime is because I don't want my life affected by crime. And I think some of the things that I've had a little bit of breakthroughs with, I guess more, so I get some nice comments where people are like, oh, you changed my perspective of it, from being a right-winger to, a bit more on the left or whatever. And some of it is like positioning stuff into selfishness. So being like, look, mate, crime is bad. Like if crime exists in your community, it is bad for you. Your house property, your life, it's more risk on your life if it's great. You don't want to live in a shithole, do you? You don't want to live somewhere you feel scared. And like painting it more instead of empathy, which is sad that you need to do this, but like instead of empathy and compassion, just be like, bruv, your life is fucking worse because you're not helping these people. Because
I do that all the time. I argue for socialism from a selfish perspective all the time. I'll do it for homelessness, right? Like, this is not my initial position. This is not like I tackle this problem from the point of empathy first and foremost. But if you want to make a selfish argument against for dealing with homelessness, nobody wants to step on human feces. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to feel unsafe when there's like someone who's genuinely experiencing a mental health episode in front of them, right? Nobody wants to see trash on the streets. But the solution to that is not to lock these people up and then release them later down the line when the prison population is overcrowded. Which is ultimately more costly. Exactly. The solution is to figure out where homelessness comes from. And you can look to other countries that have actually done a significantly better job of dealing with homelessness. And Vienna comes to mind. Austria. Vienna Vienna has 65% social housing. 65% of all housing that is readily available in Vienna is government owned.
That's mad.
And they have significantly less homelessness as a consequence of that. Even places like Finland, as a matter of fact, have implemented housing first homeless policies, like anti-homelessness initiatives, where first and foremost, they put homeless people in homes. Okay. And then the process of like rehabilitation begins. Because, or even Singapore, where the government owns all the land and all the housing units technically. So, this is the way to look to successful examples and to point to them and to say like, this is how you're supposed to, deal with this problem. Because like no one the liberal attitude towards homelessness in America, and I use this as a negative. I'm not, because I don't consider myself to be a liberal. The liberal attitude is basically to like either avoid looking in the direction of homeless people and act like they don't exist, or rather demand that every single person become social workers, like little social workers on the way to work. And that's a completely unsustainable method. You can't fix the problem that way. You are not fixing the problem that way. You're just trying to universalize the problem, right? You're
trying to fix a systemic problem with individual action, which is like, it's like what they do with climate change, where it's like, fucking take your plastic bag to Tesco's and you'll save the turtles. It's like, it's their way of shifting responsibility onto individuals. But I feel like going down, I did the selfish argument, or I tried to paint a selfish argument on the refugee, I did the migrant crisis stuff. So I was talking about refugees specifically, not just general immigration. And like a big part of it in my head was like, because again, I'm sort of talking about this thing where it's really hard to push an empathetic view to someone who is also struggling. Like that's a hard sell. And so I flipped it onto like a geopolitical one. Like I was thinking about it more and more when I was doing this video. I hadn't actually heard many people talk about this, but like with the refugee, like the crisis where, you know, you have all these states like say Syria, etc., and they have civil wars, and you are currently overburdening most of the developing world by allowing them to take the absolute brunt. It's like something like 80, maybe 70% are in the developing world. Of like the 120 million refugees worldwide, something like 70 to 80% are in the developing world, which is so destabilizing to a country that is already struggling, doesn't have the infrastructure to support it. And so I was saying, well, where do you think? So I sort of looked through it, and I did a bit about like the formation of like Taliban. I was sort of looking at the Soviet-Afghan war and how it displaced a lot of Afghans. They then were in these like camps, these refugee camps. They obviously weren't good living standards, and they became quite easy to radicalize, and it created these sort of like, you know, many years on, you have all these sort of big conflicts, and there's many other reasons why. But
would it surprise you if I were to tell you that the radicalization occurred even before the USSR involvement? That Americans went in and wanted to deliberately turn Afghanistan into the USSR's very own version of Vietnam, at least according to Zbigniew Brzezinski at the time, who very openly took credit for this. Hold on, let me see if I can find the actual quote. Does anyone in the chat have it? No, this is before Operation Cyclone. Americans were priming up the Mujahideen against the brutal USSR aligned Afghan government at the time. They were you know, socialist communists.
They were like giving arms and stuff like this to. They were sort of like poking the nest as well. They were like involved in the same conflict.
Yeah.
Either way, anyway, this is about sort of specifically about refugees, right? So you then put all these people into a poor country that can't look after them, and it is, you know, they're living in terrible conditions, and it becomes a prime place for radicalization, and it destabilizes countries. Like you can look at like Congo had 2 wars, which I believe come from like refugees. I can't remember exactly what conflict, but they're refugees that went there, destabilized it. So basically what I'm saying is the argument you can make to these people, which isn't an empathetic argument, it's purely just geopolitical, is that if we don't take refugees, if we don't help these people now, 5-10 years, you do not know what destabilizing effect that's going to have on the wider world. And you're making a problem for the future. It's like, it's just sweeping something under the rug. It's like in the future, it's going to get worse. And this has been our approach in Britain for a long time, where we just kick the can down the road. And so I feel like those arguments, I don't know, I'm trying them and seeing how they push through, but just forgetting compassionate arguments, because I remember when I was in that position, you could never really argue empathy to me, because I'd always be like, mate, we're struggling. So like just sort of talking geopolitics and talking like, well, what happens if we don't help refugees? No one's really talking about it. You never hear Farage for a second think about that. What happens if we don't help these people?
Yeah, no, I think that a lot of people refuse to reckon with the Western intervention that takes a formative role in these conflicts that cause this instability to begin with. I mean, the likes of Jeremy Corbyn definitely do understand it, but they're routinely vilified by the very same media that is also backed by the defense industry in both England and also in the United States of America. So when you say stuff like that, you're immediately criticized. You're like, oh, dude, you love the enemies. You want to hug and kiss the enemies. These guys are bad. These guys are bad people. And your position is born out of empathy, but it's a good starting point for a lot of people, because a lot of people it will appeal to. I just think there is a contingent of society, especially on the right, where compassionate arguments are always thwarted by what about our own problems? And obviously they never have solutions. They'll say, well, why are we housing refugees when we have our own homeless? And it's like, yeah, but
I literally did in the video.
I don't see you advocating for socialized housing. Like I don't see you advocating for more council housing. You know, and I did literally in the video. I did like a control F on reform and conservative manifestos for the word homelessness, and they didn't appear once. They're in the Labour manifesto maybe 4 times, and like refugee migrant is like in their manifesto like 20 times, reform and conservative. They don't give a shit, you know. It's like, but that's the problem though, because the new Labour manifesto or the new Labour attitude is also not great.
They just span on it, man. They just
Yeah.
always submit to that right wing frame, and it's like, bro,
But
just,
it's
we need
not
to
necessarily
push an
right wing
narrative.
framing, is what I'm saying. It's more so the corporate interests
Well,
there
yeah.
at play,
Okay.
and they are beholden to the same corporate masters in the same exact ways that like the right wing parties are, which is why they have to take a more tolerant approach. But because they're not actually interested in tackling the underlying problem, then they just come across as like smarmy, woke, annoying shitheads. Like smarmy, woke, annoying, liberal, elitist shitheads who don't want to address any of the real problems at all. And that's the issue. That's why I think it's important.
I've got to bounce. It's quite late here. Can I ask you one last question? It's
Yeah,
been
go
really,
ahead.
I've really enjoyed chatting with you, by the way.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, like, what you read my tweet about Cenk. I just wanted to know, what is your inside perspective on what's going on with his? Is he like playing the game, or is it too much to?
I don't know, because like I am obviously a bit biased. This is a man who's seen me shit my diapers. You know what I mean? He is my uncle after all. But yeah, I think Cenk used to be a big fighter for progressive causes, unconditionally and uncompromisingly, right? He always would tell the Democratic Party never to cave and capitulate the right-wing framing on issues. And I feel like after years and years of not getting the results that he wanted to, I think he's given up hope on the Democratic Party almost. And that's a very dangerous prospect for his future politics, because when you give up hope on the Democratic Party, that's one thing. But after giving up hope on the Democratic Party, assuming that the Republican Party is going to do anything that is at the behest of the working class, I think is when you make that leap, or when you even entertain that as a concept, you're slowly but surely radicalizing yourself in the opposite direction. And I am a little fearful, because I do see like his opinions on crime are genuine. Like he just like legitimately has a right-wing position on crime overall, where he thinks like everyone on the left. Everyone on the left is they love crime. They want people to come and like rape your daughters or whatever. Like he'll say like crazy shit. And we've had some arguments both privately and publicly, including in what I call Janksgiving, where he comes over for Thanksgiving. We just did that recently, and we talked for like 3 hours. But yeah, I think.
Your pub conversations have got to be wild. I can't
Yeah.
imagine when you have a few bevies. Yeah.
Yeah. But we'll see what happens. Maybe he's just being optimistic, and he'll recognize that the Republicans are not doing any of those things, or maybe he'll just like continue to double down and be like, well, this is the real enforcement that we need to see here, because he keeps talking about like stopping the bleeding, where the real solutions to lower crime are too difficult. They're far too difficult. These initiatives are too broad and too much in the future. And when you succumb to short-term thinking and you want to like in your mind stop the bleeding when it comes to like crime or homelessness, all of a sudden you're looking into the right-wing position on the matter. You're all of a sudden thinking that the right-wing position on the matter is stopping the bleeding, when it is exactly that attitude that has got to this, that has got us here to begin with. You know?
Yeah. Goddamn. Yeah, man. It's been really cool chatting with you. I really appreciate you watching my video. And yeah, keep in touch. It'd be nice to have a few more.
For sure.
Yeah. Keep
All
doing what you're
right.
doing.
I'm
I'll try and check.
at Cambridge Union and Oxford Union to talk about Israel-Palestine this upcoming week.
Yeah, you
Let me
said
know.
Tuesday, yeah.
Yeah, let me know if you want to pull up to that.
Well, literally, you're like, as in tomorrow. You're technically tomorrow.
No, not tomorrow.
It's like midnight here, so it's like half.
No. I guess Wednesday and Thursday.
Got you. All right. So as in the 4th. Am I being stupid now? Is it the 3rd or the 4th that you do it?
I think it's the 4th and the 5th.
I bet. Okay, I'll check it, mate. I might already be in London, so if I am, yeah, I'll give you a shout.
All right.
Sick, man. Been really cool.
All right, let me know, man. Have a good one.
In a bit, brother.
That was Jimmy the Giant, everybody. A YouTuber who made the video Why I Left the Left. And also How the Left Failed Young Men. Oh, fuck, it's hot in here. Or why I left the right. Sorry, not why I left the left. Sorry. I'm so used to people saying why I left the left that I forget that there are people who leave the right. Also, we got some breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. We got some really big breaking news. Hunter Biden might be itching for a pardon. Okay? Hunter Biden might be itching for a pardon, folks. Oh my Lord. Lordy Lord. How we got here? Free my man. Free my man. He ain't do nothing wrong. Free my motherfucking man, baby. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Get him out of prison. Also, apparently Asmongold agreed with me.
Yeah,
Let's take
I'm
a
gonna
look.
be honest. I think he was right about pretty much everything.
I gotta pee real quick.
I think this was good. This was really good. And I feel like also it's an example of like, if you build it, they will come. The reason why people have moved away from like progressive policies and the Democratic Party is they feel like the party's not made for them. Yeah, I'll link you all the video. Yeah, honestly, it made sense. Yeah, no, for sure. And I think that's really what happens more than anything. I just want to see and win. Now, if you build Blue Sky, well, I mean, there's some people that are at Blue Sky for sure. And does the right need a view? No, they don't. This is the thing, is that if you create something worth fighting for, you don't need to pay people to fight for it. They'll do it for free. That's the thing, is a lot of the people that were like, for example, a lot of the people that were like going to like the Kamala rallies, they were getting paid like, tens of millions of dollars, right? Or at least millions of dollars to do that. So it's really not a surprise that would happen. Both parties have changed so much in the last 5, 10, or 20 years. Yeah, sure. But the right has the view, and it's the view of driving people to the right. Yeah, exactly. And younger generations are brainwashed by social media. Well, older generations are brainwashed by mainstream media. Like, I don't really think that's a very, this isn't really much of a conversation, is it? But anyway, I think that the big problem is that young guys get demonized by the left, and they get demonized by the left for doing things that young guys like doing, like being abrasive, saying obnoxious things, being aggressive. And also, I think the main issue, I think, for a lot of guys, and I don't know about you guys, right? But it's like what I was saying before about the identity politics. The moment that I see advantages that are given to like women explicitly, I'm immediately never going to support that, because I'm not a woman and I don't want to see somebody be given advantages based off of their identity. Straight up, that simple. And so if there's a group of people that are doing that, I will always go against them. Why would I support somebody who's actively trying to make things worse for me? It's so simple. It's diminishing to women too. Yeah, I think in a lot of cases it is. You keep saying he's right, but examples are stuff that he would not agree with. He's not completely on board with the anti-white stuff that you're talking about. Well, he might not agree with it.
Yeah, on principle, I think when people cry about white identitarian politics and say white people are under attack, I disagree with it. That doesn't mean that I don't want you, regardless of your background, regardless of your even political opinions, that to get educational attainment, upward social mobility, housing, healthcare. There is no world where I would ever fight against you getting those things. That's the whole point. That's what I believe. And I think a lot of people personally hear stuff, clipped out of context or whatever the fuck, and they make up their minds and they go, oh, this guy hates white people. It's like, no, dude, I don't. I'm white, okay? I'm a white man. I still believe that, conservatives, even fucking Nazis deserve health care. The point is, I use that extreme example. The point is that a more just, empathetic, universal approach to politics is going to make it so that people are less angry. Okay? That's it. That's the point. Also, Biden has officially pardoned Hunter already. Oh my God. Oh my God. This motherfucker will pardon his son, but not student loan debts. Okay. Crack is legal now, folks. We did it. Smoking on that free Hunter pack, baby. That's right. Enemies of the state are mad. Today I signed a pardon for my son Hunter. From the day I took office, I said I would not interfere with the Justice Department's decision making, and I kept my word. Okay, hold on. That's right. That's right, baby. That's right, baby. Hey, yo. Hey. All I gotta say is this. Till it's spelled backwards. Woo! Woo! Let's go. Oh. Yeah. Sorry, I had to celebrate a little bit, you know? Maya, what the fuck is going on? Hello? Excuse me. Free Hunter. That's right. Dude, you don't understand. It's gang shit, okay? Sometimes I think you aren't quite white and then you dance to a rap song. Yeah. You're such an unk, bro. Oh, man. Cultural victory for meat posters. That's right. Wow. What a day. What a day. We're all smoking a little bit of crack today in honor of the crack cocaine legend himself, in honor of the illegal gun owner himself, Hunter Biden. Once again, proving that Joe Biden is just right wing, dude. He's like, excuse me, I thought this was America. Didn't realize you couldn't fucking do a little bit of drugs and then, you know, get a gun. I didn't realize you couldn't do tax evasion. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Anyway, real principled abolitionists will understand what I'm talking about, okay? Woo! Wow. I'm a single issue voter, honestly. I'm a single issue voter. So for me, it's like, this is my one issue. Like, I'm glad that it finally happened, right? Today, I signed a pardon for my son, Hunter. From the day I took office, I said I would not interfere with the Justice Department's decision-making, and I kept my word, even as I have watched my son being selectively and unfairly prosecuted. Without aggravating factors like a use in crime, multiple purchases, or buying a weapon as a straw purchaser, people are almost never brought to trial on felony charges solely for how they filled out a gun form. I mean, he's not wrong. Those who are late paying their tax because of serious addictions but pay them back subsequently with interest and penalties are typically given non-criminal resolutions. It is clear that Hunter was treated differently. The charges in his case came about only after several months. This is why, because people hate freedom. Okay? People hate people who are unjustly prosecuted and persecuted. The charges in his case came after several of my political opponents in Congress instigated them to attack me and oppose my election. Then a carefully negotiated plea deal agreed to by the Democrat of Justice, Department of Justice, unraveled in a courtroom with a number of my political opponents in Congress taking credit for bringing political pressure on the process. Had the plea deal held, it would have been a fair, reasonable resolution of Hunter's cases. You lose all accumulated swag when you dance? What? I think y'all are haters, man. It's fine. I can't. I'm sorry. Okay. If I feel like I'm a dance and it doesn't happen frequently, I'm gonna have a little bit of fun. Okay. Stop. Complete lack of rhythm. Yeah. No, I have no rhythm. 100%. I don't. Anyway. No reasonable person who looks at the facts of Hunter's cases can reach any other conclusion than Hunter was singled out only because he is my son, and that is wrong. There's been an effort to break Hunter, who has been 5.5 years sober, even in the face of unrelenting attacks and selective prosecution. In trying to break Hunter, they've tried to break me, and there's no reason to believe it will stop here. Enough is enough. For my entire career, I've followed the simple principle. Just tell the American people the truth. They'll be fair-minded. Here's the truth. I believe in the justice system, but as I have wrestled with this, I also believe raw politics has infected this process and it led to a miscarriage of justice. And once I made the decision this weekend, there was no sense in delaying it further. I hope Americans will understand why a father and a president would come to this decision. Dude, this is just Trump. I mean, he's just doing classic Trump. This is a Trump speech, but like still with some semblance of like norm respecting, you know, because these guys are civility understanders. He's going to pardon January 6 supporters who are not his family. Generational side eye. Okay, calm down. She liked it. Where was this power when abortion was made illegal in a bunch of states? Making a video on this guy, by the way? Hell yeah. Let's go, Jaubrey. Get him.
Black and white, that paperwork of off for him. Zero toleration for that nigga. Take his life from him. He don't want that pistol play. Okay, I Tyson him. Lie from him. Better check the black and white, that paper. Okay, I Tyson him. Lie from him.
How do you deal with the hate? What? I don't really see it that much. I don't really give a shit. What is this? Oh, he's serious? Yeah. Yeah, free Hunter. I'm serious about it. Do you actually support Biden's decision or are you mocking him? I can't tell. I don't really give a shit. I mean, yeah, he's very clearly very clearly doing this because he doesn't want his son to go to jail. But I am joking. Like, I don't really give a shit if Hunter Biden goes to jail or not. You know? It's inconsequential and it makes conservatives really upset. Yeah. No, 100%. The precise moment is the highlight of Thanksgiving. The shirt was the cherry on top. Yeah. It's funny because like people, he made a decent case for a lot of like people to be like, yeah, it's his son. After being pardoned, Hunter Biden says he will never take the clemency I've been given today for granted. Oh, dude, he's gonna get back on crack. That'd be the funniest outcome of this. Damn, you're on Fox News again. Left-wing Twitch stars videos filled with terrorist propaganda, extremism. It's going to be fun to watch conservatives lose their fucking minds over it for the next week. You know? Do you know the Irish duo Kneecap? Yes, I've heard of them. Yeah, they're like, they were denied a grant by the British government, right? Or something? For political reasons. And then they were able to secure it through litigation. And they won. Yeah, big weekend for luchador faced, luchador mask wearing people. Kneecap wins legal case against the government over block to funding award. I need one of these. I need one of these Irish flag balaclavas, dude. I need it bad. Why was this the norm that Biden decided to break?
Chucky or law, get the Brits out loud. A one-way ticket, please, I've lost my bus pass. It's Jackson off, he's looking some pins, man.
The Catholic Republican reaction already celebrating the release of Hunter Biden. Here are all the Catholic Republicans already celebrating the release of an honest-to-God Catholic man, Hunter Biden. Hunter fucking Biden!
Who's next? Me, miss. Some would you like a bag? While you're shopping out your nose, I see your ankle tag. Fuck you, curfew, dislocated eye socket. Overnight cop shop with 2 grams in his pocket. Loves his reputation, now he's known for being a rocket. In his dreams, 9mm loaded. I'm a hitch, double OD. Low lace, come with what they say about me. Cause I'm a hitch, double OD. Low lace, come with what they say about me.
A dog with a job, what the fuck is that? When our poor Mickey's just sitting in the flat, sipping on his cans and smoking rollies, cause all the best jobs are.
Dave Weigel retweeted this.
It's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be a bloodbath.
Throw a hook, a jab and a boot. I sneak a quick toot, then I fire another boot. For calling me a fruit, for trying to take the loot. But Billy won't be bothering any more hoots.
Niche couple of cash, do you want it in your chest or your knees or your head? DJ Provey has the lead. You can beg, you can plead, you can tell us what we need. You can change your name,
But you're all the fucking same. I'm a hitch, double OD. Low lace, come with what they say about me. Cause I'm a hitch, double OD. Low lace, come with what they say about me. I'm a hitch, double OD. Low lace, come with what they say about me. Cause I'm a hitch, double
The Irish language rap group Kneecap has won a case it took against a former Tory minister who blocked them from getting a £14,000 arts grant. The UK government conceded the case in a Belfast court today, accepting the decision had been unlawful.
It was a typically understated kneecap arrival for the conclusion of this civil action. Band member DJ Provy represented the rest as he exited a mocked-up police Land Rover and strode into court.
The
band took this case over a decision of former Tory Trade Minister Kemi Badenoch to deny them a £14,000 arts grant. They claimed their anti-Tory politics and ridiculing of former Conservative leader Boris Johnson had been the reason. The new Labour government conceded the case, accepting that the decision had been unlawful and procedurally unfair.
This was an attack on artistic culture, an attack on the Good Friday Agreement itself, and an attack on Kneecap and our way of expressing ourselves.
And he had this personal message for the now Tory party leader, Kemi Badenoch.
Good effort, Kemi. Hard lines in the elections, and onwards and upwards. Free Palestine.
The proceedings themselves were very short, just a matter of minutes. Mr. Justice Schofield, who heard them, said he was pleased that there had been a settlement. He said he was sure there was very little that Kneecap and the UK government actually agreed on, and he wished all the parties well, sending them on their way with a hearty Guramayogav. The band said it had always been about the principle, never about the money. They've donated the cash to 2 youth groups, one on each side of Belfast's peace line. The UK government said it had decided not to contest the case, as it did not believe it was in the public interest. Conor Macaulay, RT News, Belfast.
That was amazing. There's a Vice video on Northern Ireland. They're so damn funny in it. They trekked to a random spot in the woods where one of them was christened. What a guy. Yeah. I know Hunter Biden got a pardon, chat. You think I don't know? Look at the... Why do you think I'm wearing this shirt right now? Why do you think I'm wearing this shirt right now, chat? Fuck you mean? God, I love Northern Irelanders. You mean just Irelanders? First reaction is not what we expected. Reagan, Biden and pardon his son Hunter. Honestly, I don't think this is something worth getting mad over. A father should look after his son. Joe has been so mistreated by the Democrat Party and disrespected. This is the one thing he's actually always cared about. What is this? Oh, God. Anyway. What is this? LeBron James' media company lost almost 30 million last year. Yeah, it's because he's the GOAT, even at losing money. There. Asked and answered. Fuck Hunter Biden. Hey, fuck you, man. Hey, fuck you, dude. What is this? Just got here. What's your take on the pardon? I'm conflicted. It's amazing. Fuck the rules. Fuck the norms. I wish Joe Biden would do that for, you know, pardoning student loan debt. Pardon more people. That's why he went with this tweet. Yeah, no one in the media better complain when January 6ers get their pardons now. Yeah. Oh my God. That's the reason why he's saying that. Free Sirhan. It should not be illegal to have a big ass cock. Okay? It should not be illegal to have a big dick and do crack cocaine. It just shouldn't be. And I think it's fucked up that Americans for quite some time decided it should be illegal and wanted to fucking jail Hunter Biden for it. I have no dog in this fight, okay? I don't do crack. But it's fucked up that they were making having a big cock illegal out here. You feel me? And doing crack.
No. I think that he might not think that it's valid. I think that Hasan understands that what I'm saying is accurate. He just doesn't agree with the conclusion. That's two very different things. I think it's very easy to identify, yes, this is why people are mad, without going and saying that you agree with why they're mad. He doesn't understand, he doesn't agree. Yeah, exactly. It's simple. And so anyway, I think that's the main thing. And so the moment that, and I feel like, again, when you see people that are getting preferential treatment, or especially like on Twitch, this has happened a lot, where people have said negative things like, calling people crackers, etc., and not getting in trouble for it.
I mean, I got banned for calling people crackers.
Fuck that. It's like, I don't want.
How can you talk about universal health care and like what the Democratic Party should do going forward, and then go back to like talking about cracker? CNN, people aren't taking us seriously anymore. Let's get Hasan Piker on. Are you an anti-Semite? No. Okay, thanks for answering that. Don't worry, I won't push back with any evidence that you are. Hasan is a typical progressive hipster most dudes hate being around. It's so funny that a lot of guys in Asmongold's community have this attitude, but like, this is just not the reality in the real world. Like, I'm willing to bet that like, if you're some fucking sweaty online guy, okay, you probably don't. I suspect, are probably not going to be able to hang out with the very same people that I can very easily hang out with. A lot of even right-wing people. They ask him what his thoughts are about 9/11. These people have no friends. Source, I was one. Yeah. Son of billionaire complains about how nobody listens to him. Son of billionaire. Dude, how the fuck did these people arrive at these, like, oh God, I don't even want to get into it. How would Hasan know how to win back bros when the only audience he attracts is brain dead 14-year-old Reddit users, as opposed to what? This guy being a fucking 45-year-old Reddit loser? The whole intro of him being very broy is the most forced and telegraphed move ever. I think this is what I mean as far as like political polarization has caused people online to basically refuse to reckon with the truth that is in front of their eyes. If you look to someone like myself who fucking works out every day, who participates in athletic competitions and shit like that, and is like, a fairly broy dude, and you go, no, actually, he's not. He's weak because of his opinions, his politics. You've lost sight of like what is directly in front of you, and you're only, dude. I'm banning that one Chat GPT bot that keeps asking the weirdest questions. Push by Twitch, push by CNN, push by DNC. What kind of privilege is this? Why would you go to Piker for advice on how to get men back when he's widely hated by men? I think that there is a real crisis of confidence among men. You know? That's true. There's a real crisis of confidence among men. So what did this Josh Strife guy say about me? Did we find out or no? How do I find the transcript? Where is the transcript? Show transcript. Someone in the chat said that he was like someone in the chat said he was like saying that like my radical politics caused something. Here's what Cash Nasty said about you.
Yes! Oh my god!
God! The crowd is...
Chris get jumped out by an English teacher, bro. Oh, excuse me. No, this is what a teacher that talk about politics, man. Economics teacher, bro.
Stunned. We're all stunned right now.
What is happening right now?
Can Chris make the 7-0 comeback? Hasan just needs...
Crazy. Dropped off. 8-0. Economic teacher, bro. Come on, Chris. Bro.
8-0.
Crazy. Crazy. Chris, give it up, dog. Try to hang it up.
Did you mean
Trying to hang it up, man. Father time whooping your dog. He is.
He taught me how to shoot threes.
Bro, he hit you in the back with a belt, bro.
You taught him the bank.
The bank is open. I really did not think I was going to win.
It's a make or miss tournament. Great game. Here
Bro,
we
the
go.
motherfucker's taller than you? Yeah. Yeah. Timestamp for that.
I take
Josh.
over the whole kind of Hassan's place. I want to play video games and kind of forget about the world in general.
Wait, he's not even saying anything. Y'all are crazy. You said this guy is like shitting on
What
me.
happened? Yes, there's a website for Screaming at the Void. It's called Twitter. It really is. So basically what happened was this may come as a shock to some.
Y'all are so weird, bro. Like, just because someone invokes my name doesn't mean that they're shitting on me. What the fuck? Yo, drama perverts are so strange, dude. I'm pretty sure the original chatter seriously misinterpreted whatever JSH was saying. He's overwhelmingly a chill and nice creator. He is described as center left. He's honestly a cool dude. Yeah, I was shocked because someone said he was like a former teacher. Drama farmers are desperate because they want me to talk about Destiny sucking penis. That's what it is, okay? They're like, please talk about it. Please speculate if it's Nick Fuentes. Okay? That's what it is. That's what the drama farmers really want. And like, I'm not a fucking 14-year-old edgelord, so I don't necessarily care. I doubt that it's actually Nick Fuentes. I didn't want to see it. And now I have to bleach my fucking eyes. I don't even want to think about it. And that's it. Wait, he sucked the dick? Yeah, his Destiny is he's bisexual. I mean, that's not that weird. It's not weird at all, actually. What's weird is how he's tried to fuck white nationalists. And I think he has. But, you know, what's weird is the fact that like how these videos got released into the fucking wild. I don't know if it's a Nazi's dick he was sucking. If that's the case, then that's like, you know, completely fucking insane and utterly ridiculous. I think Bad Empanada covered it a little bit, but overall, it's like, you know, I think the story isn't necessarily if he actually did suck off a Nazi, then that is a story in and of itself. That's insane. But how these videos got released into the fucking wild is crazy. And I tried to track down how the fuck this took place. And I think it's I don't know, people were saying that people were saying that he was like sending all these videos to like random people that he's trying to fuck, which I don't really understand. I don't really understand that at all. Like, why the fuck would you, one, I don't even understand being a public, like being a you know, public person, a public personality, and then also filming yourself doing the deed. But, you know, different strokes for different folks. But I definitely don't fucking understand. I definitely don't understand why you would go about sending those videos to random fucking people like a resume, especially if you didn't get prior consent from other parties involved that were filmed. Not like prior consent during the filming, but like consent to release these videos into the wild. But I don't know if that's the case. I don't know how the fuck these videos got released into the wild to begin with. The only thing I've seen is that the fact that he said his friend got hacked. Oh, okay. Decent sex video trying to get feet pics from a 19-year-old. That 19-year-old shared her account with the person that posted Laura Southern's logs from a few weeks ago in the videos this week. D claims the person was hacked. The only thing we do outside of politics is drama now. Now you're talking about it like they want. Why are we talking about this? No more drama, please. Yeah, I don't think they want me talking about this. I don't know who the fucking they is in this situation. But I just don't understand why you're fucking sending videos of yourself engaging in consensual sexual acts to other people. Hasan swerve arc? Yeah, dude, I'm anti-sex work. No, you do realize sex work is very different. Like, it's not private videos that you're sharing with random third parties, right? Like, are you fucking stupid? Are you brain dead? I'm not even like slut shaming him. I don't give a fuck. Was Hunter Biden pardoned? Yes, we already talked about it. I'm literally wearing a free Hunter shirt, man. Why do you think I'm wearing it? Nate Silver, why I left the left moment? Oh shit. I discussed here how I voted for Harris despite feeling the Democrats indulged in a lot of bad behavior that voters were rational to publish. After the White House lying about Hunter Biden, I'm not sure how much more I can tolerate. Wait, he's leaving the left because Hunter Biden got pardoned? That's so funny. Shut up, bitch. Yeah, Hunter Biden was the turkey to be pardoned this year. Don't vote for any Democrat in 2028 who doesn't repudiate the pardon within 48 hours. Wait, what? This is his red line. What a deeply unserious person. Bro, you're linking Hulu. Are you okay? Some of the chatters are just not all right mentally, I don't think. Chatters are basically like, come on, dog. Why don't you come on, man. Let's go on Hulu. Let's watch Hulu. Fuck it. Netflix reacts. Like, your brains are fucking fried, honestly. React to something fun? What is this?
Look what I'm having for breakfast. They've even got bacon wrapped around the sausages. Lovely bloody.
Oh my god. I should have never said 90-day Reaxe. It's like a trigger word that caused so many people to be fucking so stupid. I know this story. This is a very famous guy. This guy's like a veteran experiencing like some severe mental problems. And I think he's the brother of a cop. But here, let's watch.
Tell you guys right now, whoever could go toe to toe with me, head to head, push up, let's get it. Let me be quiet and go in my own house that I earned with my blood, my sweat, and my tears.
He's yacked out of his fucking mind. He's yacked out of his mind, dude. He's both jacked to the gills, hopped up on fucking steroids, but also simultaneously maybe even yacked in a different way. You know what I'm saying? Like Hunter Biden style.
Top of the morning to you.
It's 1:30 a.m. in Reno, Nevada, where police are called to an apartment complex for the second time after reports of a man who was yelling.
Looks like they're just open. Hey Chris, Reno PD, what's going on, man?
I got no guns.
Okay.
Who are you?
I'm with the Reno Police Department. I work with your brother.
Get your hand off the weapon right there, mother. I got.
This is pretty crazy. Because this is like the most active threat that, cops have experienced.
My hands right here.
No,
take your hat off. You.
Chris.
You!
Cops are also kind of funny though, because like low key they do respond to like people giving them orders because they're so servile in nature. The hogs, I mean, that I think personally. What? This woman made Deborah the new Karen. Okay, we'll watch that after. Where they just like they immediately are like, okay, sir, sorry.
Chris, what is going on, man?
Coming out there.
All right. He's coming out.
Yeah, he also, just so you understand, he is someone who is known to the police department. His brother is a cop.
Where's my brother? I need a hug, man. Don't shoot me, please.
Where is your brother? I don't know. We've been trying to get a hold of him.
Can I get a hold of my brother?
We tried to get a hold of him. He's not answering right now, Chris.
My name is Christopher Henderson. You guys shot me 2020. You guys didn't pay me any money. You shot me in my right shoulder.
Wait, he got shot by the cops before?
We know, bud.
Chris, what is going on?
Jesus. He said, geez. Bro, he's got the bubble gut and everything. He's got the Joe Rogan gut. Maybe he just had some pasta earlier, you know? I can't make any inferences. In the interest of journalistic integrity and fairness and honesty, I am not going to say that he has a Joe Rogan gut because of HGH. And instead, I'm simply going to say, maybe just like Joe Rogan, he just had a big pasta meal.
What's going on today, Chris?
Let me do some pull-ups. Get the out of my way. Move away. All of you. All of you move the away. Back the up. Chris. And if you do the
Chris.
shoot me in the back, shoot me in the You gonna tase me? I'm in my own apartment.
Chris.
Stop it.
You got a bunch.
He's doing, what he's doing here is called mogging. Okay? And it's excellent. It's working.
Your neighbors are calling. You guys trying to take me to jail?
Police identify the man seen here as 45-year-old Christopher Sheehan, the brother of an officer and military veteran.
I'm going to walk to the hospital with my dog now. Get the out of here. All of you now.
What is going on today, man?
If I ask you guys nicely, I'm going to tell you guys right now. Whoever could go toe-to-toe with me, head-to-head, push-up to push-up, let's get it. Going facing the west right here.
You're yoked.
Facing that. I'm not saying I'm yoked. Okay? Back up and stay. Are you scared? You're scared. You're scared. Are you scared or not? Be honest.
I'm not scared of you, dude.
I know you're not scared of me.
You should be. You should be, dude. He's a behemoth, dude. He's a specimen.
I'm scared of me. I scared one man. And his name is, do you want to know what his name is? Can I do a push-up? You guys won't shoot me in the back?
I'm not Chris.
You promise me? Listen, I'm a man.
Chris, do you remember me?
I'm a man, right? I'm a man.
Chris, do you remember me? We talked at Sports West.
What's your name?
It's Goodrich.
Goodrich. What's your last first name?
It's Elliot.
Elliot what?
Elliot Goodrich.
Cops voluntarily giving their names and badge numbers. That's crazy.
When's your birthday?
Well, Chris, it's in February.
What's your number of your birthday?
Chris, what's going on tonight?
I'm doing 14.
Chris,
My brother's February 14th, 1979.
Okay. Yeah, I know your brother. I know Monique as well.
Dude, shut the up.
Chris, what's going on?
Shut the up!
Why are we out here tonight?
Because I want you to shut the up.
Why do you keep yelling?
Shut your mouth, please.
Chris.
Put your taser down and shut your mouth. I see your taser right there.
I know, because you got me amped up right now, Chris.
All your weapons, I see them right here.
Chris.
I got you amped up because you guys are soft. Every one of you out here is soft.
Okay.
Every single one of you, especially that guy right there.
Here, Chris spots another officer standing in the distance and is, let's just say, not too happy about it.
They think he's some kind of cowboy over there. I see you, dude.
I'm not trying to hide.
Who you think you're hard?
Chris.
You think you're hard, motherfucker? You think you're standing there hard?
Stop, my friend.
You didn't shoot me because
This guy's a hero, dude.
you think I think I'm better than you.
I was there when that happened, my friend. Do you
Shut
want
the up!
Okay.
You weren't there!
Yes, I was.
Did you come up and hit me in the chest, man?
No,
You're okay?
I tried to
Did you come up and hit me in the abs, man? You're good?
Chris, can we
Did you
just-
do that?
Chris, can
Did you say I love you, bro? Did you say that to me?
Chris.
Was my brother there?
Hey, Chris, can we get you some help, my friend?
I already got.
Oh, they took they're fucking aiming. They got the lasers on him. They got the beat on them.
Officers keep their distance from the 45-year-old as this late-night drama continues.
What's up?
Chris.
Shoot me out with my boy Mike
Chris,
here.
stop.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Hey.
7 times. You gonna shoot me? I got no weapons. What
Chris.
else you want to see? You want to see the song?
Chris.
Want to see the Sheehan song, dude? Oh, you real?
Chris.
You guys think you're hard? Navy SEALs are hard. David Goggins, Jocko Willink.
Oh my God, David Goggins. Oh my God, he brought up David Goggins and Jocko Willink, the thumbs. Dude, podcasts have destroyed this country. We have to put a tariff on fucking Shure microphones, dude. Okay? We have to actually tariff Shure microphones and podcasting equipment. I am being so for real. Oh my God. This is, you also shouted out, talk to her. Haley Welch.
Jocko, run this country. David Goggins, run this country. Tom Milliken.
Like, imagine having like a mental health episode. Right? Imagine having a mental health episode as like a veteran who's deeply unwell. Okay? And the words that are coming out of your mouth are just like prominent podcasters. Like those are the people that run this country in that moment. It's just like, it's already a sad state of affairs. It's just yet another instance where it's like, clearly, you know, we're not taking care of these people well enough. But it's just like, it loops back to being kind of funny. Yeah, Aiden Ross.
You guys know who Tom Milliken is? You know who Marcus Luttrell is?
Chris.
You guys know who they are? I bet you read their books. You guys think they're hard? I'm hard. I'm hard as Tell me, get it. Shins, baby. Shins. Shins. Shins. 4-4-4-4-4. Get the back now. Go read your Bible. Shut the
Nope, stop.
Yeah. Andrew Santino. Bobby Lee.
Boss. Chris, can you stop and listen? We need to get you help. You know
I'm gonna
you
go
need
get me help. Don't
No,
stop.
stop with us.
You know who's hard? Stavros Halkias.
No, Chris.
Please don't shoot me. I'm going to get my own help. Stop!
We're gonna stop. We need
I'm
to
gonna
get you
put a
help.
shirt on, and I'm
Chris,
going to get my own
stop.
help. Don't shoot me in the back.
Hey,
don't
stop.
shoot me in the back, Reno PD. Don't arrest me. Don't touch me.
We're gonna get you to.
I have broken no laws. Shut the up.
Honestly, yeah, what law has he broken? I don't even know what the call is for. But like, has he broken any laws? It's just like still weird that they're, I guess, disturbing the peace, like yelling, being too cool. Yeah, being hard. The law he broke was being too fucking hard.
Let me be quiet. Let me be quiet and go in my own house that I earned with my blood, my sweat, and my tears.
I understand.
Shut the up.
We're gonna get you some help.
I'm gonna go get some right now.
We're gonna get you to.
I'm gonna go get.
Oh my God, I just realized his belly button is out of control, dude. That's gotta be, oh my God. Bro has the hardest Audi I've ever seen. That shit's, oh my God. Bro's got a little alien growing inside of him, dude. Oh, that's so much pasta. He ate way too much pasta. You hate to see it. You hate to see it with guys that eat too much pasta. Bro's belly button enters the room before him, dude. He's so fucking jacked. His belly button's got muscles on it. Oh my Lord. What a crazy state of affairs. Hernia from lifting heavy. He's like an XL bully. Yeah, he's out here looking like a 3X pimpy. That's natty, baby. You can achieve that physique.
Shut the up. I'm walking.
No.
Ah!
You need to stop, my friend. I'm here to help you. We're trying to help you.
You will not put your hands on me. You guys will not touch me. You especially. You're all weak.
Okay, Chris.
Think I'm on? Think I'm cranked out? Wood.
It's not long until officers decide they've seen enough.
Can I pray, guys?
Chris.
Can I pray?
No.
I can't pray.
Stop. We need to go and get you some
Okay,
help.
I'm going. You don't touch me. I'm going in my window.
No, we're not going to
I'm going to my apartment. It's my dog's in there.
Stop.
My dog's in there.
Let's go.
All right, take me to jail.
Thank you.
We're going to take me to jail for it.
We're going to the hospital.
You guys take me to the hospital.
Officer.
There's something very funny about like violently apprehending a person physically and also, you know, contorting their bodies in a way that they can't like really stand. And handcuffing them like a fucking animal and then saying relax in the process.
Officers handcuff Chris, who's not exactly calming down.
So why does it take
Yeah, I wonder why he didn't calm down. To be fair, this is one of those very few unique moments where like I don't know what you do. I don't think you can like walk him off this cliff. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what you're supposed to do. Like
many of you guys.
Because you're amped up?
No, I'm not amped up. Okay, leave me alone, please.
We're not here to hurt you, bud.
they need to trank dart him.
We're not here to hurt you.
You're not taking me to jail. Pull up my pants. Somebody pull up my pants. Pull up my pants, motherfucker. You! Pull up my pants, you. Pull up my pants. Pull up my pants right now. Pull up my pants. Pull up my pants.
You got your keys so we can close up?
I don't even have my keys on me.
Okay,
leave me the f alone.
Make sure that it's closed, okay? We'll get everything closed up.
Leave me alone.
We'll help you, okay?
Chris, can you hold
Let me touch my dog if you're gonna help me. Let me touch my dog if you're trying to help me, mother. You shot me in my mother. My dog's inside my apartment. Let me go in my apartment, mother. Let me go in my apartment. Please, I don't have weapons, guys. I don't have anything to hurt anybody. Please leave me the alone. I haven't broken any laws. Let me go to the VA hospital. Let me call my buddy Doug Goddard to come and take me to the VA hospital. I need to go. Leave me the alone. Please don't cuff me. I didn't break any laws. I will calm down. I'll take a knee. Can I take a knee? Can I please take a knee, guys? Take a knee. Take a knee. All right, now calm. I'm calm. Can you guys please let me go to the hospital? That's where we're going, man. Okay.
Officers lead our suspect to the parking lot, where an ambulance is waiting.
Oh shit, somebody video this. Please, somebody video this. Reno, help! Reno PD, you, get out of my, where's my dog? Where's Remy? Where's Remy? Come on. Where's Remy? Where's Remy, my dog? Give me my dog. Pull my pants up, you mother. I'm sorry for calling names.
Okay, can you stop?
Sorry for calling names.
Okay, well, Chris, we're just trying to get you help, my friend.
I just want to get my dog. Get the out of my apartment, you. That is my place.
Agreed. Chris, ambulance right there, my friend.
Where's my dog? Where's my dog?
It's in the house.
Where's my dude? Let me close up my stuff. My window's wide open. You guys went in.
Okay, now I feel kind of bad. It's just like, it was kind of funny at first because he was like dominating the cops.
You're smoking a cigarette. Let me have my dog. Let me have my dog, Remy.
Ambulance right there. What kind of dog you got, my friend?
You guys are so weak.
Right there.
You go.
Okay.
No, you go.
Go. Chris, come on, man.
What am I doing wrong? Am I breaking a law?
Yes.
How?
You're being too loud. You piss all your neighbors off by screaming.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Chris is eventually
okay, I'm sorry.
seated on a stretcher where he's not done talking yet.
So when can I go back in? Because I've broken no laws. I've done nothing wrong except for yell. And I was shut the up. And I just asked you guys to leave me alone so I can push ups. You guys won't leave me alone. Don't look through my Do I go in your house and look through your Okay, well maybe I will.
Hey there, everybody. We're going to get you right back to that body cam in just a
Disturbing the peace.
.com/bodycam channel. That's 50% off at truthfinder.com/bodycam channel.
How would you like it?
That's it, Chris. Close your window, lock it.
I want to let it go, man. You guys are going to arrest me, aren't you? You're going to throw a charge or disturbing the peace or something like that. Most likely, yeah.
Christopher tonight.
You're going to take me to jail? Yep, I knew you would. I knew you would.
Moments later, one nice officer really cracks this case. Take a look.
Can you push my elbow back a little bit?
Back like this?
Yeah, that way, yeah, keep going.
Say when.
Keep going. Yeah, keep going. Just go, dude. Send it, full send.
I'm not gonna go too hard. I don't want to hurt you, man.
Do as hard as you can, bro.
I know, but I don't want to hurt your joints or nothing.
I need it to break. I need it to pop.
Doctors are chiropractors, so we'll let them figure that out.
Yeah.
Better?
Yeah, Reno.
There you go.
Thank you for shooting me, man. That was the best thing you ever did to me.
It's here our suspect brings out his inner Uncle Rico.
Did you fall at all or anything, Chris? Looks like you have a little scrape on your back here.
Yeah.
You fell?
It's sad seeing a specimen like this defeated, like seeing a pack of hyenas take down a water buffalo. Yeah, but it's like a water buffalo that's on the tail end of his life. You know what I mean? Like in his prime, he would have fought off the hyenas. And I mean, he's been shot before. He keeps saying that you guys shot me in my shoulder. So I think that he had already successfully taken out the hyenas before.
Well, I did a back roll.
Oh, okay. Did you hit your head at all?
No, I just did it on purpose because I'm just practicing. I'm gonna walk on at UNR for football.
All right.
I've been training for it.
Okay, I do think it's kind of wild that despite the fact that he very obviously is a massive steroid user, his hairline remains intact. So, you know, crippling PTSD aside, it's very difficult for me not to notice that, I mean, he has fantastic hair for a 45-year-old guy who is very clearly doing a shit ton of steroids.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, I need a f***ing blanket. Get it. Sorry. I cracked the whip, though. We can grab you a blanket.
Yeah, I can get that.
No, I don't need one.
I got one right here ready for you.
Yeah, I got it right here, man.
I don't need it.
All right, cousin.
They call me the White Geronimo.
The White Geronimo.
Wait, they did shoot him. Wait, this is the video?
Let's talk about this. Let's figure this out.
I'm going to run. I'm sorry.
Your knees.
Oh. Oh my God. The cops, I'm not showing you what happened, but like the cops basically tased one another. It's him. The cops basically tased the other cop, and then the other cop shot him in the shoulder. They tased him and shot him. This is him. This is the same guy.
Why are you past what? Past what? Dude.
Can you go down your
Just yacked out of his fucking mind, even back then, baby. 2020, and he's still yacked out of his goddamn mind.
knees, please? Let's talk about this. Let's figure this out.
I'm going to run. I'm sorry.
No. Talk about this.
Here's my things. Here's my things. Here.
He's like giving his ID. And then they shoot him. Oh my God, he keeps walking. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, did they actually shoot him? Like, I don't understand. Wait, there's no blood. They shoot him and he keeps walking. Yeah, this guy got tased in the knee. Oh, wait, maybe this person shot him. Hold on. Oh, they're getting the less than lethal rounds ready. Look.
Here's my things. Here's my things. Here. This is my ID. My stuff.
Get down!
Oh, they shot him in the shoulder. Oh, there is blood. Yeah, they shot him in the shoulder. I'm covering it up because there's blood. They shot him in the fucking shoulder. They did. That one pop that you hear is actually a cop. Oh, fuck. They shoot him in the shoulder and they fucking tased him. And he just kept walking. That's crazy.
What position are you on playing football?
Running back, 34. I want to go get tattooed right now on my chest, a big heart right on my chest, and 34 right underneath it on my ribs, right next to the Fighting Irish. Or somewhere, I'm just visualizing.
What's the 34 stand for, my man?
Who's the best running back ever to play football in the history of the NFL?
Who's that?
Yeah, buddy!
Okay.
Chris finally.
Yeah, also, what's crazy is his brother is a cop. So they know him. He's a veteran. I remember reading about the story that his brother is a cop. They know him. That's why he says, like, I know Monica or whatever. Like, he's talking about the brother's wife too. Like, to say, like, I know your sister-in-law as well.
Agrees to lay back on that gurney when he soon finds himself in a sticky situation.
Pull up on my right arm. You're real strong. Yeah, pull up. Come on, good strong guy. Have a good day. We'll get you down there. We'll get you some help. All right? Go to the VA. Get some help. And go from there. All right?
You want to just keep your legs up here for me, my man?
I got
Okay. Can't pull your...
Can you guys please get the cuffs off now? They're hurting my shoulder, bro. Can you put them in the front?
Yeah, it's also crazy because like his shoulder is hurting because they shot him 4 years prior to this, or 2 years prior to this.
What's that? I can put him back behind you, but I can't put him in.
Sounds like take me to jail like this. I don't care. Go ahead. You guys take me to the hospital. I'll go to the hospital, I guess. Can I take the cuffs off? Or can you guys redo the cuffs? Stand me up and then redo the cuffs so it'd be comfortable at least.
We can put him back behind you.
Okay, cool.
You gonna be all right with me, Chris?
Absolutely, bro. I promise.
Swing off to the side over this way.
Officers adjust those handcuffs and prepare to take Chris to the hospital.
Here's your phone right here in between your legs.
Put it right on my... Put my phone on my big old... Please.
Alright, this is...
Right.
He's fucking...
Can somebody put on the song on my phone? It's called Geronimo. No, don't do that. Don't touch my phone.
This thing's Geronimo.
I don't know, but it's awesome. It'll get you going, guys. It'll get you woken up in the morning. And it'll also warm you up when it's nice and toasty warm in the cool. Whoa! Top of the morning to you. I'm shutting up. I'm never talking again. It's the last time I talked.
But as you might have guessed, that's not the last time we hear from Chris.
Of course it is. Please pour a cold cup of water right on my nuts.
The only thing I need to do here is for
Reno
maintenance
PD.
to make sure it's locked up.
As Chris heads for the hospital, officers check in with a few of his neighbors. Let's see what they have to say.
Does he have history of just not being stable, unfortunately?
Yeah, so he's a veteran. I don't know what service he was in. Was he? Yeah, and he suffered some sort of a brain injury.
Yeah.
And then that mixed with the steroids doesn't really help anything. So.
Seeing as it was just Veterans Day.
Yeah.
I don't know if that triggered him.
That's what we were just talking about.
Yeah.
I'm sure it has something to do with it, but when we were looking for his phone right now, we found some drugs, so that definitely doesn't help. So there's a whole lot of demons that he's dealing with right now, unfortunately.
While securing the suspect's apartment, one officer reveals this is not his first run-in with Chris.
Well, yeah, but this guy, dude, he's a big dude.
Yeah, well, all the way out.
Yeah. We're trying.
Last time I dealt with him, he was using he was using roids and meth in combination to power through those extra workouts. But
now we got roids and heroin. That's nice.
Well, I'm probably using the heroin to come down from the meth.
Chris was taken to the hospital where he's cleared by medical staff. Let's catch up with officers as they prepare to take the 45-year-old to jail.
I'm just trying to get home to my family. I'm cold. I'm out here with no shirt on. Okay. And Sean Gibson's going to watch me go to jail when I could go home and be comfortable and be a healthy veteran if I went home and slept with my dog.
He's not wrong, by the way.
But you're going to make me go to jail because I was yelling. How many days do you think you're going to take my job from me too, Sean Gibson? Give me my shirt. Give me my shirt. Don't touch my... Give me my shirt. You, Sean.
Okay. Have a seat, Chris.
I was speaking to my brother, Sean. Sorry, I shouldn't say that, Sean. I'm angry with you because you're making this decision. I can tell you're the sergeant.
You can be angry at me.
But why are you taking me to jail, dude?
Because that's our solution for tonight.
No, the solution for tonight is get help here or have me sleep it off.
They've already cleared you out. So we're going to go up there, and then you can work on getting help further from there. All right? There's people up there that'll help you as well.
Dude, shut the up.
Okay.
You're a bitch.
Yep.
Made in every way.
Okay.
Every fucking way, Sean.
All right.
And I see it too. I see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm sorry I said that. I'm just angry you're taking me to jail. Because I just want to eat,
I don't take any personal offense,
But
man.
why are you guys taking me to jail when I need help?
We're trying to get you that help.
My meds are at home.
I understand that.
But you're gonna put me in jail where I gotta fight?
They can give you medicine.
You guys want me to fight in jail?
No.
Yeah, you do, because you haven't been in there. You don't even know what it's like in there. You have no clue. But you think you're hard, dude, with your little freaking goatee.
Oh, I don't think I'm hard, though. I know I'm not hard.
Me neither. I don't think I am either. I just want to go home.
Hey, Chris, what we can do is we can try to...
Can you guys just issue me a ticket like you did after you shot me and let me go home? I promise to be calm.
Can you have a seat?
I promise to be calm, guys.
All right, I appreciate it.
Chris is whisked away to jail, where we join officers who are about to bring him inside.
All right, Chris, let's get you out of this pits, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Do you want me to grab your phone for you? I know you're touchy about your stuff. Got it? Okay.
Can you grab my shirt for me?
Yeah, I'll grab it. I'll grab it from the other side. That way we're not getting it all in the piss.
It's okay. I don't trust you guys to get my shirt.
Okay.
I'll get it.
Hey. Well, let him grab it. If he wants to grab it, grab it.
Thanks, guys.
Look,
I've been
respectful towards you this entire time. You know I'll grab your shirt.
Don't touch my shoulder like that. I'm the man. I'm the man.
You're the man, Chris.
No problem. I'll get this. I'm not trying to be aggressive. I get it. I know who the guy.
He is the man, actually. Respect to him.
Yeah, I got it. Doing something, don't f***ing grab me. Okay, I just don't touch me, dude. You ain't hard, man. There's real hard motherfuckers out in the streets. Like real ones. You ever heard of the real ones? I'm a f***ing real one. Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. You're welcome.
All right, Chris, come on. We gotta go in this door over here.
Can somebody put this shirt on for me?
Do you want it like over your shoulders, or how do you want it? Got it?
Got it now? Let's do it. Put it on.
Hey, Chris, we need you to sit down, buddy, okay?
Can I sit right here?
That's fine if you want to sit right there, but we just need you to sit down, okay?
Would you trade some mentally well-being for that brolic, for being that brolic? I would. No. I mean, if I want to, I could get there. I just have to do steroids.
Well, let's wait.
And that would be somewhat of a trade-off. What you're describing is just like, would you do a shit ton of tren? And the answer is maybe.
The VA. They took me to the VA already. I'm sorry if I was being rude at first. I'm not meaning to. I'm just not happy to be here. Actually, I'm kind of happy. I could lay down. Can I lay down on this pole?
No, I just want to get you back. We just got to research all your stuff. All right?
Why do you have to do research on this?
Why? It's the same thing we do that.
But I'm a vet, and I was. So why is there so many officers here? Are you guys scared? What do you with the mustache? Are you scared at all? You scared of anything in the world?
Maybe spiders, but that's about it.
I'm scared of rats, dude. That's the only thing.
This is your worst take, dog. I'm a big fan of fellow Jim Bro, and you've always inspired me, but this is such an ape take. Wait, what? Doing tren would make your mental health worse? That's not an ape take. Yeah, I will not be doing hard steroids. Maybe some TRT in the future for health reasons if my T levels get low, but like, think about how much of a fucking threat you present just by how brolic you are that they brought out the fucking SWAT team. You're already handcuffed. I mean, that's being a man right there. I'm sorry. Okay? Not to get all too broy and too toxically masculine here, but god damn, dude, that's hard body shit right there. That is hard body shit right there. That's all I'm saying.
Filthy rats. Hate them.
Now that you mention it, I
Smell them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't smell your
Oh,
rats in here.
snakes too. Can't forget about snakes.
Yeah, snakes.
You can't do shit in handcuffs? Brother, I know. And yet they're still. Fire. What are you doing? Little lady. He can't do shit in handcuffs, and they still got the fucking. They see the Audi, and they're like, "That's a threat, dude." This man is yacked to the fucking gills.
Stomp them,
Especially rattlesnakes.
Yeah. They bite.
All right, Chris, we're going to walk into the next room. We're going to take your photo real quick, okay?
Yeah. Give me the second door. Can I put my shirt? Where's my phone?
Yeah, that's right here. That's right here, Chris.
Keep my right hand, please.
Right here. There you go.
Hey, what you doing, bro? Why? No, you just grabbed me like try to push me.
He's just trying to escort you, Chris. He's not trying to front you or do anything.
I'm trying to be relaxed, but you're trying to walk me. Yeah, you are. You're not strong, bro.
Chris.
What's your name?
Chris, nobody's trying to be out strong. Chris, remember when we talked about the faster you get through the process, the quicker you get out of here?
What's up to you? What's your first name?
Stand on your feet. Right?
He will be.
Look up at the camera. Right here.
Here you go.
He walks into your cell. What are you doing? Hanging out, dude. Doing push-ups together. What the fuck kind of question is that? Hearing his tales of survival, admiring him, maybe kissing a little bit. I don't know. Not what the fuck these guys are doing. I need you to understand, this man right here is very obviously a mentally unwell veteran, okay? He's going through an episode. Now, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a male. Or a male. When you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Okay? I'm getting gauge as fuck today. When you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And the thing is, like, in a normal situation, like, he should be getting health care. Like, he should have social workers talk him off this cliff that he's on and get him the necessary help. Because the only time he like presents as a threat to anyone around him is when he's being like violently apprehended, when he's like being surrounded. You know? Social workers can't do shit here, man. What are you talking about? This is the thing that social workers literally do. What are you talking about? This is the thing that they do. This is their job. If you think that social workers are incapable of dealing with a very clear mental health crisis, then what the fuck is their job? We should just give every social worker a rocket launcher or call it a day. RPGs for every fucking EMT, dude. RPGs for every social worker, chat. It's like looking at a fire and being like, a firefighter can't handle this. We need a cop to shoot at the fire. Like, it's their job, man. This is what they're trained to do. And to be fair, and I can't believe I'm being fair here to cops, but lo and behold, I have the capacity. This is probably the best police work I've seen, all things considered. And that's because his friend, or his brother, is a cop. And because they've shot him before. Like, and even then, it's still like fundamentally it's still worse overall. You know what I mean? Like the best possible police work in this circumstance still doesn't meet the perfect expectations, right? Like, do you understand what I'm saying? This is why I say that policing fundamentally needs to change in this country. Especially because if this fucking roided out vet wasn't known to the police force already, and it seems like in past interactions he was not known to the police force where they fucking shot him. All right? They shot him in the arm. In their past interactions, like clearly it has gone south before. But if he was like black, oh my God, they would have fucking Swiss cheesed his ass.
Be just a minute, all right, Chris? Chris, right up here for me.
Chris, this will get you through faster. Just open your eyes, okay? Look at the camera. Oh. You gotta keep them open.
Yeah, that was shot.
Just stare.
Why are we reacting to this? It seems cruel to make entertainment out of this. I mean, I think I'm doing a pretty decent job describing, systemic failures at every step of this process. What are you talking about? You might need to see this. What is this? Oh, I already did see this. We covered it yesterday. Also, I don't know if you know this, but I'm a literal political commentator. Drewski reposted this. Me cheering up my little cousins so they don't tell their mom on me. That's funny. Oh, didn't work.
Stare at it. Mean muggy.
Chris was booked for disturbing the peace and resisting arrest. He later pleaded no contest to the charges and was sentenced to 60 days in jail.
That's crazy.
Almost. Just stay right up here for me. All right. Ready, one.
They ended up putting him in jail, bro. That's crazy. I think one of the funniest things that I have seen so far from liberals on this Hunter Biden pardon, by the way, to get back to the free Hunter movement, free Hunter, is that liberals are still acting like there's some institutional norms out there. like here's Governor Jared Polis, Democratic Governor Jared Polis. I'm disappointed that he put his family ahead of the country. This is a bad precedent that could be abused by later presidents and will sadly tarnish his reputation. Like, are you guys unfamiliar with what Biden did in the last year as president? Like, did you guys just close your eyes? Did you not see a genocide unfold? Like, what norms remain? I criticized Nate Silver for this. I said, I like that for this liberal, genocide is not a red line. Pardoning Hunter Biden is. And Trump did this too. Like, what do you mean? Like, what the fuck are these people doing? Some libs are happy that this is triggering right wingers. It's not even triggering right wingers that much. They're like, haha, yeah, we knew he was corrupt. There it is. Or they're saying, it's good that he did this. Now we can pardon the January 6ers. Like, you know what? Fuck it. They should pardon the January 6ers. Who gives a fuck? This country's in the dumps, man. We are so fucking cooked. Yes, Jared Kushner's dad. Trump pardoned Jared Kushner's dad. Like, talk to me when Biden actually starts offering clemency and pardons to a shit ton of other nonviolent offenders, okay? Finally, maybe he'll do something good. Fucking asshole. Kushner's dad is the new admin? Yeah, great. How about Eric Adams? No. Throw the book at that bastard. Anyway. But he's Turkish now? No. I just don't understand like how you get mad at this and not any of the other norms that have been violated, especially when the former president Donald Trump violated those norms pretty egregiously already. Like, what are we doing? It's over, man. The country's in the dumps. Okay? It's in the dumps. It's in the pooper. It's in the shitter. Stop fucking claiming that there is a country to save here. Okay? It does not exist. So dumb. What was the father? I certainly understand President Biden. Oh, nice. Here is fucking the next president having dinner with the demon Satan Netanyahu, Satan Yahoo, at the Trump International Golf Course tonight. That's Benjamin Netanyahu's wife, chat. Lolo tweeted, "Hey Naomi, we went to law school together. You were always super nice. Would you mind convincing your grandpa to grant some more clemency applications? There are a bunch. I believe Obama did nearly 2,000 more. Tell Joe to beat him. Thank you." Yeah. Sarah Netanyahu, the alcoholic? Yes. MAGA couple is back for part 2.
I'm curious what it's like to be in your head.
Yeah, I think it's a bunch of leftist propaganda.
I don't have to explain to you the meaning and history of that word. I'm curious what it's like to be in your head.
Yeah, I think it's a bunch of leftist propaganda.
I don't have to explain to you the meaning and history of that word.
I don't know if I got time for this. All right, I'm done. I'm done for the day, chat. That's enough. We'll talk about Hunter Biden and much more tomorrow. Half day today, short day today. You already know what it is. Love you guys. I'm here tomorrow. I'm doing a regular stream tomorrow. And then I'm doing a regular stream in fucking Londonistan, mate. London, mate. Londonistan. Alright? Proper geezer, mate. Proper geezer. Proper fucking geezer. Will you go to Amsterdam? No, I won't, mate. Nor. Was the guest Casper that goes today? Yeah. Anyway, love you guys. Peace.
Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.